Good morning and welcome to round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. The players have just come out for the second half of the 2023 Championship. They've had their slices of orange, and here we are at Whilton Mill, one of the premier tracks in the United Kingdom, just outside of Daventry in the middle of England. And we are just about to get ready to go racing. We've had 3 heats already. That took place yesterday. I'll give you a little bit of information on that as we get going. But right now we're about to go ahead with what will be the second heat for the senior Rotax class. That's the collecting area, what you can see there, just getting ready. We had a heat, the first heat for the senior Rotax class. We've got so many entries in the NKC that we have to split the Rotax classes into 2 groups to get them all through. We've got, over 50 entries. I think over 60 entries in the 177s. But Ben Harper it was who took the win in Heat 1 by a margin of 5.3 seconds. That's quite a thing. It was Ryan Mills who took second place, and then we had Kieran Gifford and Sam Wyatt third and fourth. Toby Case fifth. Archie Elliott was in 6th place. It's Kieran Gifford who currently leads the championship on 467 points, only 4 points ahead of Finlay Watson. Matthew Lambert's third in the championship on 440, and then we've got absolutely gaggle of carters together. Charlie Walsh, Ollie Varney, Phil Howarth there in 6th, Carl Dunford in 7th, Adam Rogers, Paul Azan is 9th, and rounding off the top 10 in the championship as it stands at half distance is James Wood. They're all here this weekend, I believe, and that is what you can see there is the carts from the final practice session, well, the warm-up session actually. All of our classes just completing their 2 minutes of warm-up just to make sure all the systems are working after overnight prep. And here we are then, round 4 it is. My name is Joe Bradley, I'm going to be with you all day. We've got an action-packed day ahead of us. Alongside me shortly will be Nick Damon, the usual team back in the booth for round 4 with already rounds 1, 2 and 3 completed. Three Sisters is where we kicked off the Junction 6 season. We then went to Rowrah, and just last month we were at the Mansell Raceway, which I thought was a fantastic first visit for certainly for me and my involvement with the Junction 6 NKC. But we've had some cracking racing, and there's nothing that is going to affect that this weekend either. We expect some very, very tight and competitive racing. Just to give an idea of the format, it's a little bit different to, say, series like the British Championships, for instance. No timed qualifying to sort out the grid for our finals in NKC. We've got mixed grids, so each competitor will have 3 heats, one of which they'll start at the back, one of which they'll start at the middle, and then one of which they'll start at the front near the grid. What that brings you is plenty of action because you've got faster drivers starting at the back and making their way through. You've got all sorts of action all the way down the field. And I'm telling you, we will not see everything, Nick.
No. And good morning, everybody. Good morning to out there in karting land. And welcome to all of you who are enjoying the NKC coverage. This is round 4, Whilton Mill, the one where I get to stay in my own bed. It's only half an hour from my house.
And I stay in your spare bedroom.
I know, but let's not talk about that. Because the cat tries to get in, doesn't he?
You've got to keep the door shut at Nick's house, yeah.
For many reasons.
The cat shares the bed, yes. Yes, indeed.
So
we've got, that's a whole podcast there, Nick, right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, back to that later. We've got the senior Rotax out for the second heat, and I'll give you a quick rundown of the first 5 rows. Archie Lyons is alongside Christopher Harris, who's on the pole position. So it's Christopher Harris, Archie Lyons, Jensen Watts, who had a fabulous time at Mansell Raceway, was quite dominant. Nathan Chaffers alongside him on row 2. Row 3 is Ollie Varney and Alex Jackson. And then we've got Ben Fichetti and Matthew Lambert on row 4. And rounding off the top 10, Tommy Lee Davies and Dan Andrews. We've got 29 carts starting this one. And here we are already getting underway. We'll have a look at the circuit later on in the show and give you an idea of what it looks like from the driver's perspective when we get a chance to show that. Right now, though, we're at a section of Whilton Mill called the Boot. It's a very technical section, this, and it's very, very important because coming out of the boot there...
I thought you just booted it out the corner.
You do boot it out the corner, and that's the thing, Nick. You've got to keep your boot in through the final turn here. Pitts Bend, one of the most daunting corners in the whole of British karting. And here they come. So Christopher Harris on the pole, Archie Lyons alongside. They look in good order as well. Just getting the slow down, but we should get this underway. And we've got a good view of the starting lights, haven't we? And we've got round 4 starting in the usual fashion, Nick.
Yep, two went wide. It's a little bit damp on the circuit from a very heavy shower overnight. So coming into corner coup, they just went away, and there's a kind of shuffling about. The 34 there is not actually on the track, but I think he's going to be okay as he comes in. Let's have a look what happens. Oh yeah, it's absolute mid-pack shuffling. Someone came, I think someone hit somebody else, and then they just catapulted three others off. So
we'll file that under racing incident. I think
yeah,
it was
a bit like Perez and Hamilton yesterday.
Absolutely.
Controversial.
Yeah, absolutely. No room for everybody at one spot. The race is underway though, and Heat 2 it is. And we've already got shuffling up the order with people sorting themselves out after that first corner incident. We'll get an idea of who's who and who is where as they cross the line then to complete one lap. And it's Archie Lyons who leads from that second spot, Ollie Varney in second. Then we've got Jensen Watson, the 93, in third. Christopher Harris, Tommy Lee Davis, Nathan Chaver, George Sanders, 8th is Lewis Paul, Philip Howarth up to 9th, and Finley Watson 10th there, rounding it off. But we've got a battle for second, certainly, beginning to back up behind Ollie Varney. This is allowing Archie Lyons to break away slightly, but that's the battle, isn't it? That's second place, third of the bottle.
Coming through the infield part of Parker, and they come down a little short chute before you come into the boot. Often a chance if someone's made a bad drive to get out the inside there on that left-hander. But they come round, and I'm not sure whether people are taking a bit of a sensible line. Don't forget there were 3 heats yesterday, so some of these guys it's their second time out, but many are just having their first competitive outing after 2 days of raring to go practicing on Friday and Saturday. Calmly through the first couple of turns of the lap, and now up towards Christmas Corner. And there's a move now, and it looks like Watts is going to come at the inside of Varney. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, that was the textbook, wasn't it? Out of the first turn here at Crook. Well, it's Oblivion that's the first turn. That's a left-hand kink, and then it's into the all-important right-hander at Crook, all the way up that straight. And Jensen Watts was lining him up for an outbraking manoeuvre. Now Jensen Watts breaks free of Ollie Varney. He's after Archie Lyons. Now, Jensen Watts was phenomenal at the previous round at Mansell, and from what I can see here, he's started round 4 in a very similar fashion. Crossing the line then. It's going to be 3 laps completed. Lyons, Watts, Ollie Varney, Christopher Harris, Sanders, Nathan Chafer, Philip Howarth up to 7th. Can't keep your eyes off Philip Howarth. He's a mover and shaker, isn't he? Tommy Lee Davis, Finley Watson and Lewis Paul now down to that 10th spot. But look at the battle for the lead. And you know what, Nick? That's still a very dubious racetrack out there with very damp sections offline. You do not want to put that car anywhere other than the racing line at the moment.
Yeah, the clue is it's darker grey.
Yes.
So there are some wet patches. We had a very heavy shower finished about 8 o'clock, didn't it? And whilst it's quite good drying weather, and they have all had 2 minutes. Up there. Go on, get a move on. Get a move on, says Jensen. He gives Archie an extra couple of miles. But look there, on his right-hand side, that's damp. But there's more on the racing line dry now as they complete another lap. Hand up, don't pump me up the backside. I don't like it. Basically, I think you're saying there.
Well, he's risking a bumper penalty. You know, if you hit the cart in front of you hard enough, the bumper has got the way that the bumper is fixed, it will dislodge, and if the bumper is dislodged when you come into scrutineering, you're immediately given a 5-second penalty, and it's not inarguable, it's not appealable at all. If that bumper is dropped, you are going to take 5 seconds, and what I saw there was Jensen Watts kind of tripping over Archie Lyons. It was nobody's fault really, and there down the inside has gone Ollie Varney. Ollie Varney down the inside and back into that second place ahead of Jensen Watts. It is definitely the number 30 ahead of the 93, and here they come to complete what will be 4 laps now. And we're getting towards that half-distance mark. It's 8 minutes and 1 lap in these heats.
Yeah, and you can see that you don't want to go wide through turn 2, which of course limits the opportunity of this slingshot. We saw a great slingshot from Jensen earlier. That's been reversed by Ollie in the last couple of laps now. So certainly you'd say that Archie Lyons is not the fastest of those top 3, but he's driving great lines and taking advantage of the track. It's effectively narrower. No, they couldn't do that. Up there through Ashby. Great move there by Varney. It's first to third. It was nearly Jensen trying to get from second to first.
Yeah, and all that was Archie Lyons. I think he said, contact there down the inside. He used the tin opener. That didn't quite open the tin effectively. And there was a bit of contact there. I'm not sure how the stewards will look at that one. But he did have a bit of an opportunistic move. He poked his nose down
that's racing for me. That's racing for me. I mean, I think perhaps he didn't know he was there. Perhaps it's a little bit rude, but I think that's
you haven't got mirrors on karts, Nick, so he's not going to know he was there, and he probably didn't expect that move into Chapman. It's a very tight entry there and a very late apex. That's why the door is kind of left open, because you're taking a very last-minute turn-in to point yourself at the kink before you get onto the back straight. But it's all settling down now. Who's that in the bright orange cart? That's after all of that kerfuffle. I think that might be George Sanders. It's Christopher Harris.
Yeah, who started on pole. It didn't go well, but now by merely keeping out of trouble into one of the it was a final, the podium slot. He's out into third in the bright orange cart, sweeping round paddock bend. I broke my rib there. I think I told you that last year.
Yeah, you're going to mention that a lot, aren't you?
It hurt.
You need to get over it, Nick.
I did, but it took many weeks.
You need to let it go.
When you get stuck in bed because you can't get out, tell me to get over it then.
Need to let it go. So 2 minutes, coming up to 2 minutes remaining. So we're getting towards the key part of this race, and already Jensen Watts showing form again, very, very wide there. No track limits here at Whilton Mill, of course. We've got no way to police it, quite frankly. That's why there are no track limits rules. And as we see, Jensen Watts being able to break away because Archie Lyons and Christopher Harris and Ollie Varney and George Sanders, or Sanders, I think I'm saying that wrong. It's Sanders, isn't it? Out of Pitt's Bend and across the line. Jensen Watts leads by about a half a second. It's Lyons, Harris, Varney, Sanders, Finley Watson up into sixth as well. Chafer seventh. Philip Howarth settling for that eighth place. Tommy Lee Davis ninth. Lewis Ball rounding off the top 10. Question is, and there's a move for fourth place. So that's George Sanders moving ahead of Ollie Varney by the looks of things. We'll be able to confirm that next time by. They're already into Chapman, through the kink and onto the back straight, and then back towards the paddock, into the left-hander at the boot. Late apex, get the cart across to the left because you want to get the optimum line out of this one, and then Pitt's Bend. It's an acceleration zone, so it's flat out. Jensen Watts crosses the line, and they are lapping in the 45-second region, so there will be 2 more laps of racing. The gap's gone out to 1.5 seconds as the carts in second, third, fourth, fifth, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, squabbling about, defending, attacking, and that's allowing Jensen Watts to just extend that lead because he can take the optimum line pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run by Jensen. Once he's got ahead, he's really made the most of it. I think it was kind of, we felt that there was a situation where, it was Archie who was holding everyone up, but now they're through. It's Watts from Lyons from Varney, Harris under fourth. At least these four have been the stars of the race. And they're actually coming to lap sometimes a bit of a bad time. That probably might be Adrian Pomeroy they're going to come to lap. But they've managed to provide some action. They've managed to keep on the island as well. And Joe is scrolling through the now very complex scoring system because it's drop scores and everything else, and he'll try and work out what this means. I
just wanted to see what, Watts joined us at round 3 at Mansell. He came third in Heat 1, and then he won his remaining 2 heats, and he took the win in the final. So basically, the last 3 senior Rotax races, Jensen Watts has won, and he's about to win this next one. That's the ones he's been in, that is.
Yeah.
So he is.
Well, you say it's about. Obviously, they've got.
He's way down in the championship, Nick, because he's only been to 1 round. So if he continues like this, though, he's soon going to be featuring in the championship.
If he's missed 2 rounds, that's it, isn't it?
Well, he's got to drop 1, so he's going to be 1 round down. But if he continues to win everything, which he's showing that he's potentially can, because he is the driver to beat in this class.
And on final lap now. Watts with a lead of about 2 seconds. Exclamation mark from the crowd's very involved here, aren't they? We're getting a lot of oohs and ahs and whoops and everything else.
Well, we're right in the thick of it, aren't we? We're right in with race control.
I'm not overly sure. The comment we just heard actually had nothing to do with anything apart from someone drinking their beer, but there we go, with coffee. We're actually, if you know Whilton Mill, we're actually in the timing hut, so we're just below and who's off there up the top of the corner?
Off at the boot there, but meanwhile the checkered flag flies. And that will be the result.
That was George Sanders from 5th,
I think. No way.
Yeah, he's come back. George on the 56 cart was off, and he falls down, and he's lost a huge number of points right at the last minute there. I think he was going for a move, possibly an Archie Lyons. Advised, perhaps.
So, just waiting for my timing screen to catch up with real life. Just going to reboot that. Jensen Watts undoubtedly took the win in fine style. Ollie Varney comes through in 2nd. Then we got Finley Watson 3rd, Christopher Harris took 4th, Archie Lyons 5th, Philip Howarth with that last lap incident, let's call it, at the boot. Philip comes through from...
Where did Phil
start?
Surprised how little he mentioned it.
Started at 18th.
No, fair enough.
There was too much going on at the front to watch Philip's progress. Philip Howarth, current 177 champion, carrying the 101. He lost a bit of weight, got fit and moved into the lighter category, the 162 kilogram category for this season. And he's doing very well in the championship. He's certainly in contention in where is he? He's 6th in the championship, so he made up good ground there. 6th in the championship, 6th in that heat. Lewis Ball was 7th, Nathan Schaefer 8th. Then we had Kyle Dunford, and then the first of the Masters, the old master himself, Paul Ozanne, number 5, was 10th. Then we've got Reece Pope, Tommy Lee Davis 12th, Adam Rogers, Matthew Lambert, Marcus King, a very fine 15th for the novice driver there. Kieran Gifford, Jake Davis, Harry Barker, George Sanders, eventually 19th, Nick, by the time he recovered. Scott Lowther on the Venator powered kart in 20th. Andy Ambrose from LRG, 21st. Ben Fichetti, Alex Jackson, Adam Cerner, Max Martin. We lost Aidan Pomeroy right there on the penultimate lap. And then Dan Andrews we lost on lap 6. John Hobbs went out on lap 5 and Lewis Berry out on lap 2. So as ever, our Junction 6 NKC officials very, very efficient in keeping the meeting running. We have got our junior Rotax out for their second heat. And yesterday we saw heat number 1. Again, juniors split into 2 groups by dint of the amount of entries we've got. So the junior Rotax heat yesterday afternoon was the Tom Holden. It was who took top honours. Finlay Underwood through into second. Tom Holden moving up 11 places to take the win in what was a cracking style the way he moved through the field. Finlay Underwood moved up 8 places to take second. Reece Green lost 2 and came third. Then we had Freddie Moore. Perhaps the highest amount of places gained was Archie Buttle in 5th place. Then we had Presley Walker into 6th. Lewis Llewellyn 7th. And we've got a spinner, Nick.
The number 19 spun as Billy Voigt has spun exiting the collecting area, cold tyres. Now he's obviously, I think, is he allowed to regain his position?
Yes.
Billy Edgecombe says, good luck, Team Momentum Motorsport from Spain. I'll be watching all day.
Billy Edgecombe not here?
He says from Spain.
How dare you, Billy? Well, isn't Billy Edgecombe in contention for the championship?
Is Billy Edgecombe racing? So it could be something involved with
right,
him.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I saw Billy Edgecombe here this weekend. In fact, let me just... Yeah, he's second in the championship, is Billy. Billy will be here. So, so it's a fan of Billy Edgecombe racing?
Yes.
Right, so it's Billy Edgecombe fan club.
Well, you're always in the fan club, don't you, really?
Yeah. Third in the final at Mansell for Billy. Right now, though, it's Ethan Wyatt and Presley Walker on the front row of the grid, bringing them round. Billy Vogt and Freddie Theobald on row 2. Row 3 is Jaden Hewitt and Maxim Smith. Row 4 is George Kane, Levi Earl. And rounding off the top 10, Ollie Morris and Adam Catling.
No, that was never going to be a start. That was never going to be a start.
That was a single file start, that.
That was like, we could give it a go. Oh, it didn't work.
So Archie Buttle, like I said, Nick, Archie Buttle moved up 23 places from 28th. And he came through in 5th. He starts, this is Archie's heat where he starts in the middle. So he's going to come out for his 3rd heat, nearer the front, I would think. Right. So he's starting in 12th. So going off yesterday's form, have we got Tom Holden on this grid as well? Yeah, we have. Tom Holden, winner of the first heat yesterday, is starting in 22nd. And he moved up 11 places. So we are going to see, I mean, there was some great moves through the field. 17 places for Freddie Whirlock yesterday, up to 12th. Jasmine Taylor moved up 10 places with James Rigby. Seemed to be moving in unison. James Rigby and Jasmine Taylor 10th and 11th there for those 10 places gained.
No, more Billy Edgecombe updates. No, it is me. I'm not there this weekend. I'm relaxing on a beach as it stands.
Oh, so I tell you what, Billy, you've got some confidence there, haven't you? Dropping the championship.
Dropping an event.
Here
we go. Much better this time. In a way, slight leap for the 6th. Ethan White certainly should be going around the first corner in the lead.
Yeah, and you know what? We are through Oblivion and out of Crook and already onto the top straight towards Christmas. Ooh. And round the outside there, late entry. But that's the optimum entry, isn't it, through that corner?
Walker takes the lead. So he's ahead of Wyatt. So Wyatt now at the inside of Ashby's. Nope, no can do. And they come out onto that huge curbed area. which I think is getting... Oh, there's massive pile-up at the back end of Ashby. Most people getting going again. Concertina effect at the back of Ashby. You'll see the detritus that come. People look behind what's going on, and not everyone's going. There's two or three carts not running.
We had about 8 carts involved in that, Nick.
But right at the back of the field, so that's going to take out a few in the middle of the pack. 25 cart now in second place, so it's Jaden Hewitt now is coming to second.
So that is Presley Walker who leads lap 1. Jaden Hewitt up to second, Ethan White down to third, Ollie Morris, Levi Earl, Finlay Underwood in sixth, Freddie Theobald seventh, eighth is Adam Catling, Archie Butler already up to ninth, and Mitchell Mulvey rounds off the top 10. Mason Perrin, current championship leader there, already making his way through the order and up to 11th.
Yeah, despite dropping a lap, everyone actually got going again from that massive kerfuffle at Ashby the first time round, so they're all, mixed about, moved around, but they have actually, some of them actually got going again. I think a couple have pulled into the pits, but they are, and there's one cart that's waiting for the entire field to go round, who's over a lap down, which I assume is either would be one of the bottom three, it'd be Frank, Alex or Ewan. But they come across the line, Walker, Hewitt and Wyatt through turn 1, up towards Christmas.
There's a challenge for the lead coming off here, out-braking manoeuvre into Christmas corner. It's almost a hairpin turn and then into a kink there through Inkerman's, that one is, and then onto the right-hander at Ashby there, and we have got a great battle here, 3 carts involved and just a little bit of dinking there going on, nothing, no harm, no foul, already into Chapman and then heading very quickly back towards the paddock and towards the left-hander at boot. It's Walker, Hewitt and Ethan Wyatt there through boot. Here they come back towards us. There's a yellow flag at the final turn for a car being recovered.
Great cart. He's spun. He's recovering. He's going to be a lap down. And the cart that had the problem, I'll tell you, you watch the front, I'll tell you who it was. It's the 99 cart who's had the issue.
Yeah, perhaps
his driver's a bit flaky.
Ellis Warlock. 99, yeah, got that.
Oh, dear, that took a while, didn't it?
Sorry, mate, mine wasn't with you. I wasn't. Yeah, it's been a bit. I didn't work with you at Mansell, remember?
Right.
So I was working with a professional.
Yeah.
Yes,
I got him for the word.
Yes. So I'm not tuned in to Nick Damon's mindset yet, which is honestly, people, don't go there. Please don't go there.
Anyway, so. Not quite 3 minutes down, 5 to go effectively. They come around to complete another lap. There's a nice little lead for Hewitt now. And then it's the big battle for second. And that's Walker, Wyatt, Earl and Underwood sweeping through. That second place battle is obviously where we need to be.
Ethan Wyatt trying to emulate his brother Sam.
Oh, 3 wide.
Three
fourth
wide.
To second. That's a pretty impressive look at that. That was a great one. Let's see that one.
Levi Earl.
How's he managed to 4th to second? He must have got a slipstream.
Levi Earl, one of the top drivers there, currently third in the championship. We go 3 wide into Christmas, and Levi Earl was making a move on Ethan Wyatt and then just took another scalper with Presley Walker involved as well. And he would have been as surprised as anyone.
Yeah, Presley went from 2nd to 5th in that one.
Great move from Ethan as we come through to complete what will be 5 laps. It's Hewitt leading. Levi Earl now chasing him down in that second place. Ethan Wyatt sits on third still, and he's making the kind of gesticulation to say, come on, let's go and catch that number 10. He hasn't broken away, has he? Ethan Wyatt doing a great job there, sticking on the bumper of Levi Earl. And as we've gone through Ashby's, now on towards the right-hander at Parker, using all of that runoff there, and then into Chapman, that's the left-hander there, out onto the back stretch towards the boot, and Levi Earl just leaving Ethan Wyatt, who's coming under massive pressure from Finlay Underwood, who likewise, Presley Walker, not too far away from him.
Yeah, lots of work there in that position from second through to 6th. Levi Earl's given himself a little bit of a gap, hasn't he? Just given a little bit of a distance. So he's doing a bang-up job, but as you watch it now, they continue rolling round, but there are 5 carts in the clue. We kind of think they may now be in speed order, Joe.
Oh, and there's a move down the inside. Underwood on Ethan Wyatt in the black and yellow cart.
Back.
Yeah, Wyatt in the purple and blue cart coming back at him. And look at Presley Walker just taking a watching brief and trying to take an opportunistic move on Wyatt. And as he's done that, Archie Buttle on the number 22 down the inside at Parker. Oh no, we're at the boot already. we're already coming towards the end of lap 6. 2.5 minutes remaining. And things beginning to get a little bit interesting now. Jaden Hewitt has broken away, gap 1.3 seconds last time by. And they are beginning, perhaps that's the most settled we've seen the first 6 or 7 karts, Nick.
Yep. Yeah, they've now kind of got, there might be a battle for 5th and 6th. There's certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. They've all got little nice spaces to work in. 5th and 6th having a bit of an argument at the moment.
Yes, they're not settled, are they? It's Archie Buttle. He took 3 scalps yesterday in heat number 1. The number 110 already falling foul and behind Archie Buttle. Archie Buttle's already through. That's Archie Buttle on the purple livery cart. And that's the 110 of Presley Walker, who just drops back to 6th behind Archie Buttle. And Archie Buttle, of course, he's currently not in contention. He's not in contention in the championship, I say. Archie Buttle is a name that is always present in the Junction 6 NKC.
Getting more fight between Earl and Underwood now for 2nd place. Underwood looking for a way past Levi Earl. Earl went defensive coming up through Christmas Corner, which is kind of constantly everyone back together again. Yeah,
pressure from that black and yellow cart of Underwood. He wants to be by Earl on the number 10. The orange and blue cart there you see with the very loose nose fairing bouncing around there as they complete what will be 9 laps. Hewitt has gone 2.6 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd now. But that is certainly a battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th coming off. Down the inside of Christmas. Round the outside has gone Earl. He's not going to relinquish that, is he? Whoa. And Ethan Wyatt wants in as well. So it's a 4-card battle for 2nd place. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. We're about to be joined by 6th place Presley Walker as these 4 trip over one another. And there's a move. There's a move for 4th place as Archie Buttle takes Ethan Wyatt. I was going to say caught him napping. He was too focused on the battle in front, quite rightly. And Archie Buttle took that opportunity and made the move stick. Here we go then. 10 laps completed.
2 to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. It'll be the last lap board that they will see next time by. It's not a board here though at Whilton Mill. It's an electronic signage just above the start gantry.
It's not exactly as Dirk, is it?
No, not as animated as Dirk either. Yeah, Dirk became a bit of a celebrity, didn't we? We should bring him around. We should take Dirk with us. Yes, he certainly, Dirk wears his heart on his sleeve. He really did animate his emotions. However, back to Whilton Mill. That was round 2 at Rowrah. We are back to round 4 at Whilton Mill. And this is a battle that's going to go all the way to the flag for this 2nd place. Levi Earl, he's got the textbook out on defensive driving. Out of the boot and into Pitts Bend. Absolutely flat chat through Oblivion. And then this right-hander there, all important through Crook, because you've got to run all the way. And that's quite a steep hill. Defensive driving into the last lap. And who's that? That's Archie Buttle, isn't it?
Trying to go right round the long way wasn't possible around Christmas Corner. There's a lot of thinking karting going on here.
Defensive driving on the last lap from Levi Earl. He's entitled to do that. Take the inside line and block off any outbraking manoeuvre. He does that there into Chapman. Final stages.
Butler's lost momentum entirely there. I think he was very lucky not to lose position. He got way too close to Underwood. Had to slam on the brakes. I think he may have got away with it.
Meanwhile, Levi Earl is going to finish 2nd behind the winner, Jaden Hewitt, who's already crossed the line and took the flag. Levi Earl, though, a very defensive drive to 2nd, and Finlay Underwood, who tried everything he knew to get by and just couldn't quite pull it off. He finishes 3rd. Archie Butler, fine drive to 4th. It's Presley Walker in 5th. Ethan Wyatt comes home 6th. Nicholas Ellis 7th. Then we've got Mason Perrin 8th. 9th was Mitchell Mulvey. Lewis Llewellyn 10th. And we've got George Kay, Ollie Morris, Adam Catling is... I moved from one screen to the other and totally lost my thought there. Adam Catling 13th. Freddie Theobald 14th. Archie Hardiman 15th. Ellie Anderson 16th. 17th with Alex Dole. And then we've got Flad Tominchuk in 18th. Maxim Smith 19th. Then we've got Dylan Mitchell, Tom Holden, Billy Vogt is 22nd. Ellis Warlock finishes on 11. Frank Ward finishes on 11 laps. And then we lost Louis Rees on lap 1, and we lost Lewin Hughes and Alex Timmins at the very start, Nick.
Yeah, action-packed, that one. I mean, it was Jaden Hewitt finally got the lead, and he, I don't know whether he made a break or just made the advantage. Everyone else behind him was squabbling so heavily to put out a 5-second lead. Levi R managed to do some good defensive driving. Finley Underwood picked up third. Buttle came from the field to fourth. Almost lost a lot of it at the end because he got tripped up by the battle ahead of him. It's
rather instant, isn't it? Once you start battling and once you start driving and racing with another kart, it invariably slows you up. That's not just a karting thing. That's from Formula One down over. It doesn't matter what sort of motor racing it is. If you've got the opportunity to be as sleek as possible and take the optimum line through everywhere because you're alone and not having to defend or anything, then that's why you see karts edging away off into the lead, why people squabble over second place. We've got the 177s out next. What do I mean by 177? Well, this is the senior Rotax category, and this is the heavier category, the 177 kilogram category. We've already seen the 162s out. This is the green number boards with the white numbers. That will denote what these are. Scott Clee took the win yesterday in Heat 1. He was 2.8 seconds ahead of Scott Smith, who moved up 16 places to that second place. Richard Evans moved up 10 places to third. And then we had Josh Golan in fourth, Alex Jones fifth, Ollie Hancock, who we will see our chat with Ollie in the paddock show. Ollie, who we know from historic car racing and endurance sports car racing, moved up 15 places to take a sixth place in yesterday's first heat. Tim Darlow was in seventh, James Frost eighth, ninth was Harry Wainwright, and George Merrison was 10th. They have been released from the collecting area. It's Harry Wainwright, the young man who moved up. Basically, he was too tall when he was 16, so he moved He was too tall, moved up into the seniors ahead of schedule, and then he continued to grow and moved up the weight category into the heavier senior category. Yes, so Harry Wainwright leading the championship at the moment. The grid, though, Carl Bryant from Jib Tech, the team principal and driver with Jib Tech on the pole position. Jake Lewis is second. Then we've got Dave Nolan and Alex Thomas on row 2. Ollie Hancock and Thomas Childs are on row 3. Chris Sevier and Aidan Hammond are on row 4. And they're rounding off the top 10. Nick Skelton and Jonathan Harrison got 32 karts on this grid. They're already at the boot, so we'll go straight to talking about how this race will get underway. It's the black kart, the number 47, that's the second place kart. The pole man, the number 13, the red and white Jib Tech livery of Carl Bryant, who's also a mechanic and was mechanicking on an LMP2 kart at Le Mans this year, the Le Mans 24 Hours, working for TF Sport. We get this one underway though, and into oblivion, and onto Crook. We've got a kart spearing off there on the grass, seemingly fired out of a cannon, it looked like that one. But already Carl Bryant it is who leads up to Christmas. Here we go. I'm not quite sure if we'll make any sense of what happened here. We just have a kart there fired out of a cannon, out of the mid-pack and off onto the grass there. Unable to stop, of course. The grass very, very wet here at Whilton Mill at the moment. We're already on the infield at the left-hander of Partners. A very short shoot. And then into Chapman. And already Carl Bryant breaking away slightly from this grid. And then we've got an incident, have we? I'm being led by the balcony of the cafe above us. Somebody shouted, "Oh no," and I look out the window to see what they're talking about, because I'm looking at the screen and out the window at the same time. Here we are then, one lap completed. This is the second heat for the 177 category. And we've got Carl Bryant leading. Ollie Hancock it is, up into that second place. And Jake Lewis third, Alex Thomas fourth, Oliver Smith, Nick Skelton, Ben Hitch, Will Milner, Aidan Hammond and Zach Bolton, the Zach Bolton fan club. Hello, I know you're there. Zach Bolton up to a fine 10th on the LRG Motorsport kart. Already Carl Bryant taking advantage of the karts behind him. Just exactly what we were saying, Nick, about the karts battling for that second place. And already Carl Bryant showing that he can monopolise on the situation as Ollie Hancock defends with all of that experience. Ollie competed in the Le Mans 24 Hours in a Aston Martin, I believe, with TF Sport a couple of years ago, 2021. He's done quite a few endurance races, and I remember him, historic Formula One cars, the Fittipaldi F5A, which he talks about in the paddock show. Very interesting comparison that Ollie makes, so look out for that in the lunch break. That's coming up in the lunch break this morning. Got an incident at Ashby with a kart spinning off, looked like a harmless spin on turn-in. Now this is spacing the leaders out. Bryant, Hancock, Lewis, Alex Thomas. I'm not quite sure who that spinner was, but what we've got is Ollie Hancock, having broken free from the karts behind, is able to knuckle down, and he's right on. It's a bit of a coming together of the Le Mans protagonists from car racing, because Carl Bryant was working on the TF Sport Team Turkey entry at this year's Le Mans. Ollie Hancock, who is behind him, he drove for TF Sport in the GT Aston Martin at Le Mans in 2021. So it's a bit of a TF Sport 1-2 at the moment, as they use all of that exit curbing at Ashby. And there's no question, Ollie Hancock, we do not need a stopwatch to see what the gap is now between Bryant and Hancock. Ollie just taking a look over his shoulder to see exactly what was happening there behind him, and he saw nothing. There's no kart right on his bumper, and that allows him to now perhaps focus even more so on getting by. Up towards Christmas corner, again looking over the shoulder there from the two leaders, as we get what was developing into a two-car battle for the lead. We've got Alex Thomas joining in. He says, hang on boys, wait for me, I want to have a bit of this as well. So it's Brian Hancock, Alex Thomas now right on the bumper of Ollie Hancock. So before he knows it, Ollie Hancock's going to have to start being aware that he's going to be challenged. And Ollie Hancock down the inside of Carl Bryant at the boot, the left-hander, and down the inside into the right-hander, a part of the boot has gone Alex Thomas. Carl Bryant was completely compromised there and had no momentum into the second part because he was being overtaken from Ollie Hancock. That's allowed Thomas through as well. So Bryant finds himself in third, and now he chases after the two karts ahead of him. Hancock leads, Alex Thomas second. Onto the infield section, they're into the very, very tight downhill, very off-camber right-hander at Ashby's. They're already through, and round the outside, in a beautiful move, around the outside has gone Alex Thomas. Or has he? No, he's got it back. As they come back into our view, Ollie Hancock stays in the lead. I'm not quite sure what happened there. So it's Hancock on the number 15, the blue and white nose kart against the blue and yellow helmet of Alex Thomas there. Absolutely nose to tail through oblivion into Crook, and that charge up the hill, you need a very strong motor to get you up that hill. It's uphill all the way to Christmas, and then you start plunging downhill towards the infield part of the Whilton Mill track here. We are inside of 3 minutes remaining, so 3 minutes remaining on the clock. And the question is, can Alex Thomas, who showed that he perhaps has potential to make that happen, and they're side by side. Oh, and Ollie Hancock concedes defeat in a little bit of unavoidable. You know what? That was not deliberate. He's wanting to follow him through and not lose momentum through Pitts Bend, and they had it coming together. No harm, no foul, though. And look at this. This battle for the lead, Nick, has brought in everybody, basically, who was behind him. So we've now got, what is 6 karts battling for the front.
Yeah, it's a fantastic battle in this one again. I mean, it's obviously Whilton Mill kind of breeds this ability to catch up, and there's so many potential overtaking positions as well. I mean, any point where you lose momentum, suddenly the kart behind you has got a huge advantage. There's a corner they can get up the inside, there's a corner they can go around the outside, there's a chance to dive up the inside, and now with the track fully dry, they have the full width of this circuit, which is way wider than a lot of other tracks. There's these massive curbs you can go out on as well. You can go basically to a different postcode than some of the curbs are so wide.
Yeah, and a lot of the corners ask for a very late apex, a late turn in, and that opens the door at the for karts behind. So it's a bit of a compromise, really, and that's why you get, if you have to defend a little and maybe turn in a little bit earlier just to defend the line. We're getting towards checkered flag though. This is the second heat in the 177 Rotax category, and we've got Alex Thomas breaking away from Ollie Hancock. Oliver Smith now into third, Ben Hitch up to fourth, Carl Bryant has dropped down to fifth. We had a lot of movement there with those karts just You know what? It just showed the lack of momentum through the pit's bend there when the two leaders got side by side, and that just slowed them all up. They were still flat out, but the momentum was lost.
Now, because I was doing technical stuff, I need to point out we've had a number of messages from the Zach Bolton fan club for this race, just so you know.
Yeah,
on both RC Racing TV and the more important Karting Live TV, non-stop Zach Bolton fan club stuff. And he's in the paddock show.
Yes, Zach Bolton does feature in the paddock show. So if you're wondering who Zach Bolton is exactly, you're going to get to see him in all his sweaty glory. Just in off a practice session yesterday is when we grabbed Zach, and an interesting chat to Zach. Catch that. He's with LRG. And look out for the Louis Large feature in that one.
Is he large? Oh, yes. It's a very brief role, which you didn't notice at the time, did you?
I didn't notice at the time.
You only saw it in the edit.
I saw it in the edit, yes. Louis Large does feature in that interview. And prizes for noticing when Louis does feature. Louis Large, of course, the vice champion in this class last year in the NKC, came second, and the rumours are that Louis is out for the O-Plate next month.
Yes, and a
here at Whilton
intensive bit of fitness work. Last lap anyway, so.
Yes.
No, it's not, I tell a lie, it's last lap in the second, they're on the penultimate lap.
Yes, because the clock has just gone down to 0 now, and we will be getting towards the last lap board being shown this time by. Where are the leaders? The leaders are already at the boot. Into the tight left-hander there. Alex Thomas. Comfortable lead, I would say now, with Ollie Hancock, and equally comfortable second. Ben Edge, a comfortable third. And Oliver Smith, a comfortable fourth. So none of these four look like they're about to challenge.
Are they all driving sofas round then?
I wouldn't say
they're
driving...
With a cup of tea and a nice digestive biscuit?
Not quite as comfortable as that, Nick, but they certainly have got comfortable race positions here in their second heat. The second heat for 177s, that is, not necessarily for each driver.
I suppose tactically then you have to decide, do I settle with this bag full of points? I mean, the interesting thing
well, yes, that's the thing.
The interesting thing is, of course, they're not just qualifying for the final, because the NKC has points in every heat as well.
For the championship.
So,
championship points, yeah.
It's
yeah, you've got to that's why we can never work out who's going to win the championship in the final round. Yes, because then add in the complexity of drop rounds. Here we go, though. Checkered flag being readied, and the checkered flag flying, and the checkered flag light board being shown across the start gantry. And I can confirm it's Alex Thomas who takes the heat win. Ollie Hancock in a very fine second. Ben Hitch third. Oliver Smith fourth. Carl Bryant in fifth. Nick Skelton was sixth. Will Milner seventh. Zach Bolton, yay, in eighth. Good result for Zach. I'm not sure if that actually beats his best in the Junction 6 NKC. I'll confirm that for the fan club soon. Jake Lewis is in ninth. 10th is Josh Pickford. And then we've got Oliver Moss in 11th. Cole Edwards, it was in 12th. The remaining finishers just crossing the line now to take their checkered flag. It was Ben Hitch, our third place overall finisher, who took the first of the Masters category. Oliver Smith in fourth overall takes second in the Masters, and Nick Skelton in sixth overall takes third place in the Masters. It's James Yap in 13th, Neil Hemming. James Yap in 13th, Neil Hemming 14th, Tim Darlow through in 15th. Then we've got Keith Mason on the number 12 in 16th, Charlie Dow was 17th, Thomas Childs, Aidan Hammond, Lee Todd, Colin Campbell, Simon Wheeler in 22nd, Aaron Knight was 23rd. We've got George Merrison, Dave Nolan, Alistair Cunningham, I should say. Harry Wainwright dropped 2 laps with a problem there. That's not going to help his championship lead there at all, dropping points there with a 27th place. Mike Edwards, we lost on lap 9. Chris Sivier, we lost on lap 4. And Ben Johnson, we lost on lap 3. So, as ever, Nick, some great racing, but also some very, very intense action out there. And if you think the senior Rotax classes will bring you intensity and action, it might be the smallest grid that we have in the Junction 6 NKC, but it's not small on incident and intensity. It's minimaxed.
Yep. How many we got this week? Because it's kind of they all typically like 9 and 11, don't they?
We've got 11.
11. The whole gang's out this time.
Yes. And
just a couple of messages came in prior to that. We had a good luck to Luca Mulvaney.
Who's that from?
That was from Crispy. No, that was from Rachel Thompson.
Hello, Rachel.
And it says Jack's watching.
Yeah, Jack Thompson. They run with Hunter Motorsport.
Rachel.
Get the team name in on your entries. That's all I'm going to say. She'll know what I mean. And learn how to crop your pictures as well.
Oh, blimey, this is very
personal. Yeah.
Jenny Thomas, good luck to Alex Thomas. Then lots of Zach Bolton stuff from JoJo 75 ADHD. And we've got, hello, I'm a Japanese... All right, got a Japanese guy saying, hello, I'm a Japanese motorsport enthusiast. Who are the players to watch? Who are the drivers to watch?
Well, I'll tell you who the players to watch in this one is. What's the chap's name?
It's in Japanese.
Ah, right.
It's in Japanese.
Right, I don't read Japanese. All right, watch Sonny Morgan, watch Seb Corking, watch Zari Visarek, watch Daniel Parsons, watch Eddie Stewart. In fact, watch everybody, because this one is always intense. Where to pick a winner is a good question. Sonny Morgan, who leads the championship, he took the win in. He certainly took the win in the main final at Mansell Raceway. He's took 3 heat wins overall. Took 2 heat wins at Mansell, 1 heat win at Rowra, and he currently leads the championship with some very, very good points. He's on the pole position, so that's a very good start for Sonny Morgan. Ben Adrian is alongside. Then we've got Xauri Visarek on row 2 with Eddie Stewart. We've got Riley Thatcher and Leo Basterfield on row 3. We've then got Ayrton Rye and Jensen Cox, Lucy Lovell and Daniel Haynes on row 5. And Seb Corking, currently second in the championship for Seb Corking. He's on the LRG Motorsport entry, and he's starting this one in 11th. Now, that looked all right to me, but we're sending them round.
Well, no, what actually happened, one of the drivers, even as they were going down the main straight, and it looked fine to me, was doing the wavy rain round sign.
Oh, he might have been holding up.
Look, you see, there's stuff going on here. Some of the track, there's some problems. What's going on?
I don't know. I do not know.
Is someone in the wrong position? Are they in the wrong position?
Well, there's Sonny Morgan was in the wrong position. I don't know what happened to Sonny Morgan, but that's Sonny Morgan who's just made his way through. Now Sonny Morgan takes his rightful position on pole position. So maybe that was Sonny Morgan who was gesticulating that he wasn't quite ready, and something had happened there. We certainly look like we are in good grid order. Sonny Morgan on the blue and yellow liveried cart there, just leading everybody through. Ben Adrian alongside. Ayrton Ray, or Rye, it's R-A-I. How are you saying that then, Nick? I'm going to say
R-A-I?
Ayrton Rye.
Rye, yeah.
Ayrton Rye. Newcomer to the series. Not sure if he's on a guest entry.
Yeah, named after Ayrton Senna and the Italian national TV station.
Yes, probably. Here we go then. Minimax, heat number 1. This is their first heat for all of these competitors. And it's Sonny Morgan who gets things away, but it's the cart that was in second place, Ben Adrian, who gets through. We've got a cart off in a big way there being fired. And that's the 45.
Only 10 starters as well, Joe.
Yeah, is that the 45? I haven't got 45, have I? Yes, I have. It's Eddie Stewart. It's young Eddie Stewart who had a spin there. Not sure who the cart was that was fully on the grass. But I can tell you, we've got Ben Adrian, who got very well off at the start and certainly beat Sonny Morgan to oblivion. And as they already make their way, they're already quite spaced out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but out of character here for Minimax.
Because you built it up so much, you see. So
it's early days yet, mate.
There's a whole of Japanese motorsport now waiting to see a big battle, and it's going to be an 8-minute procession.
Oh, well, stay tuned.
And they're going to sit around and go, well, frankly, I'm never watching this again.
Stay tuned in Japan, because these youngsters certainly know how to race. And this category, unfortunately, has seen some incidents that, hopefully we won't see the like of this weekend, but it doesn't detract from the intensity of the racing. We've got Leo Basterfield, who was the cart that was fired off. So Leo Basterfield, who was very much in contention last time out at Mansell, finds himself at the back of this 11-cart grid. And 11-cart field, I should say. Meanwhile, out at front, Ben Adrian.
I think Ben Adrian looked over his shoulder there and couldn't believe the distance to the next car.
Yes, probably couldn't.
He's going, hang on, where is it? There's supposed to be someone literally at my backside, but nope. Second place is Sonny Morgan. And
Ben Adrian is, again, a newcomer to the category here at Whilton Mill. We've got a red flag. Nick.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure. I think something's going on at turn 1.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So we've got a red flag. And what that means is we bring the carters to a halt on the main straight. That's our clerk of the course there at the head of the field. We'll sort out what the incident is and ensure that everybody's all right. So we've got Ben Adrian, who's the newcomer to the Junction 6 NKC. Again, I'm not sure if he's registered for. I'll find out. Somebody along the way will tell me if Ben Adrian has registered for the series or if he's just on a guest entry.
Chris isn't listening.
Chris isn't listening. Chris, is he watching the cricket? Are you watching the cricket, Chris?
No, he's watching this.
All right, okay. Ben Adrian, Chris, is he a guest entry or is he registered for the series? Guest entry. So everyone's registered, right. So they've come in at half distance as Ayrton Wright and Ben Adrian. So everyone is, I'm trying to work out, we're going to leave that to the officials to work out what happened. We can talk about the Minimax Championship. Round one was, well, quite frankly, dominated at Three Sisters by Seb Corking, who took heat number 2 and 3 win, and then he took the grand final win. 246 points.
That's a lot.
For Seb. Round 2 is he took heat 1 and he finished 5th in the final. And then last time out at Mansell, he had a 6th, a 6th, a 5th and a 2nd place podium finish for Seb. Sonny Morgan, who leads the championship just ahead of Seb Corking. He took 2nd in the first round of Three Sisters in the final. He had a 5th and a 3rd in heats 1 and 2. And then we went to Rowrah, and Sonny there finished 2nd, 3rd and 1st in his heats, and then came 4th in the final. And then last time out at Mansell, we had a heat wins in heat 1 and 2, a 4th place in heat 3, and then the final win went to Sonny Morgan. So that's getting very interesting with Kazari Vaiserek in 3rd place, having taken the win in the final at Rowrah, also took a heat win there and a 3rd place, and then a 2nd place in the heats at Mansell. Came 6th in the final, didn't feature in the final at all. Eddie Stewart, he's had a couple of heat wins, and Eddie, of course, finished 2nd in the final at Rowrah. Lucy Lovell, who's just took who came into the series at round 3 at Mansell and did very, very well in the final. She was on the 3rd step of the Minimax podium, was Lucy. So round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. This is round 4 of 6. The championship moves on to Fullbeck in September. Fullbeck in Lincolnshire, and then the final round towards the end of October at Clay Pigeon. Before that, though, you'll probably be wondering what's happening in August. Well, I can tell you what's happening in August. We've got a very fabulous 2-day meeting there for the Junction 6 NKC All Plate here at Whilton Mill.
Absolutely.
2 days of live coverage as well. So that's quite exciting.
2 days of us. What more could you want?
Yeah, 2 days of us. Yeah.
Just an update on the red flag. The youngster involved just got into the ambulance van under his or her own steam.
Oh, well, that's good.
Looks like it's okay.
We've got information from the 177 heat that we've just seen. Harry Wainwright. Now, what number is Harry? Harry Wainwright, who dropped down the order, didn't he, at the very end of that? He had a snap chassis, so he snapped his Leclerc chassis. Yes, that's Charles Leclerc.
Snapped.
That's a Charles Leclerc chassis, which was snapped. Sorry, no, hang on, I'll start again. He snapped his chassis yesterday. He's had a full rebuild and change of chassis today. He's back out on a Tony kart. And he is, of course, the championship leader. So a bit of a story there. His Leclerc chassis is no more, and he's out on a Tony. And I'm not sure what happened to him at the end there, but he dropped down the order, didn't he? And I'm not sure. I think he finished a lap or a couple of laps down.
It's only one of those weekends, isn't he?
He had an absolute rotter of a weekend at the previous round at Mansell. He's hoping to do better, and I mean that's going to feature as a drop round for Harry.
No, so you can't have 2 bad rounds, can you?
That's the thing. You're going to have to drop your worst round, of course. So what's happening at the O Plate next month, Nick? What's the date of that?
That's a good question. It's your wedding next weekend. By the way, everybody, Joe's getting married next weekend.
I know.
It's a very lovely event. You know, it's only taken him 20 years to marry his missus, but there
15.
We go. 15 is okay, yeah. So we're going to the wedding next weekend.
Enough of that, Nick.
Then I'm on holiday.
Moving on.
Then I'm on holiday in Rhodes if he hasn't caught fire. And the week after that, we're at the O Plate. So it's in
You've got a very busy couple of weekends.
And the weekend after that, I'm going.
Because you're coming to my wedding, of course.
I am coming to your wedding. The weekend after that, I'm going to Spain for a RC event, and the weekend after that, it's Barcelona 24 hour.
Oh yes, we're both.
And then the weekend. No, sorry, don't go wrong. So the weekend after that, sorry, is fullback, and the weekend after that is Barcelona 24 hour.
So we've all got a very busy.
We've all got a very busy time.
So tell us about the O plate.
Well, the O plate's a 2-day meeting. It'll be happening on the dates. Hang on, I will be professional now and actually look at a calendar and give you the date. So hang on a second. So the date of the O plate, he says now, is.
While you're doing that, I can update.
Hang on.
Who's the name of the driver that was involved in this Minimax incident? Because I've been given information that he's okay.
Yeah, I saw him walking.
However, I need to know his name. What's his name, Will? Will's working out. Yes, who's missing? Yeah, I've been trying to do that, but I can't see
so the
everybody.
19th and the 20th
Yes.
is the broadcast days for the O plate. 19th and 20th of August, I think.
Okay, so it's
on the programme.
I've got it.
No, I've now second. Yeah, 19th and 20th. I second guessed myself then. And there'll be the usual suspects, plus of course KZs as well. KZ2.
Yeah, we've got KZs. Now, if you don't know what are KZs are gearbox carts. Basically, picture a Rotax Max cart with a more powerful engine and a 6-speed gearbox around Whilton Mill. That's a very busy
gear
lap.
shifting hand,
Yeah.
even though it's a sequential, so it's just up and down the box. Engine's fired up for the restart.
Right, I can inform everybody officially that Jensen Cox it is, who was involved in that incident, and he walked to the ambulance, and the full report is that he's fine. So that's all good.
Not unfortunately.
Yeah, thankfully, it's just his cart. We are up and running for the restart.
I don't know how long the race is going to be. 6 minutes, isn't it, after this time?
We'll find out soon. The clock's ticked into 5 minutes to go.
Just finish the O-plate thing. I think also the hundreds are going to be there as well. The plan
Formula 100, yeah.
That's certainly the plan at the beginning of the season.
Which is
House
kind of
100, yeah.
the House of 100, which is the historic TKMs, isn't it? The 100cc.
2005 and
something like that.
Yeah. Basically, it's smoky and smelly.
Yeah, well, they're a bit close to my heart because I raced in those years. So pre-95.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go then. Sonny Morgan once again leads them around. Will Ben Adrian get ahead this time? And Sonny Morgan will be clued up to what Ben Adrian's about, nipping his fuel pipe there to keep and I'm not sure what is going on there, but Sonny Morgan was waving a couple of carts through there into the first turn, already onto the back stretch towards Christmas, and the number 45 Eddie Stewart already into second. Down the inside has gone the number 83 Riley Thatcher there on Eddie Stewart. I'm not sure whether there was a coming together. They've sorted themselves out, and by the time they get to Ashby, now they're heading towards Parker. The leader's gone. Ben Adrian's checked out. This is the new registry to the series.
He does have new tyres, of course, being new registry, so he's got a little bit of an advantage.
Well, he has, but then pretty much I'm not sure what the reg is about wearing them in. So there's the 45 of Eddie Stewart just ahead of Sonny Morgan, and they're in what is third and fourth. So that's the battle for third and fourth right there. The two carts ahead, Ben Adrian, Kazari Vitarek it was who went down the inside. Now Vizarek's a championship protagonist. He won good finishes here, and he's in a good spot there, second place. Sonny Morgan down the inside of Eddie Stewart. He didn't really have the space to do that, did he?
Well, he wasn't given the space, that's for sure. He chopped across the bows.
Absolutely.
Managed to avoid ending up in where the old Christmas trees go, which is the bin, of course. Now trying the outside, sweeping round. It's still Stewart holding back Morgan as they come into the back straight. 45 from 27.
So we're already on lap 2. And there, round the outside, or down the inside, forcing Eddie Stewart wide was Sonny Morgan. So Sonny Morgan, down the inside at the boot, Eddie Stewart found himself with nowhere to go and was literally forced onto the grass. So with Ben Adrian leading last time by almost 2 seconds, they're already on lap 3. And he's gone, he's checked out. Sonny Morgan second. That's Sonny Morgan there chasing down the lead. And then in that lonely third place, I think that might be Riley Thatcher, because Eddie Stewart lost out massively there in that little incident there, and that little coming together with Sonny Morgan. Here they come again then, and are recovering. That's cart 119. Leo Basterfield moving up the order from the back of the field. Remember, he had that first corner collision before the restart and found himself at the back of the field. He's now been able to make his way back up the order. He's through and into 5th already. And Basterfield has run at the front of this field, remember, so he's in good stead there. He now chased down Riley Thatcher. So it's Ben Adrian, Xari Veserek, who took advantage of that coming together with Sonny Morgan and Eddie Stewart and moved through to second with just under 2 minutes remaining. Adrian leads, Viserek second, 2.5 seconds is the gap, Sonny Morgan third. Then we've got Thatcher, Basterfield, Daniel Haynes up to 6th, Eddie Stewart down to 7th, Seb Corking in 8th, Lucy Lovell 9th, and Ayrton Wright now in 10th place. Jensen Cox is fine after that incident, but is not taking any further part in this first heat for the Minimax class. And there is a battle beginning to develop behind Basterfield. So it's the number 119, Leo Basterfield there, just leading that group there. The white cart is Daniel Haynes. And then we've got the recovering Eddie Stewart trying to regain ground after that little off at the boot. It was at this point of the track here that Eddie found himself offline and on the slippery stuff. Basically found himself off the track. So that is a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th there that we are looking at. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Ben Adrian, Xauri Viserek and Sonny Morgan and Riley Thatcher, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They are in a bit of a lonely race between themselves. Leo Basterfield in that 5th spot and not coming under any threat, I've got to say, from Daniel Haynes or Eddie Stewart. And that's not far away from Eddie Stewart now with Seb Corking. So Seb Corking, who had that big off at Mansell, and he's a little bit battered and bruised with Seb. You'll notice he's now wearing a white helmet, young Seb. He's Sebastian Vettel tribute helmet is no more. It took a bit of a battering, but stand by for the new helmet livery unveiling for Seb Corking. That'll be coming soon. On towards Christmas then. And Riley Thatcher through Christmas corner, through the kink. And that right-hander there, Inkermans, down towards the right-hander at Ashby there, using all the curb on the exit. Little bit of a straight towards Parker, and then an even shorter straight towards Chapman. This is all important. Need to get the line into this section here. All important. That's Kazari Viserek being caught by Sonny Morgan for 2nd place there. So it's 7 laps completed. Ben Adrian, I've got to say, is well ahead of everyone else. 3.5 seconds to be precise. And with the last lap sign being illuminated, the drivers will know that. And that battle for 2nd heating up on this, the final lap. Ben Adrian well ahead. Can Viserek keep Sonny Morgan behind him? They're getting towards the final stages, and it'll be the checkered flag that flies very shortly for our leader, Ben Adrian, who will take the first win in Minimax, the first heat win in Minimax. Sonny Morgan having a look down the inside of Viserek, not quite coming off though, and finding himself washed out. And the checkered flag flies, and it's Ben Adrian who takes heat 1 for Minimax. Xari Viserek is in 2nd, Sonny Morgan 3rd, and then we've got Leo Basterfield ahead of Riley Thatcher there, right on the final lap there. So Basterfield through in 4th, Riley Thatcher 5th, Eddie Stewart finishes in 6th, gets ahead of Daniel Haynes. Seb Corking finishes in 8th place. Then we've got Lucy Lovell and the 10th place finisher, Ayrton Wright. 8 laps completed for this Minimax field. So heat 1 done. Ben Adrian, newcomer to the series, newcomer to the championship, starts in very fine style. He was very, very quick off the start, and Sonny Morgan will be making notes of that for the next heat out. We've got the 3rd heat for the Senior Rotax 162s coming next. Weather forecast for today, right now, it's bright and sunny with a few clouds beginning to develop. We have got rain forecast, and the forecast is from anything after 2 o'clock. I'm not really going to put my finger on it exactly when the rain's coming, Nick, because I'm not Michael Fish.
Are you not?
No,
and
there's only people of a certain age. Well, there's only people of a certain age who know who Michael Fish is.
There won't be a hurricane, so that's good news.
No, there's no hurricanes. And there's no cats allowed.
Groundsman's very particular about that, yeah.
Groundsman's very particular.
Come on, Seb, LRG team.
We're already underway. And we've got the third heat for the senior Rotax class out. Sam Elliott is on the pole position for this senior Rotax 162. Third heat, Archie Elliott is alongside. We've got Josh Morris and Kieran Gifford, who are sharing row 2. Kieran Gifford is indeed currently at half distance our championship leader in this class. Behind them, Pedro Oliveira, race winner in this class, alongside Braden Hill, likewise. And row 4, Jake Davis and James Wood. James on the Venator engine. In 8th place, we've got Rob Statham and Robbie Rigby on row 5. And then row 6, Alex Wannabe and Ollie Goodyear. We're already at the boot, Nick, so we're about to get underway.
Yep, here they come.
Into Oblivion, out of Oblivion and into Crook, and already heading to too wide. Wide. Everybody's in first. We sort ourselves out. I'm not even going to take a guess at who is where, because my eyes aren't good enough to see across to the infield. We're already into the right-hander at Ashby.
Probably at the back of the field. We've lost one of the carts at the back of the field.
Yeah, a few stragglers there, firing off. We're going to be sorted out by the time they get to us. We're still going 2 and 3 wide there, Nick, on the infield sections here. But it's the number 15 of Kieran Gifford, current championship leader, who's found his way to the front of the field. And behind them, I think that's Sam Elliott, is it? Oh, no, that's not Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford's in third. 44, that's Sam Elliott, who did start on the pole position. Finds himself now in 4th place. It's Archie Elliott on the 45. That's Archie Elliott there on the white and purple livery cart, who leads. Josh Morris on the yellow and blue cart in 2nd, championship leader 3rd, Kieran Gifford. Sam Elliott 4th, Braden Hill 5th, Pedro Oliveira 6th, Ollie Goodyear in 7th, 8th is Jake Dennis and Alex Wannabe 9th, with Luke Evans rounding off the top 10. So at the front of the field, Archie Elliott going off in fine form there. Has a look over his shoulder, just sees where Josh Morris is. Into the boot for the second time then, and it's the Lando Norris cart of Josh Morris there. We saw the distinctive yellow and blue livery of the Lando cart. Through that very, very fast section that we call Oblivion and Crook here. That starts the lap here at what Whilton Mill. Onto the infield, and if anything, Kieran Gifford now coming towards Josh Morris as the battle for second beginning to come together. As we get into lap number 3, that means the tyres are going to be coming up to pressure, etc. So Kieran Gifford using all of the track and more there at the final turn. Hello to Samantha in Cramlington, who's watching with her dad. But the question is, you two, where is Susan the cat? No Susan the cat there. I've
literally come back from doing something, and you said, "Where is Susan the cat?"
Well, it's a good question, Nick, and I want to know, where is Susan the cat? She can't possibly be still in bed.
Who is Susan the cat?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, well, okay. Well, don't ask you the questions about those sort of things. It's a weird life you lead.
Yes. You're running about a bit today, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Well, what we've got is Archie Elliott.
Remind me to always be here on a Saturday.
Yes, you need to be.
And it fixed it.
Yes, you have. I don't know what you've done, but I've kept talking. Archie Elliott there, who's leading. who had a very comfortable lead. It's less comfortable. Josh Morris is very uncomfortable with Kieran Gifford. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of Kieran Gifford, who's now down the inside, and he has to go around the outside. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there. I'm not quite sure how that will be looked at. I know they didn't come together, but it was very, very forceful, that. Very, very forceful driving from championship leader Kieran Gifford, who's found himself now in second place and chasing after Archie Elliott. Can he do it? There's plenty of time. We're not even at half distance yet. We're still a few seconds away from that half distance point, and there's the number 15 of Kieran Gifford.
Pedro Oliveira, who's in fifth, is a real mystery driver to me, because the first race we ever did at CYG, at Gig, for NKC round 1 2022, he was unbelievably good. He was better than everybody, and was very unlucky in the final with a breakdown, and he's never showed that form again.
Maybe Gleneagles is his own track or something.
Don't know. He has the kind of Brazilian.
We have got helmet, one track. We have got one track wonders. You know, so there's some local drivers. There's Steve. Name escapes me. He goes very well at Rowra. Was on the podium for one of our rounds this year. And he's only
sorry,
it is a lovely shot.
That was a lovely shot, Ash. Lovely shot, Ash.
Yeah, well done, Ash. That's beautiful. Kieran Gifford's going to love that. The Kieran Gifford fan club will love that. Through the boot. About half distance.
Lovely shots from Harry as well up the hill as well.
Number 3. I love Harry's shots there. He's really capturing Christmas corner there.
What's happening? The sun's come out. Everything's looking nicer for a moment.
Yes, they are.
I think it's looking more vibrant now. Colours are popping more. What do you think?
I think it's very colourful. I mean, Whilton Mill's one of those tracks that just looks like a great looking track, doesn't it?
Give Matt a call.
Lots of grass runoff. Looks like a proper race track, doesn't it? When you've got lovely grass runoff, and it's very, very technical and demanding. It's very, very hard to race on, as we see Kieran Gifford proving us completely wrong that it's not that hard to race on. And look who's coming back at him, but round the outside, and that's because he was able to keep faster momentum. Kieran Gifford, very, very forceful and firm driving. That's what we're seeing from Kieran Gifford. He didn't really give an inch there, and he saw an opportunity to go around but he stuck with it, didn't he? Even when Archie Elliott came back alongside, he knew he was going to be faster through Pitts Bend. And that's very brave, to be honest, Nick. You know all about Pitts Bend, don't you, mate?
Well, yes, and Elliott even more. Elliott was off in a different postcard at one point there, as he tried to get back on the track again. You can see why they've laid so much this runoff there on that corner at Whilton Mill. It must save them so many issues, not only for the owner-driver car that's here, but when they're running the rental cars. Do you think how many rental drivers would just be sitting in that wall causing a yellow flag?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
My guess is it wasn't the collect yet. They'd probably like to move it a few more metres to the left as it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, without the need for concern of track limits, you can put all of the kart over the white line and use the momentum that you've gathered. It makes the final turn here really, really fast, and it's a turn that if your kart's good and the weather's good, which it is today, you can just keep your foot planted, and the G-force that you feel on your neck there is phenomenal, because the kart's pretty much trying to throw you out. It's so quick through there. And didn't you get thrown out once?
I got thrown to the side and broke my rib, yes.
That's why I mentioned that.
We always mention Rowra, your first ever kart race. We mentioned here when I broke my rib doing my arts test.
Yes.
Apparently you can still pass the test you've broken your rib, that's fine.
The fact that you were doing your ARCS test whilst you broke your rib, that's the comedy gold.
And that's the reason why I never actually did a race after passing it.
We are inside the final minute then of this third heat for the senior Rotax class. This is the 162 kilogram category, the lighter of the senior Rotax classes. And Kieran Gifford, current championship leader, continues on his winning way.
2, 3 and 4 are kind of now. Gifford's got away. Elliott, Goodyear, Hill and Morris are kind of in a kind of equidistant train behind him, all about, I suppose, 10 metres distant. Oh, the battle now for 5 and 6 coming round the boot. Well, 6 and 7, there's two really fighting there, Ash. You'll get them underneath you in a second. Here they come. These two. So this is the battle on the coach, the 11 and the 88. That is Josh Morris and Charlie Walsh, with Pedro Oliveira just behind him having a think about it, coming up the straight.
Charlie Walsh for ST Racing in the yellow and blue kart, right on the tail of Josh Morris there on the Lando kart. Charlie on one of Nigel Horner's HRS engines, down the inside there in a very textbook move. We will push him out, And
and Oliveira gets both. Oliveira got them both there, I think.
Not
so
quite.
after I bigged him up before the race, he's obviously heard. He's been upset. He's going to put something special in, and he's got himself around.
Well, that had more to do with Charlie putting Josh Morris out across the curb and lose it. In so doing, he lost momentum.
Yeah.
And was susceptible to the cart behind him, which was Pedro Oliveira. So changes there, and now that's all settled. That looks like a completely different battle, doesn't it?
It was a different race entirely.
Yeah, completely.
So Oliveira in fifth now, and has a nice lead over Walsh. This is the final lap. They're the leaders. I think it's the leaders second, third, and fourth.
Yeah.
It's a lap. That must be a lap.
That's
car,
a lap down. Yeah, that car's a lap down. Let's find the leader.
There he is,
Kieran Gifford.
There he goes. There's actually second, third, and fourth are right together now.
Yeah, we've got a battle for second, third, and fourth. That's Ollie Goodyear, Archie Elliott, and Braden Hill coming together.
They're giving it some. The third and fourth certainly are thinking this isn't done down the back straight.
No, towards the boot. He's having to defend as that number 45 of Archie Elliott. Braden Hill all over him. Here comes
35
the leader.
Up the inside. He's going to get him on the last corner. And then this does it. 35 takes it on the end. So Braden Hill takes it in the last couple of corners.
Takes third, Nick. Yeah, using all of that runoff. Look at this, down the inside. That's a very, very brave move. And you know, look how far they are. Yeah, just kept his foot in, didn't he? You need cooperation from the other driver. Because if the other driver doesn't give you the room to do that, you're not going to do that, and that's going to end in tears. But very much Kieran Gifford, he won at round 2 at Rowra. He took 2 heats in the final at round 2, and he had a third-place podium finish at round 3 at Mansell. He had an absolutely torrid round 1 at Three Sisters, which we'll not mention at all. But Kieran Gifford continues to consolidate that championship lead going forward. Ollie Goodyear then took a very fine second and an even more fine a third right there on literally the final turn of the race was Braden Hill. Archie Elliott 4th, Pedro Oliveira 5th, Charlie Walsh for ST Racing 6th, Josh Morris 7th, Liam Deedman 8th, 9th was George Sanders, 10th was Ashton French. Then we've got Sam Elliott, Nathan Chafford, Jake Davis, Luke Evans, Matt Lewin, Robbie Rigby, Jody Fox, Ben Fichetti, Ben Harper, Ryan Mills, James Wood drops down to 21st. Not sure what happened to James exactly. Alex Jackson 22nd, Callum Farley, Henry Stratton, Jamie Hardy, Robbie Rathbone 26th, 27th Rob Statham. And then we've got Patrick Williams-Rahaj finishes 12th. We lost Alex Warnaby on lap 2 and we lost Adam Cerner at the start of this race.
No, good race. A bit of just some catching up on some of the comments. Our Japanese friend said, "My eyes are happy to see a great overtaking." There we are, and we did see a great overtaking. Aaron Knight, well done, Aaron Knight. Just S on its own. Says, well done, Aaron Knight. 333, great result for a novice. Cheering on Momentum Motorsport, says Motorsport Mad. Who Momentum obviously have a team here.
Oh, Momentum, yeah. I mean, Eddie Stewart runs with Momentum.
It's an RC car watching on our other channel, RC Racing TV, because obviously you should be on Casting Live TV now, to be honest. He says, oi, oi, boys. So obviously one of our RC fans getting a bit of a taste of karting action after our big RC weekend. We had live broadcasting from Portugal yesterday. And the reason I wasn't here yesterday, which I should have been, was I was commentating remotely. So I was in my front room being in Portugal. Well, I was in my study being in Portugal. So throw the comments in. We're happy to give you your shout-outs and everything else on the Karting Live TV YouTube page. Not really monitoring Facebook, so either YouTube page is just come on Karting Live TV for YouTube and tell us who you're supporting, tell us why, say nice things, and obviously if you've got any information, we used to had a spy in the cab. We told us we had to stop with wind noise. We got rid of. Apparently the wind noise stopped when I walked away from the microphone. Don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was. But I'm still disappointed that we've still got no Susan the cat. She's still not appeared. So where is Susan the cat, Tom?
Motorsport Mad says, I run with Momentum. That's why I'm cheering for them. Lol. So Motorsport Mad, you need to come away from your avatar name. Just tell us who you actually are. Because Joe will know, because Joe covers all the series. Knows all the series, don't you, Joe?
I know that Eddie Stewart runs with them. That might be his mum, Laura.
What, she runs with them?
No. It was, I've just seen Laura with a Momentum Motorsport T-shirt on.
Yeah.
So who are you?
Who are you, Motorsport Man?
Who are you behind your
Tell us.
YouTube pseudonym?
Yes.
We've got our junior Rotax out for their third heat, and we have got Mason Perrin, championship leader, starting on the pole position. Freddie Whirlock alongside. Archie Buttle, we know how quick Archie is, and he's gotten his 3 heats out the way. He's going to be able to rest up a little bit before this afternoon's final, because I think this is actually Archie's third heat. Will Swills is alongside on row 2. Row 3 is Alex Dole and Jasmine Taylor. And then we've got Jacob Bainham and Louis Rees on row 5. Row 5 is Luca Mulvaney and Melissa Adrian. Now Luca is running with LRG, and Luca's in his first season of any karting, not just national karting. He hasn't even got a season of club racing underneath him. And Luca doing very well, continues to improve, and he will start in 9th place.
Motorsport Mad is Jamie Salter.
Jamie Salter. That name rings a bell. Why does that name ring a bell?
Martin Webb says, good luck to Louis Ball. He's one of my Canadian Magpie Motorsport Canadian endurance drivers. Maple Motorsport, sorry. Maple make more sense than the Magpie being Canadian, wouldn't it, really? He's got 2 Canadian flags up. So
have you got your glasses on?
No.
There you go.
If you mention my glasses, I'm going to mention your XL T-shirts.
My what?
XL T-shirts.
3XL.
Who knows?
Which was too big.
I love the fact you tailored it in.
I did. I had to, mate.
I'm waiting for the bill.
I had the kids asking to come out in it.
Race about to start.
Yes, let's get on with this. And Mason Perrin's our pole position driver, and a very controlled grid here, showing very well indeed. And we get this race underway. Mason Perrin will lead through oblivion.
Surprised about that.
That's Mason Perrin in the lead there, into Crook. He'll be off up the hill. We've got a spinner there just at the back of the field. That's not going to be significant to the front of the field, though. And it was just on turn into Crook there. But the 88 being challenged from Mason Perrin. Freddie Worlock it was who led.
He got the lead, both in the reddish cars. But he last up until Christmas corner, coming into Ashby now. 1, 2 and 3, causing a little bit of a attempt to attack each other. But it looks like that Mason, now he has got the lead you're talking about, is just gapping slightly. The battle is second and third up the inside. Oh, beautiful move up the inside there.
Who is
on
that?
The Parker,
I can't see.
and that should be, is that Will Swales, the 15?
22?
No, it's a 22, you're right.
22. Where's the 22?
Who's the 22? That's weird.
Oh, it's Archie Buttle.
But how's he got there?
Archie Buttle isn't on there.
Oh, he must have missed out in the first.
Here we go. Let's see if it updates.
Yes, it does. He's going to second. He updated. There we are.
There it is. Well done. Great drive from both of these championship protagonists. Archie Buttle, who
he hit a wheel on the grass then.
Yeah, brilliant driving. He's not in contention for the championship, is young Archie, but he's certainly in contention for a very good points haul here at Whilton Mill. He's chasing the championship leader, Mason Perrin. We know how quick Mason is. He's been quite literally quite unbeatable, really. He won round 1, he won round 2, and then he was second at round 3. His dropped round is round 2, where he had a first, a second, a 21st and a first.
Wow. Okay.
That's his drop round so far.
That's looking quite good, really, isn't it?
Yeah. This was our, remember, Junior Rotax, our race of the weekend, wasn't it? At Mansell. And these youngsters certainly, you know what, it always astounds me, the racecraft that we see, the skill of these, 11 to 15 year olds, 12 to 15 year olds, up to 16 actually, before you need to move into seniors. And they really do know how to race. We've got a race on, no Nick. Look at that. Archie Buttle now right on the rear bumper of Mason Perrin, and down the inside into the first bit of the boot, the left-hander. And then Buttle, very comfortable indeed. And Mason Perrin, you know what was impressive there was Mason Perrin just didn't overreact. In fact, did he react at all? He knew he was beaten into the corner, and he's happy to sit there on the rear bumper of Archie Buttle. I say happy, they're absolutely on the limit, aren't they?
Yeah.
On the limit of braking there into the braking area for Christmas corner. Flicking that and just locking that rear axle up. It's a solid rear axle, only brakes on the rear on these karts, so it's very, very delicate left foot on the brakes, but you can lock the back axle and get the kart to pitch into the corner. And because of the solid rear axle, you need the rear end to rotate around and point in the direction it's travelling. If you're sliding and twisting that axle up on itself, you're losing power and you're losing momentum. I talk about momentum a lot, don't I?
You do. You're a momentous person, to be honest.
Well, momentum is key to everything. Freddie Worlock is the third place kart there, the red liveried kart, just behind Mason Perrin. I have a feeling here, we're 30 seconds away from half distance here in this 8-minute heat. 8 minute and 1 lap is the duration. And Mason Perrin hasn't dropped away from Archie Buttle.
just using the old watching brief, isn't he, to see what's
Yes, yes. I'm just wondering, is he playing a high-speed game of chess, as I call it? Just sort of being very casual. Archie Buttle, very, very quick driver, though. Not an easy driver to get past. And as I say that, the gap has gone out ever so slightly there. But it's not the sort of gap where you would consider, where you would sort of describe it as Mason Perrin dropping off.
Louis Rees has got a black and white flag.
In fourth place, Jasmine Taylor, quite lonely Jasmine in that fourth place. There's a gaggle of carts down the order from around the midfield. Melissa Adrian, currently on the number 100. She's in 8th, with James Rigby behind in 9th and George Kay in 10th. I need Wi-Fi. Here we go then. 6 laps completed. Archie Buttle, Mason Perrin, Freddie Waylock, they're your top 3. Jasmine Taylor, that lonely 4th place. Then we've got Will Swales, equally lonely in 5th. Then Levi Earl, Frank Ward, Melissa Adrian, James Rigby, that's the gaggle I was talking about. George Kay, Mitchell Mulvey, Jaden Hewitt, Louis Rees, Josh Withcombe, Taylor Dixon, Finlay Underwood, who went well in the first heat we saw him in. He's down in 16th.
Yeah, we're coming up and around and through the Ashby corner. Now down the back straight come our leaders. It's a little bit further ahead for Archie Buttle. Perrin, in many ways now, is absolutely equidistant between the second and third. So Freddie Waylock beginning to try and bridge that gap. He's got quite a long time to do it though, because he's got about 5 laps, I would say, for Waylock to kind of come up. These are the 2 reddish coloured carts coming towards Christmas Corner. And certainly at this point, Buttle's got himself a nice, comfortable lead, and I'd say it's more likely to be a change from second and third than first and second.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right about Jasmine. She literally could just read a book when she's on her own so much. You know, she's sitting there going, well, what do I do next?
Yeah, she is. She's got a huge gap ahead of her and a huge gap behind her. She's, 2.2 behind, 2.9
on that
ahead.
time, I don't think she's really going any slower than the guys ahead of her. But I think the problem is that she was that gap behind from a minute or so in. So
it's remained the same. Yeah, I mean, remember this is, people. You've got Mason Perrin there who seemed to be quite. He looked very calm when he got overtaken by Archie Buttle. He didn't need to move across them. He didn't need to make it hard. They're both very experienced youngsters on these Rotax Max carts. There was no need to squabble about it. And you kind of get the feeling that they are thinking the long game, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not thinking about, I don't need to win the heat. Archie Buttle, on the other hand, does need to win the heat. That's why Archie has gone off, and he's making great ground here because he needs to gain some championship points because he's had a bit of a mare and he's not in contention in the points haul.
Go around again. Buttle now. A minute or so to go, so they will get 3 more, I would think. 1, 2 and 3 across the line.
Yeah, just over a minute there remaining, so that's probably likely. So this has probably been the most processional junior Rotax
Ever.
race, certainly at the front, that we've seen in this season's Junction 6 NKC. Archie Buttle leading very comfortably from Mason Perrin. Then we've got Freddie Waylock in 3rd. Just over 2 seconds behind them is Jasmine Taylor in 4th, and then just under 3 seconds behind Jasmine, Will Swales in 5th. Levi Earl is the cart in 6th, with Mitchell Mulvey, Melissa Adrian, James Rigby and Frank Ward. That's your top 10. Will be about 15 seconds on the board, if not more, as they come through. Yeah, just under 20 actually. So it'll be 1 lap to go board next time by.
We're allowed to ask for our money back for this race.
Oh no, I mean,
supposed to be action, isn't there?
Come on,
first couple of laps are good.
All right, it might be a processional race. However, those drivers are absolutely on the edge. You just have to look at Archie Buttle braking for Christmas.
I'm talking purely from a commentary point of view.
Yes.
And this is why you never want to go through to any sort of race where you've had the grid decided by pre-qualification times.
Well, this is kind of what you get with time qualifying. I know there's a lot of debate, let's call it. Well, it is. It's actual debate over what's the best format. I'm happy with the mixed grids because I'm up here in the commentary box. So, last lap board it is then for Archie Buttle. He'll see that on the gantry just above his head there as he crossed the finish line. So he's out onto this Whilton Mill track.
got a contact warning for 31. That's Maxim Smith. So there's obviously quite a bit of watching down the field, where there is some bumping and boring towards the lower teams of the race. Maxim Smith, I think, was actually running in 17th. So you can see there's a big field. Front few are doing what they can do, but in the middle of the field there is bumping and boring, but not much action. And what has happened is Weirlock has finally got himself onto the tail of Mason Perrin, Joe. So that's taken 4 minutes. And now second and third are glued together. But Weirlock's got a lap to do it.
I think I've got a theory about that, from Mason. Checkered flag then. Checkered flag for Archie Buttle. Mason Perrin hangs on to second place. Tyre management. 2 sets of tyres for 6 races. What's the point of taking the energy out of the tyres there for Mason Perrin? I'm saying that. That's just purely a theory from what I saw there. As Freddie Weirlock came by, they were lapping pretty much as they have. And, 45.7 on the last lap there. 45.772 for Mason Perrin. 45.760. Literally just hundreds and thousands of a second in it. So beyond the top 3 of Buttle, Perrin and Weirlock, we've got Jasmine Taylor, who finished in 4th. Levi Earl was 5th. And we've got Will Swales. Will Swales. Mitchell Mulvey. See, it hasn't updated again, Nick. Mitchell Mulvey, it was in 6th. Will Swales 7th. Melissa Adrian 8th. Jaden Hewitt 9th. James Rigby 10th. And then 11th, Josh Withcombe. Louis Rees, Levi Goodyear, Taylor Dixon, Joel Bowden, Maxim Smith, 17th, Presley Walker, Finlay Underwood was 18th, Alex Dole, Luca Mulvaney drops to 20th, Jimmy Kirkbride, Dylan Mitchell, James Burgess, Jacob Bainham, George Kay, Archie Hardiman, Frank Ward, and we lost Frank Ward on lap 9, and we lost Rafi Celentano on lap number 2.
In the wonderful world of the comments and the chat, Michelle Courtney says, good luck to Dylan Mitchell, love Auntie Shell and Grandma.
Hi, Auntie Shell.
Leia Bell Racing says, good luck today to Adam Catling in juniors and Kasweri Vizicek in Minimax. Not an easy name for anyone to say.
Well, he came second in his first heat, so he's had a good start.
Anita Thomas says, big shout out to Jenny Thomas, who always watches her brother Alex from home. So there's a viewer shouting out another viewer.
All right.
Rather than Carter.
Right.
Chris Biles, good luck to Moya Nichols Biles. Keep moving on up, cuz. Love from us. Shout out to my Uncle Mark, too. So there we are. And Chris Biles, always watching from home. So that's the Biles team are watching from home.
That's quite a little fan base there we've got. Shouting out for people here at Whilton Mill. So we have got the senior TKMs already in the collecting area and ready to take part in what will be their first heat of the weekend. The TKMs have got 24 carts on their grid. What are you laughing at?
Paul's just been very rude to you.
Really? What's he said?
I can't say. He just said that your T-shirts come with tent poles.
All right, okay. Welcome to the Premier League. Thing is, for Paul, our producer, no one can hear him. Whereas I can. Right then, Leo, they've just left in a pall of 2-stroke smoke. Just breathe that in, everybody. That's why we come. That's why we're here. That is why we're here.
No one needs a Whilton Mill you, Les, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Leo Crabtree then, on the pole position on the number 44. Matt Slate alongside. Then we've got Gordon Smith and Matt Cardwell on row 2. Row 3 is Ryan Layton and Ben Watson. Ben Watson you will hear from in our paddock walk. He's currently 4th in the championship. He's on row 3. Row 4 is James Hull and Chris Whiteside, and then row 5 Matthew Temple Purcell and Adam Crofts Davies sharing that one. Keep an eye out for the back of this 24 car grid. Mitchell Ball is 24th.
Oh, right.
Charlie King is
there's a guy stopped there in the
boot.
Back of the boot. Yeah, 85 I think it was. It is an 85. Might be 84. I think they're going to go round again. No, they're getting slow down. They normally like to do 2 laps in TKM, but not this time, and they are away. And it was the 65 car who had the problem at the start, before they even started. Matthew Temple.
Remarkably, Nick, everybody gets away cleanly because we had a right old kerfuffle in the middle of the pack there, and there were sometimes 3 wide as they went off towards oblivion. It's Leo Crabtree, though, who leads the field through Christmas already onto the infield there at Inkerman's. Now into Ashby, the right-hander, using all that curb as we've seen is the norm. And then a string of karts just sort of filing out there. No side-by-side racing, certainly at the front 10. As we are on to that little back stretch towards the final section of track here at Whilton Mill. And it's the 44 from the 15 of Gordon Smith, who's up from the second row. And now they come together nose to tail. One lap completed then. Crabtree leads, Gordon Smith it is in second, Ben Watson fourth in the championship is third. Then we've got Matt Slate, Matt Cardwell fifth, Chris Whiteside sixth. Moving up the order from the very back of the 24-kart field is Mitchell Ball up to 13th. Equally so, Charlie King currently leading the championship, and we also speak to Charlie in the paddock show. Charlie moving up to 12th. They've both started at the very back. Louis Bevan, who started in the midfield in 16th, Louis Bevan has dropped to 21st. Now Louis is second in the championship behind Charlie King.
Yeah, there was another one of those kerfuffles in Ashby on the first lap where a few people kind of get inside and some try to go wide, and there was a bit of an issue there. So that's probably what caused Bevan to drop down so many positions, the current reigning champion, hence the reason he's got the number 1 plate. Out the front, 44, 15, 95, it's Leo Crabtree, Gordon Smith and Ben Watson, and certainly Smith looked closer to Crabtree last time as they came climbing up the hill. Crabtree's still a little bit worried, looking over his shoulder, but he's got enough to comfortably take the corner in the line he wants to. They then plunge down the hill again towards Ashby before you have that big runoff, and then you have that little short straight before you go Parker and Chapman. Now
that third place cart there of Ben Watson, you'll find it. Look out for the paddock show in the lunch break. It's well worth listening to because he is on an ARC cart, which is a very small kart manufacturer. Dave Klassen is the guy who's behind the ARC, and he's running Ben and also championship leader Charlie King. Charlie King, however, is on a Birrell. Ben Watson's on the ARC. That's manufactured by Dave Klassen. And Dave gives us a great insight as to what goes into the manufacture of a kart. And that kart there proving to be as quick of the more sort of, what should we call them? The
established brands.
Established brands, yes. Like your Tony karts, like your Birrells, like your Lando Norris karts, like your Leclercs. And currently TKM once again delivering some great racing, because here we are, Crabtree, Smith and Watson nose to tail, and the racing is not over. We're a minute away from half distance, and I get a feeling, Nick, that this one's just waiting to develop into something.
Yeah, I mean the top three are nose to tail, as you say, so there's a good chance that something will happen. Then you've got the second three are slightly gapped, but certainly at the front here it's the sleek grey 95 of Ben Watson that is now right on the tail of Gordon Smith. More likely to go that way than the other way. So come moving down to Ashby.
And yes, we saw a move there. Ben Watson it was. He's been waiting, hasn't he? He's just been keeping a tab on Gordon Smith, just watching his move, and he's kind of made some notes. He's addressed the notebook and made the move. He's up to second now. Can the 95 there, the black and white kart, the leader there on the blue, white and yellow livery, number 44 of Leo Crabtree. He's leading, but Ben Watson will very, very shortly be tapping on the door of that lead kart. He looks over his shoulder, does Leo. He sees it's Watson. Very sinister black helmet from Ben. Black kart suit, black race suit, black helmet, black and white livery kart. Down the inside at Ashby again. That's where he took that second place, and this time it's the lead. And that's kind of left Crabtree a little bit out to dry there, as Gordon Smith tried to take the opportunity of getting by Crabtree as well. But right now it's Ben Watson who's ahead and into the lead. They're on lap 6 here, into the boot for the 6th time then. Out of the boot, just letting the kart run all the way across the curbing at the exit of Pitts Bend. Into oblivion, out of crook there, using the curb again. And you know what? Crabtree's not dropping back, is he? So Watson, Crabtree and Smith, there are three leaders. It's the first of our TKM heats. The first of 3 heats for this class. and Ben Watson currently 4th in the championship. This is a good points haul for Ben. Meanwhile, Mitchell Ball and Charlie King are moving up the order. Charlie King 7th, Mitchell Ball 8th, Louis Bevan recovering, getting ahead of Callan Lamont. Now, Callan Lamont is one of the, I think it's Callan or Callan.
Who?
Or Lamont or Lamont. Callan down to 18th, and usually Callan is one of the front runners in this class. But he couldn't keep Louis Bevan behind. And with just over 2 minutes remaining, it'll be under 2 minutes by the time they get round to the start-finish. We've got Crabtree coming back at Ben Watson, if anything, through Ashby, all the way across the curb there. It's like a football pitch wide, isn't it? Into Chapman now, that left-hander there, that's called Chapman. Through a little right-hand King, onto the back straight there towards, just in front of us. And then into the boot. All-important right-hander. Because this next section, foot flat out, keep your foot flat through the right-hander at the pits bend, using all the curb on the outside. 8 laps completed. Oh, this is not over, is it, Nick?
Oh, it's going to come and pops out, and there he is. Leo Crabtree's been stalking Watson for the last couple of laps, and he pops in and takes the lead. So this is going to look good for his paddock show, isn't it, if he wins a race?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but Ben Watson now in second there, as Crabtree has waited long enough, he thinks, and has got that position back. That's interesting. Got that position back indeed, and there he comes back at him. Ben Watson comes back at him. He would show having lost the lead on the lap chart. There's 50 seconds remaining as they cross the line. It's touch and go whether they'll see the last lap board next time by. It really is coming down to that. We've possibly got one more lap to go.
Certainly.
Not over though, Nick.
Yeah,
not over by any
not
shot.
letting that one go at all, is he? Sweeps now through the Parker and Chapman complex and onto the back straight. I mean, Gordon Smith kind of got a watching brief there to think about perhaps I can pick up the piece these two come together. The 44 of Crabtree seems quite happy at the moment just to follow the Watson car. Now, into Watson, he's got a much more reclined seating position. He's very laid back in the machine itself as he powers over his final lap. Just got the last lap board by a second.
Here they come then, up towards Christmas. Whoa. Ben Watson having to defend Crabtree to the outside. Can he do the switchback? He cannot. There's not enough room because of that kink there. Into Inkermans, over the curb, down towards Ashby. This is Ben Watson's favourite overtaking spot and he knows it. So he defends. Short straight to Parker, through the left-hander of Parker, then down towards the left-hander of Chapman. We're getting towards the final stages of this first heat for our senior TKM class. Into the boot then. And Crabtree just dropping off the tail of Ben Watson as he comes through Pitts Bend to be greeted by the sight of the checkered flag. I'd be happy to see that. And the ARC takes the first heat win in TKM. And that 4th place championship position's consolidated and if not improved on, as he's finished ahead of Louis Bevan, Mitchell Ball and Charlie King as Ben Watson. So Crabtree takes second, Crabtree 6th in the championship. Charlie King, though, what a drive from Charlie King. We completely missed that with that battle going on at the front, but Charlie King, fabulous drive from Charlie, and takes 3rd place. Matt Cardwell 4th. Mitchell Ball, an equally fabulous drive from the back of the grid to 5th place for Mitchell Ball. It was Joseph Booth and Joseph Phillips in 6th and 7th. James Hull and Matthew Horton were 8th and 9th. 10th was Will Cregeen. Alexander Lehman was 11th. Louis Bevan up to 12th. Callan Lamont 13th. Ryan Layton, Matthew Temple, Purcell, Daniel Hemmings, Jason Lovett, Gordon Smith, Monty Nicholas Biles, Adam Crofts Davies, James King 21st. Chris Whiteside was 22nd. We lost Matt Slate on lap 8 and we lost Steve King on lap 7. So that is the first heat for senior TKM. next out is our third heat for the 177 class. And a cart that should be starting on the 13th spot is not going to be starting. Jonathan Harrison has pulled out of today because he's damaged his ribs. So the number 97 will not take its 13th spot as he's got damaged ribs. You know all about that, don't you, Nick? I don't know why it's not picking anything up, to be honest. So we are continuing on through the day. We've still got plenty of racing to go before we get to our lunch break. In fact, I'm gonna count up 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 more 8-minute heats before our half-hour lunch break. So next out then, Rotax 177s. They're in the collecting area. We're about to go ahead with them. It's going to be Stephen Loggin, who's on the pole position. Jamie Dizra is on the front row with him. Darren Edwards is third with Josh Gollin alongside in fourth. Then we've got row 3, Richard Evans and Alex Jones. Then we've got Ben Johnson and Adrian Smith in 8th place on row 4. Row 5 is Mark Gilly and Alan Cook. Then we've got row 6, Tyler Fossey in Aidan Hammond. We've got a gap on 13th because we've lost Jonathan Harrison with damaged ribs. Dan Fleckney's alongside in 14th. Just looking down the order, Paul Moran is starting in 23rd. Hello to Helen, who should be watching and listening at home. And Scott Clee is the driver to look out for on this one. Scott is, of course, one of the main protagonists in the championship of this 177 championship. He's currently second to Harry Wainwright. Harry, remember, on a different chassis today, having took some damage on his original. So Harry not out in this one, I don't think. Can't quite see him down the order. We're out on the track, though. We've released them. They are already heading very quickly towards the boot. We've got a cart that's pointing not the way he should, and I'm not sure even how that happened. But he came out of the kink, out of Chapman, and ended up pointing the wrong way. Anyway, Jimmy Dizrat, who's leading the field round. It's Stephen Loggin on the pole position, though. So the blue and yellow Lando cart, it's the number 28, the red cart, that's on the pole position. And a very, very slow pace being held by this front row. And a very slow pace heading towards the start-finish line, which is probably how we would like it done. And it's a really well-ordered grid. We get the get-go, and everybody fans out, and it looks complete chaos as they head towards oblivion. And on towards Christmas Corner. Into Christmas and out of Christmas. It's Jamie Dizra. I'm going to pronounce that as Zyra, actually. I think that's a silent D. So Jamie Zyra. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Come and tell me how to pronounce that name. Jamie it is. Jamie Zyra at the head of the field. Stephen Loggin having to drop in behind and just look at Zyra. He's disappeared. Loggin, though, he's got Darren Edwards. Oh, he's got the number 20. What is that? 27? It's going to all come clear to me now as they cross the line. Zyra leads, Loggin second. It's Josh Gollin on the 27 in third. And then we've got Richard Evans, Alex Jones, Mark Gilly sixth, Harrison Crook seventh, Tyler Fossey, Darren Edwards, and rounding off the top 10, Ryla Taylor Truman. But this race, certainly with the lead, regarding the lead, everything to play for, is very much the property of Jamie Zyra, who's just left Stephen Loggin behind. Place change there as Alex Jones goes ahead of Stephen Loggin, it seems. 3 wide. Loggin being swamped here the less experienced driver being swamped, and this is what mixed grid racing does. You've got very, very fast drivers starting in the midfield and the back. I think Loggin's actually got a problem. Loggin there was going very slowly out onto the straight towards Christmas, and I think he might have a problem unless he's picked up speed, unless he's letting those fast drivers through. He knows his place. Seems to be going all right now. He's picked up speed. So here we go, onto the infield towards the boot. And this beginning to get a little bit serious there for what is 4th and 5th places there. That's who we're looking at now. Alex Jones, Harrison Crook. The 78 leads the 72 across the line. Zyra leads, Golin second, Richard Evans third. Then we've got Alex Jones, Harrison Crook, Mark Gilley. And a move from Harrison Crook on Alex Jones. I think he's made that stick as they head towards Ashby. The downhill right-hander using all of that exit curb, the momentum carrying you across all of that exit curb. And now look at that. That's how much he was being held up. The 72 of Harrison Crook has just left Alex Jones behind and heads off after Richard Evans, the number 4. 4th in the championship, 4th in the NKC 2022 championship was Richard Evans. He's currently 3rd. Can Evans catch Golin in 2nd? They're quite lonely up at the front. Zyra pulls out a gap of about 3.5 seconds. Then we've got another second to Richard Evans from Josh Golin. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd looking a bit spaced out. Behind them though, that's where the race is still developing. So coming up to half distance, Mark Gilley on the 118 on the Lando. Or is that Scott Clee? Sorry, it is Scott Clee. We're dancing around a bit. That's the 65 of Ryan Taylor-Truman now lining up to have a go at Alex Jones. Alex dropping off the tail of Harrison Crook, who's left them. And down the inside, Ryan Taylor-Truman down the inside at Parker. He'll consolidate that move through Chapman and on towards the boot. And they are lining up. It is Scott Clee down the inside on the Lando. Scott Clee inside of Alex Jones there. And continues on, chasing down Ryan Taylor-Truman. Next up is the number 7 of Alex Thomas. He's right on the tail of Alex Jones. As we come through and up that uphill stretch, it really is, it gets steeper as you get to the apex. You turn across the apex and you start plunging downhill pretty much immediately. Into Ashby. Scott Clee right on the rear bumper there. This is the battle for 5th and 6th place there. That's what you're watching there. We're inside 3 minutes remaining in this 8-minute and 1-lap heat. This is round number 4 of the Junction 6 NKC at Whilton Mill. And we are into the 3rd running, the 3rd heat for the Rotax 177 class. And Scott Clee, his progress has been stifled somewhat. He's gotten onto the back of Ryan Taylor-Truman. That's him on the white cart there, the one with the white nose. And then you've got the blue and yellow cart of Scott Clee right with him. That's a Lando Norris cart, the Formula 1 driver, McLaren Formula 1 driver, manufacturing his own kart brand. As does Charles Leclerc at the moment. We have had Alonso's in the past, we've had Ricardo's in the past, and Scott Clee down into the left-hand part of the boot, now into the right, and Scott Clee's made that stick in very clean fashion. Ryan Taylor-Truman stays with him. He's on a Tony by the look of the livery. So it's Lando kart versus the Tony kart out onto the back stretch there. We're inside the final 90 minutes of this heat. Jamie Zyra still leading this heat from Joshua Golin. Harrison Crook still 3rd. Richard Evans 4th. And now that's the battle for 5th and 6th. Scott Clee now ahead of Ryan Taylor-Truman, with Alex Thomas, Alex Jones and Alfie Williams, along with Oliver Smith, rounding off that top 10. So Scott Clee, having cleared Ryan Taylor-Truman, has pulled out a bit of a gap. I think that's the deal is done there. And the Clee, who currently lying second in the championship behind Harry Wainwright. We're inside the final 30 seconds, so it's touch and go whether the leader, Jamie Zyra, the 95 crosses the line with only 16 seconds on the clock, so it will be 2 more laps for Jamie. Gordon comes through, gap out to 4.4 seconds. And that's settled now. So we'll perhaps pick up the leader now in a moment, as we've had a pretty dominant run here in the third heat for 177s. We're looking for the 95 of Jamie Zyra. He's on the Lando card, just coming into the boot now, very soon into the final turn. That's him there. So he will see the last lap board this time by. He's on his Dan Holland Racing overalls, is Jamie. And on to his final lap of this third heat. Up towards Christmas Corner. He's still pushing on, look at that. He's still putting his head down to reduce the airflow. He's a tall driver, is Jamie. Still absolutely on the limit though. And coming through Ashby for the final time then. Certainly for this heat. Into the left-hander at Chapman. Named after Gary Chapman, of course, the British karting, legend, quite frankly. And then into the boot for the final time then. So taking a very fine heat win will be Jamie Zyra. And then just behind him, just under 5 seconds, is the number 27 of Joshua Gollin. Harrison Crook finishes third. Richard Evans right in his tail there in fourth. Scott Clee comes through, not that far behind in fifth. Ryan Taylor-Truman sixth. Alex Thomas it was in seventh. Then we've got Alfie Williams, Oliver Smith, and it's Alex Jones who rounds off the top 10. Cole Edwards 11th, Dan Fleckney, Tyler Fossey, Nick Skelton, Mike Edwards 15th, Gary Cox, Brendan Smith, Adrian Smith, Brian McCready, Aidan Hammond, Billy Clark it was in 21st. 22nd was Paul Moran. Stephen Logan drops right down to 23rd. He knew what he was doing, didn't he? Steve Stewart 24th, Darren Edwards, Mark Gilly, and then we've got Mark Gilly, Matt Ogden we lost on lap 9 actually, and Alan Cook went out on lap number 3. So we are indeed moving swiftly on. We've got another senior Rotax heat for you coming next. It's the 4th heat for the senior Rotax class. It's the 162 class though. They've been out. This will be their 4th time we've seen them this weekend. And we've got a grid to have a look at for you in a moment. They're already in the collecting area. We've got one cart. It's called a straggler, I suppose. Just making his way in. Got a grid of 28 carts. Going to take part of this in this 4th heat. Jensen Watts, who has gone very well, certainly in round 3 at Mansell, and is going very well here this weekend. He's starting in 27th. Finley Watson is another driver to keep an eye on, because he's second in the championship. He's starting in 26th. Sam Wyatt, our current junior champion, having moved up to seniors this season. Sam starting in 23rd. And then other carts starting down the order to look out for. Marcus King, the novice driver with LRG, Louis Large's team. Marcus King in his first national series, his first year of karting as well, and he's proving to be very, very promising. A very promising young driver is Marcus, and he's been going very, very well. Had some great finishes. He's going to start from pole position. He's on the red, white and gold livery kart that you'll see coming into your picture. Reese Pope is alongside. We've got Phil Howarth, our current 177 NKC champion. He's now in 162. He starts alongside the master, the old master, Paul Azan, former Super 1 British champion, is number 5, 5th in this championship last year. He's starting on row 2 alongside Phil. So 2 champions really starting there. Row 3 is Jodie Fox and Bobby Rosier. Then we've got Ollie Goodyear and Aidan Pomeroy. Grizzly Davis and Kyle Dunford are the karts that round off the top 10, and Adam Rogers and James Wood just starting on the row behind them. Behind them we've got Max Martin and Harry Barker. Row 8 is Andy Ambrose and Hayden Phillips. Then we've got Scott Lowther and Ben Fakini, Matthew Lambert, Ollie Varney, Braden Hill, Tommy Lee Davis, Sam Wyatt, who were mentioned, Toby Case, Chris Harris, Finley Watson and Jensen Watson, Louis Ball, rounding off what is a 28 kart field. So nicely ordered. Marcus doing a very, very fine job in bringing the karts round in great order. They look very, very ordered indeed, and we should get this underway. Indeed we do. The lights go out, and it's a very even grid moving through Oblivion for the first time. And Marcus King it is who will lead, and it's side by side, and that's Philip Howarth. Is that Philip Howarth? Yes, it is. The 177 champion. You've got to be get up very early in the morning to get one over on Phil Howarth, and he knew just how to get momentum out of Crook. And before we even got to Christmas, he was alongside and into the lead and ahead of the novice driver Marcus King, who down the inside on Marcus has gone. I think that was Paul Ozan, is it? Not quite sure of the number. We'll get a look at that as they come through the boot now. That's the number 49 of Bobby Rosier. And here's Howarth on an unfamiliar red, white and black race suit, who will lead. Bobby Rosier it was in second, Reese Pope third, Marcus King fourth. There's Paul Ozan now in fifth. Then we've got Ollie Goodyear, Aidan Pomeroy, Cal Dunford, James Wood up to ninth. Aidan Phillips rounds off the top 10. We've got lots of racing going on all the way down this 162 Rotax field. It's going to be very hard. Philip Howarth, wave bye-bye, he's checked out. Second place, Bobby Rosier. Behind Bobby Rosier there, in the red and white helmet, we've got Reese Pope and Marcus King. Marcus doing a great job hanging on to these more experienced drivers ahead of him. In that orange kart is the number 73 of Ollie Goodyear, who's gotten ahead of Paul Ozan there. Paul Ozan's on the blue and white kart there, just coming into the picture. That's Paul's back there in the white. The orange shouldered overalls is Kyle Dunford. And already we've got Philip Howarth into Christmas corner. Battle for third going on as Marcus King. He's not happy with that fourth place, but he's going to be coming under immense pressure now from Ollie Goodyear. Behind Goodyear, or is that Paul Ozan now on the back of Marcus King? I think it is. So number 12, I'm over here, and James Wood about to be given a warning flag for something. And that's Marcus King now on the tail of the number 66, Carl Dunford. So Marcus King dropping down the order. He's on one of Nigel Horner's engines, HRS engines. From what I can see on the flap of the air restrictor on the radiator. Battle for first though, beginning to come to the fore. Philip Howarth leading, and has done out of Crook and towards Christmas. Now has got Bobby Rosier right on his tail. So we know just how wily Phil Howarth is. He was under immense pressure to win the championship last year. Pretty much the whole season long battle between himself and Louis Large. So we know how cool headed Phil can be. A lot of experience as well. Former British Championship runner. I think he came 6th in the British Championship in, I think he said 2018, I might be wrong. But very much a textbook video here on how to drive and maintain your line whilst under pressure from Bobby Rosier. And it doesn't look, to me, it doesn't look as though it's going to be very long before Rosier has a go, and indeed he does. Down the inside of Chapman. It's a very tricky place to overtake there. And will Howarth settle for what will be currently second place for him out of the boot now and across the line. And if anything, Bobby Rosier looking like he's got a bit of a cushion. 5 laps completed. And now into Christmas, these two drivers right on the giddy edge. Half distance completed then as we head towards the infield section of Ashby's. Out of Ashby's all the way across the curb. Behind these two, Rosier and Howarth, we've got Reece Pope, Ollie Goodyear, and Ollie Goodyear now with Paul Ozan right on his tail there, just behind these two. And it looks, if anything, as though Paul Ozan, former Super 1 British champion, just in the foreground as they come underneath us, Paul. That's them there. That's the white shoulders of the overalls of Paul Ozan. And now we've got them in our picture as they come up the hill. So these two, oh, and look at that. It's a battle. Not just it's a battle with Reece Pope, if anything. So Reece Pope, Ollie Goodyear and Paul Ozan now coming together. And Paul Ozan looking for an opportunity there. As Ollie Goodyear comes onto the rear bumper of Reece Pope, it's going to be a battle to the flag. We're inside 3 minutes now. And who's that behind Ozan? Kyle Dunford. If these two continue, and across the line, Ollie Goodyear across the line. Off the track has gone Dunford, I think. That's the 73 of Goodyear, who stays ahead of Ozan. Looked like he lost out there, but the biggest loser out was Reece Pope. He's dropped back behind these two now. We saw that coming. And it was Kyle Dunford who we saw on the grass. They're getting it all wrong. And he's dropped down to weights now behind Marcus King, who's now 7th. Adam Rogers is 6th. 5th is Reece Pope. 4th, Paul Ozan. Ollie Goodyear 3rd. Philip Howarth now 2nd. And Bobby Rosier is our leader. But we'll stay with this one, as this is a battle for 3rd place now. The orange cart there, the number 73, is Ollie Goodyear. Behind them, the predominantly white and blue cart of, a bit of yellow in there as well, of Paul Ozan. Gould Racing, of course, is Paul's company. He currently runs himself and Gia Leverton in the junior class. And the number 5 there, 5th in the championship last year, of course. And also running in the subclass, the Masters subclass in the 162s. Ollie Goodyear will be fully aware he's got Paul Ozan right behind him and in a challenging position. We are now inside of 90 seconds remaining, so time ticking by for any kind of move to come off for these. And if anything, Goodyear pulling out a bit of a cushion, giving himself a bit of a breather. As they come through the boot then, it'll be 9 laps completed this time by. So it's Rosier leading, Howarth in 2nd. Then Ollie Goodyear, Paul Ozan, Reece Pope. Howarth not allowing the leader Rosier to get too far away, and if anything, he's glued to his bumper in the same way that Ozan is as well. So that is our leader Rosier just coming into Parker now, into Chapman. But behind them, just coming into Chapman now, is that battle for 3rd and 4th. Here they come. Looking over his shoulder, seeing where Ozan is. Ozan pulls alongside, backs out, sensibly backs out there, the experienced hand there. I think he found himself with a lot of momentum, did Paul, and had no choice but to pull alongside. But discretion being the better part of valour in Paul's experience. He slotted back, he's happy with that 4th place for now. Still got time though. It's going to be the last lap board this time by for the leader, Bobby Rosier. As they come through Chapman. And head on towards the boot. Goodyear, he's got a cushion. Bigger than the last lap for sure. As the leader comes through underneath us to take the last lap board. this battle for third place. Behind them, we've got Rhys Pope and Adam Rogers battling for fourth and fifth as well. Through oblivion for the final time then. Phil Howarth has dropped back 2.6 seconds. Perhaps a little bit of tyre management. Battles for fourth and fifth, battles for third and fourth. Into Ashby for the final time. Ollie Goodyear, he's accrued himself a nice little cushion there. That's going to stop the advances of that number 5 of Paul Ozan as they come through along the back straight there towards the boot, through the left-hander and then immediately into the right. The checkered flag flies for Bobby Rosie, who looks back to see where Philip Howarth is. He's not there. And as Howarth comes through in second, there's third and fourth, Ollie Goodyear, Paul Ozan. There's fourth and fifth, Rhys Pope, Adam Rogers, Cal Dunford and Jensen Watts. Jensen Watts, what a drive. Jensen Watts from 27th to 8th at the flag there. Marcus King hangs on very, very well indeed, the young man. It's his first season of karting, remember. Marcus King on the number 26 finishes in 9th. Then we've got Ollie Varney rounding off the top 10. Behind them, Matthew Lambert and James Wood. Harry Barker, Hayden Phillips, Finlay Watson finishes 15th. Lewis Ball, 16th. Aidan Pomeroy in 17th. Then we've got Christopher Harris, Tommy Lee Davis, Ben Ficini, Sam Wyatt 21st, Grace Lee Davis, Andy Ambrose finishes 23rd. And then we have Braden Hill, who finished a lap down. Toby Case, a lap down on 11 laps. And then we lost Max Martin on lap 8. And Scott Lowther was the driver who we lost at the very beginning. So whizzing through the programme here at Whilton Mill for the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC Round 4. Out next will be the 4th heat for Junior Rotax. We've got the grid in front of us. Just reappraise ourselves of the championship position for the juniors. It's Mason Perrin, of course. Billy Edgecombe, who's sunning himself. I think Nick said he was in Spain. I think is where he said he was. Billy Edgecombe in Spain, Nick, did you say? Yes, he is. Well, where would you rather be? In Spain or here at Whilton Mill for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC? Don't answer that, Nick. Answers on a postcard.
I'd like to be here because I'm going to Spain later in the year.
Yes, we'd all like to be here. But Billy is second in the championship, actually, on 464 points coming into this round. Mason Perrin ahead of him. Still all to play for, of course. As we get the get-go then, Josh Withcombe will be our pole driver. Alex Timmins alongside. Archie Hardiman and Callum Scrivens are on row 2. Row 3 is Jay Leverton, who is on the gold cart as teammate to Paul Ozano, we've just seen out. Frank Waters on the treble 6 numbered entry in 6th. Row 4 is James Rigby and Jamie Kirkbride. Luke Sawyers and Tom Holden round off the top 10 on row 6. In 11th and 12th is Ellis Warlock and Luca Mulvaney. And then we've got Ollie Morris, Freddie Worlock, Vlad Tomanchuk, James Burgess, Jasmine Till, Alex Fraser in 18th. On row 9, row 10 is Nicholas Ellis and Jacob Bainham. They've got Rafi Celentano and Lewin Hughes, Reese Green, Will Swales, Ellie Anderson, Adam Catling. And then rounding off the 28-card field is Billy Vogt and Freddie Moore. So very much all to play for, Nick, as they say. Mm-hmm. Are you back?
I'm back for a bit. Sorry about that. As always, as you know, I often have to run around and press buttons and turn things around. And that
I thought you looked great running around pressing buttons, by the way. I did think you looked fantastic.
Billy Edgecombe says he's back. What have I missed? Jenny Thomas says, thanks, Mum. I'll be there soon when the van is fixed.
Here we go, though. We're racing in Junior Rotax. And getting dare I say it, through Oblivion and through Crook and on the hill on the rise towards Christmas Corner. Fabulous racing, and already the number 73 of Joshua Whitcomb, who has taken advantage of that poor position and pulls out a very slight lead indeed. That's not going to last long though. Look at all of those carts behind. We've got two wide action into the left-hander at Parker, now into the left-hander at Chapman, and we've got two wide racing for second as Alex Timmins has to shake off the advances of Callum Scrivens. Callum Scrivens on the 133 there. The number 18 is Alex Timmins. And these two absolutely squabbling. Oh, and that's somebody's exhaust. That doesn't sound right. He'll be black flagged. Just heard a different exhaust note coming back below underneath us. Look at that. Joshua Whitcomb, I should say, is out and gone in the lead.
Yeah, you wanted Josh Whitcomb, don't you?
I did.
Because of the comedian, yeah.
Yes, of course.
But
Yes,
Joshua
I listened to their podcast. That's
you're a big fan. You were advertising it to my wife yesterday.
Yeah, I was.
Amongst other things you shouldn't have said.
We'll not say any more of that.
Alex Timmins, Callum Scrivens, Frank Ward, Tom Holden, Archie Hardman went down the line, but there's been something I have noticed. I think that we've had some very sensible first laps here today.
We've had some great driving. You know what? We had some very questionable driving standards that became a bit of a debate, and it's not just down to the Junction 6 NKC. I think that's across karting, across all series, British Championship, UKC, club karting. Driving standards have been getting worse and worse, and I'm not sure why. However, the NKC organisers have addressed that with more observers out on the track, more stewards out on the track, more officials, some penalties being issued, quite literally left, right and centre. And to be honest, I thought the third round of the Junction 6 NKC went very well at Mansell. The driving standards improved. We did still have incidents, of course, and some questionable stuff. However, overall, as we've got to move down the inside, that's the number 87, Tom Holden. The red and black cart moves down the inside of Callum Scrivens, the number 133 Lando cart. And that's Tom Holden up and into third place. Yeah. I think the driving standards, fingers crossed, touch wood and all that, have been very good so far, Nick, but it's very early in the day. Let's not be too complacent.
As you probably know, I haven't been speaking much on this broadcast stuff, not because it isn't. Obviously, Joe's fantastic. It's more because I've been running around doing the thing I always do, the running around thing I always do at the beginning of a broadcast. But I've been out on the track a couple of times. I've been noticing there's not really been a lot of panic. Between the first couple of heats, we saw people going off at turn one, but no harm, no foul, got going again. And everyone seems to decide to pace themselves over those 8 minutes. And we've seen a lot more, I think, towards the back end of the race action. People have kind of got the measure. Now, this is going to be a middle of the race because after being overtaken, Scrivens is not happy that Holden's got ahead of him, home around the boot, and he's now looking to try and see if he can possibly take the place back. Though he's probably not noticed, or he may have noticed actually, is that Holden actually is beginning to get closer to Timmins. So this should become a battle of 2, 3 and 4 with Joshua Whitcomb, proper name, nicely ahead by
Whitcomb.
Is he? Oh, I had a knee. I do apologise. Is 3 seconds ahead. So this is the battle 2, 3, 4 as it sweeps down towards Ashby and then off onto the massive runoff area.
Yeah.
We've got yellow flag there. What's that for? We've got a cart off. There's 2 carts off at the little short shoot between Parker and Chapman.
It's on the outside.
Drivers both okay. Walking away, looking a bit annoyed. To be honest, I expect that's your fault. That's my fault. That's your fault. Your fault. No, your fault.
Oh, we've got a little bit of moving there. 87, Tom Holden just hanging on there, and that's allowed Scrivens ahead. Let's see how it pans out across the line then. So Tom Holden up to second now, Callum Scrivens third. Alex Timmins, like you said, Nick, has now dropped down to third. They were catching him, weren't they? And you know what? Scrivens has not let Holden go. We had Holden who moved ahead of Scrivens. However, Scrivens has not been left behind, and coming back is Alex Timmins as well. He's been caught, I'm not going to say napping, he was just swamped by these 2 carts there. The red one that leads, that gaggle there, and the yellow and blue one, that's the Lando livery of Callum Scrivens. They are not leaving Alex Timmins, and here comes Alex Fraser. He's also on a Lando. And Alex Fraser, cart just coming into shot there and onto the back of Alex Timmins. So Alex Fraser, current reigning Minimax champion in the NKC series, is Alex Fraser on the number 55, having to move up the order to junior Rotax because of his age, and he moves down the inside of Alex Timmins. Alex Timmins being very sensible indeed. He knows these lads are quicker than him. So he lets him bide, doesn't really squabble too much. And now the question is, can Fraser improve even more? So we've got the Battle of the Lando Norris carts there. You see the LN livery there. As Alex Fraser, no question, the number 55 there, right onto the tail now of the 133. And I'm not quite sure. I'm going to have a look at that number 55 nose when I get an opportunity
you
to.
think it's been dropped?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think it has. Yeah, see it bobbling around. Alex Fraser, I can't see properly. I'm trying to squint at the screen to see. He's right on the tail of Scrivens, but you see how his nose cone is bobbling around. I think that's a dropped nose he's got there, which means he's got a 5-second penalty. So he's going to have to pull out 5 seconds.
Get past and pull out 5 seconds.
Yes.
He's trying to do the get out part first by
Yes,
getting
he
up
has.
the inside.
That's definitely a nose drop.
Right.
So he's going to be. He's got a 5-second penalty on his finishing position.
And he'll know that, won't he? He'll know that. So
yeah, he should do. He should see his nose bobbling around. That doesn't, of course, mean that you can go and push everybody off because your nose has already dropped. And that's a very nice move from Alex. A very nice textbook move. He had the better momentum out of Crook all the way up that hill to Christmas Corner, and then the momentum had him alongside even before the braking area. So a lovely move from the current Minimax champion. He now has to tick off Tom Holden on the cart ahead of him. Joshua Withcombe, of course, is our leader. Apologies, Josh, for saying Withcombe.
We were just too many vowels, pair of us.
Yes, so it's Josh Withcombe who leads by just under 2.5 seconds, actually. So it's quite a dominant run in this fourth heat for Junior Rotax. Massive battles going on down the order. I mean, I know you enjoy our live streaming, everybody at home, but there's nothing that actually beats being out at the track and feeling the smells and the noise and the atmosphere.
Smell and the noise. 102 is a technical defect. That's Jamie Kirkbride.
I haven't heard that exhaust go by again.
So he pulled off or bounced it back in place again.
Well, you risk ruining your engine if you continue with an
back pressure's
exhaust.
important, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's more important than anything on a two-stroke. That's a lovely shot there of the number 55 now in Junior Rotax. That's our current Minimax champion there, chasing down the 87 of Tom Holden. And you know what, Nick? He's closed that gap in just a matter of a couple of laps, and they're on the penultimate lap now. And the question is, can young Alex chase him down and overtake before the checkered flag? Time is running out for that, but the way that he's caught him, he's going to be right on his bumper in the next two corners. They're through Ashby's here, the right-hander, running across the curb. This left-hander is called Parker. And then from that little short burst towards Chapman. Not too wide because there's a little kink there. That fires you out. And Tom Holden looking over his shoulder there to see where Alex Fraser was. Oh, and Fraser getting it all wrong there. You kind of have to pull the cart across to the left there to get you optimum line through the right. And I think that's what Alex did there. He got the cart all sideways. He's now dropped off the back of Holden. So I think Alex, who, by what I can see, obviously what I'm seeing is provisional. That remains for the scrutineers to decide. But it looks very much to me as though Alex Fraser's nose cone is bobbling around. So it's dropped off the mounts, which it's meant to do in situations. Meanwhile, Joshua Withcombe at the front of this field on the 73 there. Very beautiful livery there on that cart. Through Ashby, through the boot, I should say, and then pit bend for the last time. And then takes a very well-deserved checkered flag. Tom Holden, he backed right off on that last lap, did Josh Withcombe. Backed right off because the gap was just under 3 seconds. It was 7/10 at the line to Tom Holden. Alex Fraser finishes in third on the road. Callum Scrivens fourth. Freddie Willock fifth. Sixth is Frank Ward. Will Swales. Alex Timmins. Jill Leverton a fine ninth. Jasmine Taylor should be happy with 10th. Ollie Morris. Archie Hardiman. Adam Catling at 13th. 14th Vlad Tominchuk. Rafi Salentano. James Rigby. Ellie Anderson. 18th is Jacob Bainham. Luke Sawyers 19th. 20th was Luca Mulvaney. And then we've got Jamie Kirkbride, Ellis Warlock, Billy Vogt, Reese Green. In fact, Jamie Kirkbride we lost on lap 9. Ellis Warlock, Billy Vogt, Reese Green, and Freddie Moore we lost on lap 3, and that was that infield coming together, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Louis Hughes and Nicholas Ellis we lost at the beginning.
Yeah. Coming into the park fair, mate. No, that's the...
that's the nose penalty there. The marshal there just taking a note of that.
That's a nose penalty as well.
That's where... Oh, didn't he seem to be happy with that, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's why it's always hard. I mean, these cards are
you can mount them in different ways, can't you?
Very minimal ground clearance. It's the bobbling around that you usually notice that we did. So that's Junior Rotax, heat number 4.
Where are we in relation to that?
Where are we in the programme? We have got 2 more heats. The next one coming up is Minimax. Smallest grid in the series. However, always exciting racing. And the championship is gaining momentum. Sonny Morgan is leading, but not too far away. And we're taking into account the dropped score, of course, is Seb Corking. So it's, Seb at just waiting for that update to give you an idea of where we are. So Sonny Morgan leads on 483, Seb Corking on 475, Sauri Vicerek is on 467, Daniel Parsons is on 463. Now, that is how the championship looks. Eddie Stewart, by the way, in 5th on 455. Now, that's how it looks with a dropped score, their worst scoring round taken into consideration. But overall points haul after 3 rounds, 698. Seb Corking has the most. Zauri Vicerek is 2nd on 685. Daniel Parsons is 3rd on 676. And then Sonny Morgan is actually 4th on overall points, not taking into account a dropped score, which we completely disregard. That will change as we get through the next 3 rounds towards the final round. And we've got all the way to... We've got to wait for mid-October before we head to Clay Pigeon. Right now, though, it's all about heat number 2 for Minimax, Nick.
Yeah, a bit of a delay. There were 3 or 4 carts that came to grief in the far part of the circuit. They're all being wheeled back on the cart trolleys. Hopefully they are not too badly damaged and can be sorted out in the next couple of hours. Underneath becomes a 227. That was Nicholas Ellis, who's got a big punt in the right-hand side of the cart, right where the side pod is. I'm not sure. I think he's managed to avoid hitting his radiator, though. I think he's probably all right with that one. It's just a bit of a press out, and he'll be fine. But yeah, so just getting those carts off the track. I think most of them are gone now. The 11 cart of Reese Green that's got stuck in the grass, but it's not on the track. And a number of disgruntled young men who had that coming together between the Parker and Chapman corners, and off we go with Minimax.
As ever, Sarah Darlow, our collecting area official, sees that the track is clear and waves off everybody to take to the track. It's Aiton Wright on the pole position. Leo Basterfield will want to be making good use of this front row starting position. He starts alongside. It's Jensen Cox and Eddie Stewart. Now, Eddie was a bit unlucky in the first heat, wasn't he? He ended up being going a bit wide at the boot and dropping down the order. He'll want to make amends. Row 3 is Lucy Lovell and Sebastian Corking. Sebastian very much in contention for the championship, will want to take the maximum points all he can muster in this one. Row 4 is Daniel Haynes and Ben Adrian, who went very well here in the previous heat, and we look forward to seeing how well Ben does coming through the field. He's going to come through the field with Kazari Vicerek and Sonny Morgan, who start just behind him on row 5, and then Riley Thatcher rounds off the 11 carts.
Max 15 karting says good luck to all the minis today. See you at fullback.
Excellent.
And we're off.
We're off. Into oblivion.
No, we're not.
No, it's a false start.
Right. Yeah.
False start.
I take it the Max is not here.
How is it?
That's Max Carlton is obviously on the chat.
Yeah, he's not Max Carlton, did you say? Is he? Yeah, Max Carn's currently 6th in the
He's
championship.
going to see them all next time at fullback.
Excellent, Max. Great to have you back.
The problem with that was the third or fourth row was 3 wide, which shouldn't happen in a 2x2 start, should it really?
So Max, who has been out for all first, second and third rounds, not here for some reason.
Perhaps he's in Spain with...
maybe he's with Billy Edgecombe.
Yeah.
Yes, it is holiday season. It is holiday season. Right then, so that was a full start. We're going to get them together again, Entenrai and Leo Basterfield. Basterfield's on the purple and blue and white. That's the 119 cart. So that means the cart alongside, the number 18, that's the one with the white nose. That looks like a Tony cart to me, with the Tony cart livery. It is indeed. That's Entenrai.
Here we go.
And they
looks better, but
they look better.
Again, it's the third row
it's
where they're
too fast.
It's
yes.
the 4 and the 33. Daniel Haynes and Kizeri Vizic, who are looking for an advantage really they shouldn't be looking for. But I think they got away at that time. Perhaps they eased back from it. So they're all really trying to get...
into Christmas there, Nick. It was like, how is that going to come? My goodness, they've all come out in one piece and they're all settling in. There's still some movement there. Seb Corking's lost 2 places there. That's one of them being Sonny Morgan. And I think that was Viserek. It might even be Ben Adrian who moved ahead of Corking there. He literally got caught napping there, did Seb.
Nice lead for the 119 of Leo Basterfield, but this is the second, third and fourth on his screen now. The all-white cart of Entenrai, our newcomer to the series, but he's full-time entrant for the rest of the series from this round. Behind him, it's the blue and white cart, the 45 machine of Eddie Stewart. Eddie seemed to get a good drive, then you've got an extra bounce, and so he lost the forward momentum as they sweep round up the hill now towards Christmas Corner, and it's all going to happen behind Leo Basterfield. Defensive, attacking, just wandering around the circuit, Joe.
Yeah, Eddie Stewart, he had momentum to get alongside Entenrai, and he did. He took the opportunity and had to go around the inside, all the way around the outside of Christmas Corner. But Eddie did it, and he made it stick. He's ahead of Entenrai, newcomer to the series, on that number 19, the predominantly white Tony cart livery of that third place cart now. So Eddie Stewart up into second. Leo Basterfield, he's kind of checked out. While everybody's been queuing up behind Entenrai, that has given Basterfield the opportunity. We stay with Eddie Stewart, but it's the cart behind him that's proving to be a bit of a cork in the bottle. Eddie Stewart sliding the cart there. It's Luke Lavelle behind Rye now. Ben Adrian moving up the order. Sonny Morgan going with him. Daniel Haynes in 7th. Seb Corking there in 8th. Viserek it is in 9th. Riley Thatcher 10th. And rounding off the 11 carts field is Jensen Cox. Great to see Jensen out after that big off and a trip into the ambulance in the previous heat there. Jensen Cox at the back of the field.
Yeah, he's running.
Sonny Morgan ahead.
Now Cox is running quite slowly, and whether he's feeling the instant before or whether the cart's feeling the instant before, certainly a little bit off the pace at the moment. I mean, it obviously, if you've had a bit of an off, it pays to ease yourself in and see what's going on. And he will, of course, get a few points just for going round. So that's probably where he's at the moment, thinking about it.
Right, last time by, there was a 1.8 second gap between Basterfield and Eddie Stewart. What is it this time? 1.7. So Stewart just gaining slightly, but behind Stewart now is Ben Adrian, the winner of the first heat in Minimax. And there's Sonny Morgan through on Rye now. So Sonny Morgan, leading the championship, has now gotten clear of Rye.
Big gap, though. He's got a big gap to Ben Adrian, who's got a bit of a...
This is where, that one there, right where we are there. Well done, Paul, getting us that picture there, because Eddie Stewart is now going to be coming under immense pressure from Ben Adrian, who kind of makes that look easy.
Well, as he knows,
Eddie Stewart,
three-corner movement, isn't it?
Eddie Stewart's no inexperienced driver. He races in Super 1, and it's going to be very hard for Eddie to keep him behind, and because he had to take the inside line, he lost momentum, and that's allowed Sonny Morgan alongside. Sonny Morgan could see what was happening. Stewart stayed where he was on the inside. He lost momentum, and look at Sonny Morgan there, the fit on the 27. He just came around the outside of Eddie Stewart and had the line into oblivion, and Eddie loses out 2 places there. Learnt a big lesson there, did young Eddie Stewart.
All of this is good news for Leo Basterfield. His lead went up by half a second due to the squabbling behind him. But you now would think that Ben Adrian is going to come under severe attack from our championship leader, Sonny Morgan, going round the boot. Adrian now is really going to have to work hard to hold that second place. Well, I'm sure he's eyes forward at the moment. As I said that, he looked behind him, but he should be eyes forward. And he gained half a second back on Basterfield that time. So that half a second they lost during the squab in the previous that they got back that time, Joe. But it's now really, is Morgan saying, let's spend 2 minutes catching up Basterfield?
Well, if
a little hand gesture there.
Yeah. If they're clever, if these two are clever, and you know what, I think they've got enough experience to realise that if they work together, these two here, they can catch that cart ahead of them. The purple and blue and white cart of Leo Basterfield was 1 point. It was 2.3. It last time by was 1.8. Let's see what decrease we see. Still got plenty of time to catch him. 3 minutes and 20 seconds when I looked at the clock there. And you see how Sonny Morgan on the yellow and blue card, predominantly blue, there, the number 27. He didn't challenge there. He had momentum, but he didn't challenge.
Gap down another half second, Joe. Down to 1.24. Yeah. Now, interestingly, also, the thing, how do these guys know what's going on? Because when they come onto the start line gantry, there's also the countdown clock. So they actually know how long to go.
Absolutely.
Because like you, after 3 laps in a car, I'm not sure I've been driving for half an hour a week.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, heads up driving from these youngsters. And they are working together, and you can see that. Now then, Nick, what we seem to find is just when do you switch it on then? So, okay, Ben Adrian, Sonny Morgan working together. They've left Eddie Stewart behind. They are gaining on Leo Basterfield. That's what we're seeing now.
Lots of hand signals the whole time between the two of them.
When do these two go, okay, lads, okay, we've caught him, now let's go racing?
But Sonny Morgan's got supreme confidence to be able to sit down there thinking he can do it. Update from Max Carlton. His mum, unfortunately, my mum booked a holiday over round 4.
Well, Mum, what are you doing?
Now, Sonny now it's got scrappy between the two of them because the lead was down to half a second last time around, and at this point, Sonny Morgan said, no, now I'm fighting both of you, Mr. Adrian.
Yep, this is what I mean, Nick. This is where we...
Oh, that was a long attempted thought about lunge there for Ben Adrian to Basterfield. They came into Ashby's there.
Oh, it's going to happen, isn't it? Ben Adrian's proved how much pace he's got. He absolutely dominated Heat 1, and now he's right on the bumper of Basterfield. Onto the short stretch towards the boot. He moves alongside. He's got momentum out of there. But Basterfield does what Eddie Stewart's done.
A
switchback. Yes, the switchback. And Sonny Morgan's gone with him. Textbook stuff here, Nick.
Sonny Morgan's basically hitched a tow rope to the person overtaking. Going, I'll have that one as well. Thank you very much. Yep, I'll have that one. And he's overtaken 2 carts now. Completely nothing to do with what he was doing. Just picking up the pieces. Now he's looking for the lead into Christmas Corner. But he's got the very fast Ben Adrian ahead of him. But Morgan absolutely stalked this race from the first moment. He's now finding himself in a good position. He's looking perhaps inside for Ashby. It's not the best place. It seems to be at the best place. It's like a 4-corner pass around the boot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know what? I'm actually not sure if Sonny Morgan has the pace to get by Ben Adrian, because Ben Adrian is very, very quick here at Whilton Mill. He's proved that in Heat 1. Sonny Morgan, we know, is very quick. He's leading the championship. But whether or not he's got... I mean, they are so flat out here. We're inside the final minute. We are 45 seconds. And they are lapping in 48 seconds, these carts?
Yeah, they've got 2 laps.
So they've got potentially 2 laps. Potentially 1, Nick, is what I'm thinking.
No, one on this one.
They might
one more.
They might. Yes, yes. But there, again, what we're seeing there, this battle for the lead. This is Heat 2 from Minimax. It's the Junction 6 NKC. As quietness descends on the pit straight here. This small field of carts, 11 carts in the Minimax series. Here they come back towards us in the paddock. And Morgan, here he is, Ben Adrian, Sonny Morgan.
Morgan's got he's doing a slightly better front end on that cart, or he said he can turn tighter when he needs to without losing momentum. He gained a bit during the second and third phases of the boot there, but Adrian seems pretty confident when we get to these wide open spaces. Looks left, looks right. Morgan looks to the outside of Christmas Corner, but there's no room round there, and perhaps he'll try an inside dive into Ashby, but that's pretty much tends to be a move that doesn't work.
Oh, Sonny Morgan taking the optimum line there down towards Ashby. They know it's the last lap, these two. Oh, and Adrian just trying to keep the cart from sliding too wide. They're into Parker. Now they're into Chapman. Time running out. Just a couple of corners, maybe 3 corners left. Into the left-hander at the boot. The noise rises as the carts come back towards us and down the inside at the boot. Sonny Morgan did try, put his nose there, didn't have enough momentum to get alongside though, which means that Ben Adrian has a 100% finishing record. First in Heat 1, first in Heat 2. Maximum points haul for newcomer to the series, Ben Adrian. As Sonny Morgan will finish second behind him. Leo Basterfield hung on to third. Seb Corking was, while we were watching that intriguing battle at the front, Seb Corking was moving through from what I last checked on Seb, and he was in 8th place. He's come through to 4th place, so that's not a bad points haul for him. Keeps him in the picture. Lucy Lavelle finishes 5th. Kazari Visarek finishes 6th. Eddie Stewart, don't know what happened to Eddie, dropping down to 7th. Then we've got Riley Thatcher 8th. Daniel Haynes in 9th. Eton Rye finishes 10th, and Jensen Cox pulled in after 3 laps. I'm hoping Jensen isn't too badly battered and bruised off that incident in Heat 1. He pulled in after 3, so I'm perhaps thinking he just might be, Nick.
Yeah.
We've got one more heat before the lunch break then. And that is...
Tell me.
The heavier senior Rotax class. It's 177s out next.
Rotax normal people, you mean?
Yes. Normal people. Not even, our size. Right, Nick, I'm going to see if I can get some timing up on my my screen.
Your recalcitrant machine, yeah.
Yes. It's a bit sort of slow today. Meanwhile...
Off they go
for
the heavyweights.
So we talk about the championship. We're at half distance, and it's the Rotax 177s being led out by Tommy Austin. Alfie Williams alongside him. It'll be Tommy Austin on the number 19 who has the responsibility of controlling the pace on this outlap. Alfie Williams will be alongside. It's his job to stay alongside the pole man. Second row of the grid then Brendan Smith and Ryan Taylor-Truman. Zach Bolton, the Zach Bolton fan club will be happy to hear that he's starting 5th. This is where he can really get some points together for not just the final this afternoon, but also championship as well. Will Milner is alongside Zach. Row 4 is Tyler Kelsey and Ian Brandfield. And then we've got Tyler Fossey and championship leader Harry Wainwright starting on row 5. Chris Sivia and Rhys Llewellyn on row 6. And just looking down the order at carts to look out for, we've got Jamie Zaira, who won the previous heat for this class. He's starting on the very back in 31st, and that rounds off the 31 cart field for this class. Here we go then. They look in pretty good order.
But are they going to get the first wave?
Yes, they are.
And they got the second wave as well. Yeah, away they go. The Marsh was desperate to get the green and yellow flag out there, but wasn't quite able to sweep through Oblivion for the first time. And up the hill, 2 by 2, full Noah's Ark style. And then they sweep up and down the hill into Ashby. There they go.
That's Parker, the left-hander. First 3 looking very ordered, aren't they? There's all sorts happening in the pack behind, and that's off. There goes Zach Bolton off into the infield.
The fan club's going to be upset about that.
And Zach isn't very happy as well.
So Bolton's off in the infield, off camera. There's a couple of other carts off as well. There's yellow flag. Everyone's going. Bolton now is manually pushing his cart back onto the track. He's got rolling again, but he's going to be down in late 20s position, isn't he, when he gets going?
He's dropping down the order. He's dropping like a stone 26th.
This could be an issue. He might end up in the B final with a bad result. I
get a feeling from his body language that he was helped off there.
There is somebody in an orange helmet and a black outfit whose number I can't quite read, but I'm guessing it's Darren Edwards, just by my CSI, the timing screen. I think he's responsible for... Oh, and third just spins round. I don't know what happened there. Just lost it.
He maybe just lost it. He was in an enviable position of...
So those two go wide.
He just put a wheel on the grass, Nick.
Wheel on the grass,
he just put a wheel on the grass, slid out too wide.
And that was Ryan Taylor-Truman, was it, who did that? Well, he was scored third last time round, so he was...
Yeah, we'll find out.
No, it wasn't him. It was dropped. It was Brendan Smith. It was Brendan Smith who had the 24 cart, who had the spin. And obviously spin early in the race is a really bad idea because everyone goes past you. Spin the last lap, you might lose a couple of positions.
Leader Alfie Williams and second place Will Milner having a right old dice there in the lead of this 177 heat. This is the 4th heat for this class. And as these two circulate together behind these two, there is a train of carts. Let's have a look at that train of carts, Nick.
Dropped out the train of carts, Ash. You're going back about 4 carts to about 6 of them are going around the top of the boot right now. Here we go. 1, 2. The next train. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts. right blast in the middle. I'll give you their numbers. It's 146, 53, 31, 18, and they go fast me farther than their eyes could go. So it's that sort of sixth and downwards. Ian Bramford, Chris Scriver, Charlie Dowes, and Tim Dysra. They come sweeping round the corner. Oh, he's shoved him off. He's not happy about that one. That's not what he wanted to see. So let's look at that manoeuvre up the inside. I'm sorry, there isn't enough room, so I'm just going to slightly ease you off. Oh, that's a 53. That's Chris Scriver, and he's describing exactly how he scribed about that. He wasn't happy.
It's kind of exactly what Lewis Hamilton did to Sergio Perez yesterday, isn't it?
Nothing like as bad as that. That possibly would deserve a penalty. However, once again, for the third time, there was a racing incident yesterday. Not that it matters, because it's...
Well, I knew that train of karts was going to deliver some kind of action. Certainly not wanting to put the hex on anybody.
So with
Jamie Zyra,
fourth now.
Jamie Zyra in 9th on the number 95. Started in 31st, did Jamie?
That's pretty impressive movement.
Very impressive.
That's the big point. When you can move up forward from your low starting position in your three heats, that's when you can really make the big advantages over everyone else.
Yeah, Alfie Williams though, he continues. I'll just keep a check on the leader while we follow.
The leaders are relatively close. The gaggles spread slightly.
That's Harry Wainwright, who's come through after that incident that caused all sorts of consternation. So Harry Wainwright, he's currently leading the championship. Now remember the story of Harry. His Leclerc chassis snapped on him yesterday, so he's had to re-scrutiny.
Why has Wainwright scored in second when there's second when there's two karts ahead of him?
Well, I
someone's
don't know,
not being scored at the moment. Now, I'm not sure whether it's on our scoring or it's a transponder issue.
Let's check the number on that, shall we?
So the two karts at the front, I'll give you the numbers. They go on past my eye line. I actually see them. They're a long distance away, not close up, which you know is my issue. So the two karts at the front are the 96 and I think the 85. It could be the 55 actually. I don't know. Is the 55 starting at the front? Or is it 65? Is it?
No, well that's Ryler Taylor Truman.
Yeah, it's 65. He's been scored in third. He's in second.
That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is a weird misnomer on the timing screen. So actually it's Ryan Taylor Truman who's in second and Harry Wainwright's in third, but there's a slight anomaly. If you look at the timing, you can see because he's scored as 0.105 behind the leader, whereas it's 3-4 seconds for Harry Wainwright. So don't worry, he will get the correct number of points in the championship. This is just one of those marvellous anomalies of modern technology.
There's the move down the inside for position.
So if Ryan's now in the lead, what will probably happen is it will reset when he goes past and realise he's in first. So if he stays in first, this should be exciting. Okay, so Ryan Taylor Thompson now takes the lead. Williams behind in the red and white cart. Over they go. Yeah, and that's now sorted itself out.
Right, so now we will see Ryan Taylor Truman try to break away from Alfie Williams in second there. That's the white cart of our leader, Taylor Truman, and then Alfie Williams on the red and white cart just behind in second. Harry Wainwright, our championship leader, who confused us there by scoring in second, is now the timing settled down and he's now third. He'll be taking a good haul of points there to get him back into contention for the championship. We're inside the final 2 minutes then. Final 2 minutes of racing before we go to our lunch break. Don't leave us though, we've got our paddock walk show for you to watch. Some very interesting stuff. The Zach Bolton fan club with small consolation after this heat for Zach, but you'll get to see more of Zach in the break. Oh, and I tell you what, Nick, Alfie Williams isn't done, is he?
No.
Not at all. Ryan Taylor Truman might have gotten by there, right there at Ashby, but Alfie Williams, who we thought might just drop off, no, not at all. Not happening at all.
I think he only let him through to get the timing screen to sort itself out. So now he's happy he's done that.
He's done us a favour.
He's on the back straight. Looking left, looking right is Taylor Truman, and they go into the boot, but very careful to keep as tight as possible on the left-hand side, trying to prevent a chance of starting that four-corner move, which is coming up half a car on the inside, and now down the pit straight into oblivion.
Don't forget, Nick, Ryan Taylor Truman took the top step of the podium in the final at Mansell in round 3. He's
breaking on the limit for the 96 of Alfie Williams there. Got it squirrely. It's nothing like getting that out of shape. It isn't anything like as bad in a kart as it is on a motorbike or a car, because obviously with any rear wheel braking that happens quite a lot. You've always got the front wheels rolling and they're always pointing you in the direction you want to go if you're driving properly. But it is going to be this one, and they may get 2 more, Joe. So this battle is going to run and run for the Senior Rotax 144 Heat 4. And they've absolutely gapped Wainwright. Wainwright is 6 seconds behind these two, who, despite fighting at a cracking pace.
It's going to be one more lap after this one, so they're on to the penultimate lap. It'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time by. Taylor Truman, he's got just under 2/10, hasn't he, of a second at the line. However, that looks a lot narrower than that as they go through Inkermans. It's basically, they flash through Inkermans, don't they? Just absolutely flat out over the curbs there. Through the left-hander Parker now. They're going to be very shortly heading back towards us in the paddock. And here they come, out of the kink, and then down towards the boot.
There's only 1 lap to go at the end of this one. And I don't think, and this is famous last word, I don't think Alfie's got the pace or positioning to get past. I think that there's a good right-hander Truman's putting his cart where it needs to be to prevent being overtaken. And frustrating Williams. And maybe at this point you think, I'll take the, 45 points per second, or 48 points per second.
Good use of the brakes there to get the cart to rotate, though. Ryan Taylor Truman absolutely on the limit, as is Alfie Williams chasing him down. These two in very, very top form. Alfie Williams not really showing in the championship at all. Harry Wainwright still third. It's Branfield in fourth, Will Milner in fifth, Tommy Austin sixth, Jamie Zyra, perhaps the driver of the race on this one, all the way from 31st and up into 7th, as the checkered flag flies and Ryan Taylor Truman takes the heat win. Alfie Williams second. We have to wait a little while, and it's
Ian Branfield, the last lap.
Yeah, Ian Branfield overtaking Harry Wainwright for third right there at the end. Harry Wainwright then will finish fourth. Will Milner is in fifth. Jamie Zyra is sixth. Tommy Austin seventh. Eighth is Scott Clee, currently second in the championship. Alex Thomas ninth. Charlie Jowers 10th. Now we've got Rhys Llewellyn, Alistair Cunningham, Mark Gilly, Chris Sivia, Michael Mallet, Jake, Lewis Tyler Fossey, Steve Stewart, Colin Campbell, Adrian Smith, Matt Ogden. Zach Bolton ended up 22nd. He'll be not happy at all with that one, having started from 5th after that incident and the big off. Tim Darlow finishes in 23rd. Simon Whaley 24th. Last of the finishers, James Frost. We lost Stephen Logan, Brendan Smith on lap 5, and we lost Darren Edwards on the start, actually, at the on lap 1. So, Nick, that concludes our heats for this morning. We've got more heats and our all-important B finals coming up in about half an hour. We kick off things with the Senior Rotax, their 5th heat of the meeting. But for now, though, we go to about a 30-minute break where you can watch our paddock walk. Yeah, I think the official comeback time is 1 o'clock, but there's entertainment all the way, or at least for the next 22 minutes, as Joe wanders round talking to people who genuinely probably don't want to talk to him. No, that's not true. Who love the whole thing. Well, hello and welcome to round 4 of the 2020 NKC here. Glorious Whilton Mill. And Joe, well, we're over the halfway stage.
Yeah, we are, considering the Women's World Cup is well underway. We've just come out for the second half, haven't we? We've had our sliced oranges. It's all coming down to the final 3 rounds of 6. Yes, we've got drop scores, but if you look at the championships in detail, it's all going to be a bit of a fist fight at the very end.
The thing is, in the Women's World Cup, they get a new ball every game, but these guys and girls are fighting with their same 8 pieces of rubber.
Yeah, remember the NKC tyre regs? 2 sets of tyres for the whole 6 rounds. That's unheard of in karting. That's unheard of in any kind of racing, isn't it? But you know what? It's now that we're going to see the tyre strategy. How have you used those tyres? Are you now starting out for the final 3 rounds on a brand new set? I don't think so. I think everyone has cycled through those tyres in some way, and it's all different. It makes our job very difficult as to who's on what tyres. But hey, what a series this is, spectator-wise. It's, you wouldn't want any better.
Well, what I'm going to do, Joe, is I'm going to study my statistics degree so I can work out who's where and when we've dropped scores. But you should go and talk to the great and the good in the paddock.
Somebody might be able to tell me.
So Charlie King,
leading the Formula TKM class here in the NKC. But Charlie, you have got a very, very busy year of karting, because here you are leading the NKC Championship, but you're also leading the MSUK British TKM class as well, and the British Champs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the level between the two is very different, because with British Champs you've got drivers that are out every single weekend, non-stop testing, so you've got to try and keep up with that. And then we decided to do NKC just for a bit of seat time, and as well they had Rara on the calendar, so it was an opportunity to test for that. But yeah, it was just, I don't know, it's hard to explain the competition, because you've got drivers like Louis Bev and Mitchell Ball who know what they're doing and used to do MSA racing, so it's difficult to keep up with them, and obviously keep them behind, so they obviously know what they're doing. But then,
so both championships really are very high level, where you've got Louis and Mitchell.
Oh yeah, we go into both championships with the same mentality. We push the kart to its limits, we race as hard as we can race, and we don't mess about really. So
the NKC then, tell me if I'm right, the NKC was a bit of practice in preparation for the British Champs, and here you've now found yourself leading the championship, so you've kind of had to come back. Is that what happened?
Well, the plan was, so we looked at the NKC calendar, saw Rara on it, thought we'd do just Rara just for testing for the British Champs, and then I'm not sure what it was that made us do Three Sisters, but then after Three Sisters and Rara, it was like, okay, we can actually go for the championship here. And then after Dunks, it was like, oh, we're leading it, so now we got to continue with it. But it's all good testing. It's just seat time. It's good fun. If we win it, it was great. If we don't win it, then it's not the end of the world. We'll just go again next year.
Slightly different format, and very much at the forefront of the karting world, certainly in the UK, is the difference in the comparisons between mixed grids, which we have in the NKC, and time qualifying, which we have in the British Champs. Now, some people are saying that, the contact that is created, the incidents that are created, mixed grids are a big factor and a contributory factor to that. But even with time qualifying, we still see incidents in the British Champs. What's your view on either or?
I personally believe time qualifying is slightly better.
In what way? What do you mean?
So obviously every driver's different, but I think qualifying is better, because then at the front you've got the quickest people. With mixed grids, you've got a mixture between fast people, not so fast people. But then again, with the mixed grids, it shows who the good drivers are, because they're the one. You've got to fight your way through it, and you got to show that you want it more than everyone else.
And I would imagine the challenge that if you're on the back, that must be great fun and a great challenge to get through.
It's good fun getting through the pack, and like I said, it shows who the good drivers are, and who wants it more than anyone else. Because let's say with the qualifying, if you qualify on pole, then all you've got to do is become mates with someone who's willing to push you through the front. So you're already at the front, so you just sit there and push someone, or let them push you. As where if you've got the mixed grids, then you've got to fight your way through and do all the work on your own, and show everyone else that you want it more than them.
Slightly different tyre than what you're running here. The harder Maxis for the NKC, it's got two sets, have got to last you 6 rounds. The British Champs, you've got 1 set per round. What's the difference from a driver's perspective?
There's a huge difference in grip. The Maxi Greens are about 4/10 faster. I think it also depends on the track as well. But the Maxi Whites, I personally believe, feel a lot better. It suits my driving style a lot better than the greens, because it's like nice and slidey all around. But it saves so much money as well, because they last so much longer. You're not spending as much money on buying new tyres constantly, which I think is really good. And what NKC's done with the Maxi Whites is really good as well.
Absolutely, that's what NKC is all about. So I'm not going to ask you the difficult one of which championship you prefer to win. I think we all know the MSUK British Championship is the elite, the epitome of British karting, but I bet you're taking a lot of pleasure of being at the top of this championship at half distance in the NKC.
Well, I mean, it's really good to be leading both, really. But I just got to take it one race at a time and stay humble with it, really. I can't really lose my head and be big-headed about it. I just got to take it one race at a time. It'll be good to win both of them, because then it saves me having to change numbers.
That's a good point, actually. Whilton Mill, a track that you like?
Hit or miss. Last year I ended up in the in the last corner wall, which wasn't
Right.
too good. But this weekend has been really good. We found our pace. We're happy with the car, happy with the consistency as well, and we're ready to challenge whoever's up there, really.
Great stuff, Charlie. Staying with TKM here at Whilton Mill for the 4th round of the NKC. Ben Watson here is certainly, Ben, I'm going to say you were still a championship protagonist at half distance, but there's still a long way and a lot of racing to go.
Still a long way to go. I'm glad after the first 3 rounds we're still somewhat in contention. Last few years we did in the British Champs, we're normally pretty much out of it after 2 rounds, so at least we're there or thereabouts.
I mean, that can happen very, very quickly, can't it? And so, is there anything from what you do on a weekend when you come to a place like Whilton Mill, is there anything that you can do, the mindset that you bring into a weekend like this?
Well, I mean, places like this, particularly back half of the season, I know the track's a lot better. We went to the opening round in Wigan. I'd never driven Wigan.
Right.
Been to Rara only twice, so a little bit more confident coming into last half of the season. We know the track's a bit better, and we know a bit more what to expect.
I suppose, I mean, fabulous. Here you are, 2 tracks that you're very unfamiliar with. Going into the second half, you've got tracks that you know intimately. On paper, that should bode very well.
Hopefully, that's the plan. We, like I say, we were surprised at the pace at Wigan. It didn't quite work out in the final mechanically, but that happens. Rara was the same. We're glad it didn't rain at Rara. That's normally the way. So, and then last round at Dunks again, we were quick enough. So, hopefully, seems so far today we've seen quick enough. So, hopefully we'll be there or thereabouts tomorrow.
Now, we've just spoke to your teammate Charlie King, who's on a Birrell.
Yes.
You're in an ARC.
I am.
Completely different. These are kind of what I would call, if this was a sports car, it'd be called a boutique manufacturer, because they don't manufacture very many.
No.
And this is down to Dave, isn't it?
Yep, Dave Classen. This is one of the first from the newest when they re-brought them out in 2018. This is a 2018. Been making them since then, and yeah, this seems quick enough. I've ran them since 2019 and always found them to be quick. So
yeah, and you've been on other chassis as a comparison. So Dave's basically giving you a good chassis.
Yeah, I jumped off a Talco onto this, so I've always found this better than the Talco. So I know that might not necessarily be the most popular opinion, but that's what I'd definitely say. So
it also helps, Ben, when you've got the design engineer and the manufacturer in the awning with you. He's Dave Castanet. Dave, welcome. We'll let Ben go. I've just been talking to Ben about the chassis, and he compares it to others that he's been on, and he said it's very, very good. You must be very proud when you get a driver giving you that sort of feedback.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, at the end of the day, when I brought the company out 12 years ago, obviously I've worked for a lot of kart companies in the past, like Telco and so on. And what you try and do is try and take the best parts out of a kart and try and make it yourself and put it into it. And I think what we've got with this kart is a nice balanced kart, so we can go from wet to dry very easily and not worry about it. Like we've done today, we had a wet shower in practice. I think Ben was second quickest, and we hardly did anything to it. So we know it's an easy kart to set up. So yeah, I'm very happy with that.
So all right, it looks pretty simple, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's a tube frame, but when you look closely, the angles, and if Ash can get onto the front axle and the stubs and the angle of the stub, the camber, the caster, millimetres of difference make massive difference in handling. So you've got to get that right in the jig before you even put a bit of braze on there, haven't you?
Correct. And there's still a lot more that goes into a kart than that. So obviously the tubing makes a big difference.
Right. So you mean the actual steel
and the size of it. Yeah. So obviously some karts use a 32mm tubing, some use 30. This kart is designed with a 30mm tubing through the whole kart instead of a mixture. But there's also different grades of materials, so we can put a slightly harder bar in the front and a softer bar on the side. Yes, through our development stage, we did try different tubings and came up with this kart, which, like I said, I think is a nice balanced kart at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I've been racing karts since the late 80s and 90s, and visually, karts look pretty much the same. There's lots of triangulation in the tube frame, but what I mean, I know, Dave, you've been around a bit. You've been around a long time. How have karts developed over that couple of decades?
I think design-wise, they've not actually really changed that much. When you actually put a kart from, like you said, from the 80s and so on, when you actually put them alongside each other, even when I raced, they were a little bit shorter in the wheelbase, but actual design-wise, they've not changed that much. I think the fundamental parts that have gone on over the years is tubing development. Right. That's been the big key. And I think that makes a massive difference, where in the old days, like you said, you get a bit of scaffolding like the old T45, make a kart and away you went. Nowadays, like I said, you've got so many different grades that you can actually mix it in the kart and develop a kart that way. So I think that's the biggest change in karting at the moment.
And do you find as well with the ERC across different series, which use different tyres, how much of a factor is the 4 bits of black rubber on each corner?
I think the rubber is always key as well at the end of the day, because it's designed to do a certain mile an hour around the corner. So obviously, yesterday we were actually testing the green tyres yesterday to get a little bit ahead of ourselves for the British. Right. And obviously your mid-corner speed is a lot quicker because of the softer tyre. But obviously when you go on here, you have to change the kart a little bit. Like today we wanted a bit more front end compared to the green. We've altered that. And it's quick, naturally. So we're quite happy where we are with the car. You have to make slight alterations with the rubber, that's all.
Yeah, and you know what? Like in any form of motorsport, whether it is karting at NKC level or Formula One, everyone is trying to just keep pushing and keep pushing. How do you keep that motivation going? How do you keep that sort of innovative engineering development going? I mean, there's got to be a point where you can't sharpen the razor blade any further.
Yeah, I think development, it depends on what side of development you're looking at. At the end of the day, if you're looking at going faster in speed, you're never going to find half a second here or there. It'll always be tenths or a little bit. I think development in a car is making it more simple. So obviously we're always looking for development sides with different stub axles. The 2022 kart, we brought out a new stub axle with a solid 25mm shaft in it. Made it a lot better, the kart, so the 2022 is better. It's little things like that we're always chasing and try and make it easier for the customer.
Yeah, the small elements. So ARC, where are you based, Dave?
We're based in Coventry, actually 25 minutes from here.
Right, so this is your home track then?
Yeah, this is my local. Shannington is 35 minutes away. I'm just central to everything. It's great.
Yes. Yeah. How many karts do you make for each season?
We're not the biggest company. Yeah. You know, at the end of the day,
I called you a boutique company, Dave.
Yeah, if you kind of base us like with OTK, and I'm never going to compete. Yeah. But realistically,
you're not trying to compete with those.
No, I haven't got the finances. I put a lot of money into it myself. Realistically, we sell probably 10, 15 cars a year.
Yeah, and you must get a lot of satisfaction when you see your creation, let's call it, out there, and not just competing, but you've got 2 guys in the awning you're looking after this weekend at the very forefront of a championship.
Oh, 100%. It is nice, but also you have the pressure of it. Right. I mean, at the moment as well, I mean, you don't see junior TKM here, but we're leading the British champs in junior and senior TKM at the moment. Yeah. So, and leading here as well. So the pressure's always on at the moment. It's keeping a level head.
You wouldn't have it any other way, though, would it? It'd be pointless doing it if it was boring.
No. At the end of the day, you know, that's what part of the challenge is at the end of the day. And when you actually can take it to the bigger teams, as small as we are, it's also a nice feeling, you know. So people go and spend hundreds and thousands of pounds a weekend, and there's a little tiny team as such as me that doesn't charge half the price, but we can compete with them. Yeah. So it's nice. It's a nice feeling. And that's what drives us a lot in here as well.
I can see that. Thanks, Steve. So 177 Rotax class, Zach Bolton on the 69. The Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted that we've caught up with Zach, having just come off the track. So he's very hot and sweaty, aren't you, my son?
A little bit warm, Joe. A little bit warm.
So tell us all about the session. Tell us a bit about Whilton Mill as well.
Whilton Mill, what a quality track. Absolutely quality. The grip's just coming up and up and up. Compared to last year, these tyres are on another level. There's so much grip out there, it feels like driving a Mojo.
Oh, you mean it's so that it's the tyres, it's just the amount of rubber that's down?
The amount of rubber going down is just... Well, the mixture of weather conditions seems to be tetted off, tetted on, so you never know what you're doing, but phenomenal circuit this weekend, unbelievable.
Now, you may not have noticed this, but or you may not know this little stat, but there are 70-odd drivers entered in the 177 class, and you're 18th in the championship.
Yeah.
That's something to be proud of.
I'm quite pleased with that one. I've had one or two bad rounds where I hoped to be a bit cleaner. Row, I wanted to be a bit stronger, but it just wasn't the weekend to be. I got tangled in a few issues.
Another stat, you are the leading LRG driver in this class.
Well,
That's Louis Larger's team, of course, LRG.
aye, our Louis, he's doing a cracking job so far. But yeah, out of the three of us,
Well, he's got you going quick, hasn't he?
he's got incentives. So yeah, got to go there. Got to keep the weight down. Otherwise, I've got to pitch up outside and be by myself.
So he's not just your coach regarding driving, he's also your life coach as well. And talking about life, Zach, you've got what some people would consider a dream job, because when you're away from the kart track, your job is actually to be at a kart track. Who are you working for?
So I went for Team Sport Karting, up in Stockton at the minute, and I branch out between a few of the other sites. But yeah, it's just a big kid's dream, really. Come in, work on a few go-karts, drive them around the track, fix them.
So you will get plenty of seat time at Team Sport as well, do you?
Yeah.
Sneaking a bit.
Yeah, plenty. So I worked out in the last 4 years. I've done about 24,000 laps around the track. It equates to about 13 and a half days of my life driving around the track.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, fair bit of seat time.
What's the track like at Stockton then?
Track's mint at Stockton. We've got 2 floors, upstairs, downstairs. Run out of cadet karts, but it's an absolute crack. Like, it's brilliant. A few of our other sites are really good. Obviously, we're partnered with the British Indoor Karting Championship with Motorsport UK for our BIKC.
Right.
That gets held at our big main track at Whilton with local regional finals and stepping stones. A few young kids that I've coached there that are now racing Rotax outdoor.
Yeah.
So
What? All right, Team Sport indoor karting. Yeah. You know, some would say, well, it's a completely different world to this outdoor karting malarkey.
Yeah, it's a completely different game. Like, it's just one of them, but it's a nice step, and so it's great fun. It's always a great laugh going back on the indoor karts. Always a great fun.
Keeps your race fit and keeps the weight off.
Well, I thought it was doing that, but I'd done that for 3 years, and then sat in a Rotax, was knackered after 3 laps. So a bit more work to do.
There is that.
A bit more work.
Thank you, Zach. Enjoy your work on Monday.
Cheers, Joe.
So I recognised a name in the entry list at the last round. It's in the entry list again this weekend, and I'm thinking, I know that name, Ollie Hancock. Can it be? It is. It's the Ollie Hancock. Sports car fame, Le Mans with TF Sport, and also, Ollie, this is the question I want to ask you. I know you from historic racing as well, and historic Formula 1 cars. I think the last one, the Fittipaldi F5A. I'm going to ask you a question everybody out there wants to know. How does your Rotax 177 compare to a full-blown Formula 1 car from the late 70s?
It's a very good question. I'll be totally honest. Quite similar, which is...
Quite similar, wow. Yeah.
Absolutely. The how fast you have to speed your brain up to really take into account what's going on. Power to weight ratio is actually fairly similar. In terms of grip levels, G-force loads, again, karting, I would say driving around Whilton Mill is harder work.
Yes.
It genuinely and honestly is. It's harder. You come in with a higher heartbeat. It's more physical.
Yeah.
It beats your body up, black and blue. You get out of an F1 car and you're actually okay.
Yes. So the F1 car is a little less physical because you've got those long straights, perhaps, to get your breath. Whereas in that thing, it's hard to breathe.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you go to somewhere like, let's say, if you go to Monaco or Singapore in the historic F1. It's tough. You haven't got long straights. You're constantly doing something. I think we calculate at Monaco 73 gear changes a lap.
And remember, that's stick shift, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Not paddle shift in those days.
No, you've got to heel and toe. You're on all 3 pedals. Going through the lows hairpin, you're on the brake, the clutch, and the accelerator pedal, trying to keep the RPM above cam. So yeah, it's entertaining. But these are just as hard. Absolutely. Yeah,
I mean, all right. I've seen you racing at the Dubai 24 Hours. I've seen you racing at Le Mans. Pretty high-level sports car endurance stuff. But here you are in the NKC, little old NKC. I mean, what draws a driver with your experience to a championship like this?
I love motor racing. That's it. I love racing. I love kart racing. I always have done. I've come and gone through karting for my whole life. The last 4 years, I've taken it a little bit more serious when I can dedicate my own personal time to it. I'm on a break from car racing at the moment and from the career, doing a few other things in life, and to fill in the gaps and to keep the love alive, you go karting. This is a fantastic championship. it's very much entry level, but the quality of driver here is very, very high, especially for the 177 grid. It's the highest in the country. You won't find a better grid for 177 here. I love the fact that it's cost-effective racing. It's a lot of dad and lad. There's no big teams here, and it's very welcoming. So we're really pleased to be here.
Well, we are delighted to have you, and spread the word in that historic racing paddock, and also at Le Mans when he next there. Are you thinking, it's still not unfinished business, perhaps in that world of car racing?
I've definitely got unfinished business in LMP2.
Right.
I am a prototype type of driver. I've grown up in single seaters with aerodynamics, without driver aids.
Yeah.
Jumping into a car that's heavy, GT car, less downforce, ABS, a lot of traction control intervention, it's quite different. And I don't feel like I'm absolutely on my game in that car. Right. Whereas I feel like in a prototype, I know exactly what to do and when to do it. So maybe next year we might come back to ELMS and try again.
Well, you've got unfinished business in the NKC first. 3 rounds to go, remember. See you later on. Best of luck this weekend, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC Championship for 2023. And we've got another 16 races before we can bid you farewell. 16. So next out, Senior Rotax Heat number 5 for that class. And we've got a grid of 29 carts. Wow. All of our grids are pretty packed. And we're about to go racing again. So 16 races to get through. We've got our B finals and A finals to end the afternoon with, which will end round 4. The championship is heating up. We've crossed the halfway point. We've already got points on the board from running our heats. And this one being led round by Luke Evans and Matt Lewin. Patrick Williams, Raj Aston French are on row 2. Robbie Rathbone and Callum Farley are on row 3. Row 4 is Alex Warnaby and Liam Deedman, and then we've got Grace Lee Davis and John Hobbs rounding off the top 10. We've got, like I say, 29 carts taking the start, and we're about to get underway. I hope you had a nice lunch, because it's over and we are racing. We've got a false start warning.
You could see it from behind. There were 2 cars completely popping out of line. Everyone's trying to gain an advantage, and everyone's going, no, you can't gain an advantage. That's not how you do that. Just fallen off there. The pole man just fell off the track on the first corner. On the corner.
Is that him there? Just pulling back on.
Single number. I think it's Luke Evans. I think he just lost it.
Oh dear. Hopefully he'll be able to get back into position.
No.
Yes, he is. He's already moving forward.
Now, those of you watching all day, you'll notice it's not as sunny as it was. It's becoming more overcast, and we are really we're promised rain, but we're not promised when. Some people say 2. Some people say 4. So. But we put plastic bags on the cameras, so that means it won't rain. Hopefully,
we've staved it off with our plastic bags covering our cameras. Our cameramen haven't got plastic bags around them.
They're young, though. That's why we employ young cameramen, because they can shrink.
Yes,
and they won't catch pneumonia and die.
Right then, here we go. We've got the number 36 and the number 3.
Do you know the average age of us 3 is double the average age of the cameramen?
Don't give away the magic. Here we go. We've got Luke Evans back in position. He's going to lead them round. Hopefully it'll all be ordered. Lovely camera angle there from Ashley.
Who?
As we get underway. Who? Did I say
Ashley? He's not even Ash.
I know.
Oh, way off in the boondocks. 4 of the carts are off in the boondocks. 5 of the carts.
4, 6, 7. We've been waiting for that to happen all day. Oblivion tends to do that. And we've got a lovely replay here, and there in the mid-pack, that was
fired off. 1 fired off, 3 fired off, 5 fired off.
We had a few carts fired out of cannons there onto the
I think outside. A lot of them will get going again, though, because they just skid off in the grass. That grass isn't too wet, so it's slowing them down in a gradual way. And we'll see a few go. But the net result of that is our leader is the 3 car of Luke Evans. On the Lando Norris, sweeping around the boot for the first time. He's got a nice little lead from the all-grey cart, the 36 machine of Matt Lewin, and then it's Ashton French, Liam Deedman, John Hobbs, Callum Farley, and Alex Warnaby through for the second lap up towards Christmas corner. Still yellow flags on the first corner, so no overtaking once you've gone under the gantry. These guys are a lot further on, and there's a little bit of nudgette there between second and third.
Yeah, I thought I was about to see Ashton French going ahead. I think Ashton French has actually gone ahead of Matt Lewin now. They went through Ashby, and Matt Lewin about to drop another one to what looks like John Hobbs, and even Callum Farley getting involved there as well as they come out of.
Put it away, Ashton French certainly didn't ask for consent for that pass. He'd be
look at that for a dive.
Having a conversation with the Met Police about that one. I can tell you how he got past there. But there's
John Hobbs.
Third and fourth there, and the green nose of the 1-2-1 car. Oh, hey, look at me, I'm past. And that was John Hobbs, who got right into third. Good move there.
John Hobbs absolutely took a dive down the inside of the right-hand reboot. We've got a spinner out of Crook Corner, which is a bit disconcerting when you're pointing in the wrong direction there.
Action is third, fourth and fifth. It's not always. It's 4, 5th, 6th and 7th where all the action is now. 1 and 2 have broken away, and 3 to a little bit, so we're kind of more concentrated behind that. And I think a couple of carts, we lost a cart in the backfield. I think it's the guy who was running, I think it may have been... Liam Didman, but this one car has dropped way back in a kerfuffle in the lower front area. Third and fourth now where the action is. It's the 1-2-1 of Hobbs.
Towards the back of the field is where the action is. There's all sorts going on there as the front of this field is completely settling down. Luke Evans leading, Ashton French is second. We've got John Hobbs, Alex Warnaby, Liam Deedman, Then we've got Ryan Mills dropping down the order as Callum
Yeah,
Farley.
Callum Farley went off the track coming out of
That's
Christmas.
the spinner, yeah. No, coming out of Crook,
No, that
wasn't
was
it?
the second one. He lost it there, and somebody else lost it earlier. I think that may have been. It's all going on, Joe.
It is. I said this at the beginning, Nick. I said we're not going to be able to see everything because there's just too much happening.
Have they all had a rather overexcited Weetabix at lunchtime? Because they've forgotten their sensible heads this time, haven't they?
I think they've had a Krispy Kreme donut.
Oh, nice.
In homage to Ash there on our camera.
That's Mrs. Ash, obviously.
Mrs. Ash, yeah. So there's the 25 of Alex Warnaby. Liam Deedman's the cart behind him, and then Ryan Mills on that number 43. Oh, sorry, that's Liam Deedman. Yeah, they've had a change around. It's John Hobbs who's dropped behind Alex Warnaby. So a change for third. They're beginning to settle down. Now behind them, Ryan Mills and Archie Elliott for 6th and 7th. They're beginning to come together. So things spaced out at the front.
Yeah,
things beginning to space out somewhat.
A little bit of gappage as they come in through. There's a bit of gappage between the
word.
Parker and Chapman corners. But the first two have come together. Let's move to the front of the field because 1 and 2, who are having a kind of nice Sunday drive in the Northamptonshire countryside, now going to have a bit of a scrap, like a gymkhana.
Ashton French has took the lead actually.
So they actually swapped.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Evans made a mistake because he was a long way ahead.
He
wasn't within striking distance.
He was 3 seconds ahead.
Yeah, he wasn't within striking distance,
no,
and now he's
not
overtaken. So the only question is he may have made a little off-camera error, which is very naughty of him. If you're going to make an error, make it on camera.
Well, we thought he was gone, didn't we?
Yeah.
We thought he was gone. That's where we started focusing down the field.
Yeah, his French has got some pace on him.
He has.
Nope, that's a marvellous shot with the abandoned car.
In a moment, we'll tell
nice
you who
helmet.
it is.
Lovely helmet.
It's the number 34.
Who is that?
Dan Andrews.
Dan Andrews. But he's got his moment to start now, isn't it?
Yeah.
He hasn't got to look through all the Josh East photographs. He just needs to screen capture that. His hat with the cart facing the wrong way.
I'm not sure he wants to be remembered.
Who knows? Okay, so the battle now looks like it's 5, 6, 7 and 8, or it could be 6, 7, 8 now. It's going to come underneath you now, Ash. That's the battle.
Luke,
these 4 or 5 carts running down the field. Before
we move off that, Luke Evans looks like his tyres have completely gone off. Whether it was wrongly pressured or whatever, but Luke Evans is now struggling to keep pace. And I say that because he was hanging onto that cart, gripless cart, coming out of the final turn, and just hanging onto it.
He's just
with a bit of
using
oversteer.
one set of tyres the whole time. He chose the wrong set of his 2 sets. This is the midfield battle, the quite attractively coloured there, green with a bit of yellow, a bit of red. That's the 25 for the 125. It's add 2s then. Is it 45 actually? Could be. Who knows? Couldn't read the number that quickly. Eyes wrong at long distances as well. But I'll get the number now because that's the sort of person I am. So the multicoloured cart is actually cart number 49, and then we're looking at the 45. Pedro Oliveira on the 8's move forward, I think.
That's Archie Elliott on the
45, 6, 6, 7 and 8 we're looking at. So Oliveira again scraping into the back of the shot.
So Oliveira is easy to pick out because his cart is yellow, green and blue in homage to his heritage.
Brazilian ancestry,
yeah.
So those 3 are together. They're 7, 8 and 9 at the moment. You can see just ahead of them 5 and 4. But the lead is, I think, it's absolutely way more likely that Luke Evans is going to get caught by Alex Warnaby. He's going to get anywhere near Ashton French. He's gapped him comprehensively. These 3 now sweeping through the boot and up and around those corners. You get a good impression of the angle of the boot. It's not quite as flat as it looks. It's quite an uphill rise.
Yeah.
Shoot down the paddock bend and then fire your way into oblivion.
Archie Elliott seems to be in control of that little group of 3, doesn't he? Ryan Mills.
Nope.
Pedro Oliveira. There's a move ahead of them, though. That's Bobby Rosier moving ahead of Liam Deedman.
Yeah.
We saw how quick Rosier was in the previous heat for this, and he's proving to be as quick in this fifth heat. Whirling through the programme. So that's the battle going on ahead, and we'll see, already, just looking ahead of these 3, as we see Archie Elliott. Now, for a moment there, he had Ryan Mills right on him, but Pedro Oliveira, they are not far away, are they?
Well, the battle we need to get to is 2nd and 3rd because that's really, really fired up now. Alex Warnaby right behind Luke Evans. It's about 0.3 of a second. So let's see those 2nd and 3rd coming towards us on Christmas corner. Here we go. Look at that, 121.
Yeah, nothing in it.
That one's actually Hobbs and that's Hobbs and I've got 43 there. A bit confused who we were at there. Oh, right, that is fourth and fifth. So you need to move forward 2 karts to the second and third, which is right on the back straight now. Second and third coming towards us on the back straight. Into the boot now. There we go. Nailed together.
The move's
been 25
done.
Got the 3 there.
Yeah, the move's been done. We saw Luke Evans dropping back towards Warnaby, and that's Warnaby on the 25 now ahead. And Luke Evans' tyres have just gone completely away from him. He's struggling for grip in every area. Turn in, mid-corner. The cart's just sliding around on the exit. He's carrying the number 3, of course, because he was third in the 162 Rotax class last year in the NKC Championship. And of course, we know how quick Luke Evans is. However, for this heat, he's really struggling, isn't he?
Still get a hatful of points, so it's not the end of the day with third place. Going past one of the abandoned carts. He's interesting now he's been overtaken. He's really sticking with Alex. It's almost like he's saying, "Oh no, I've got one more lap to go. I'm going to eke out the best I can with the grip I've got through Paddock Bend." And now, again, looking into oblivion. The lead is just 0.2 of a second, and so it didn't get great drive there in fairness, Luke, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make the favoured dive up the inside of Christmas. No, and in fact you just see, as Joe said, there's a little bit of a reduced amount of grip. Robbie Rigby walking in front of us. I'm afraid Robbie looks like he's had a little bit of an injury, unfortunately. He's holding his ribs. I know all about that round here.
What happened, Nick? What happened to you?
Well, I was passing my ARCS test, but we've done that 3 times today.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Let's talk about road. Oh, left and right. Trying one final go on the last couple of corners. He's got the inside line. Oh, Evans, fantastic move there to steal back. Second place last time. Warnaby caught completely napping by a cart that looked completely dead. And over the line they go, separated by nothing. But a superb move by Evans. Surprised us and certainly surprised Warnaby. Look, he's gone left, he's gone right, and then wang, just standing at the outside. The 25 of Warnaby, certain I think he must have had that covered through the boot.
He used all of that inside curb, didn't he? Put that number 3 cart over the inside curb. Didn't upset the cart too much, and he made that stick in fine style. So he'll be happier with second. He wasn't so happy with that third after all, Nick. Ashton French, though, took a very fine win. Just under 6 seconds was the gap at the line. So Ashton French takes the win. Luke Evans is in second in that fine start. Alex Warnaby ends up third. Bobby Rosie, a great drive through the field to come in fourth. John Hobbs was fifth. Sixth, Archie Elliott. Then we had Pedro Oliveira finishing seventh. Ben Harper, Ryan Mills, Archie Lyons rounds off the top 10. And then we've got Josh Morris, James Wood, Charlie Walsh, Patrick Williams, Rahaj, Alex Jackson, Matt Lewin, Ben Fichetti, Sam Elliott, Samuel Wyatt. Grace Lee Davis rounds off the top 20. Then we've got 21st, Robbie Rathbone, Jamie Hardy, Callum Farley, Dan Andrews. And then we've got Ben Fichini, a lap down. Henry Stratton on 11 laps 2. Liam Deedman we lost on lap 9. Robbie Rigby went out on lap 3, and we lost Rob Statham on the first lap. So 29 karts took part in that heat. We've got Senior TKM, and they've got 24 karts. That should roll out. And that one's coming next.
And the background noise of barking and chatting, and we are right within the Mansell. We were all set. We were in a little 2-story hut away from everything, and here we are absolutely within the hustle and bustle of a kart racing meeting. To our left, we've got the stewards. To our far left, we've got timing. Behind us, we've got the cafe. Below us, we've got 17 canines. It's all going on.
Yeah, we're right in the hub of race control, so we've become more aware of what's going on in race control and all the officialdom that's taking part. Meanwhile, out on track, we're now being joined by our TKM field. Thankfully, didn't run anybody over there. It was close, but we didn't. So Jason Lovett will start this one on the pole position. It's Louis Bevan carrying the number 1, consecutive championship wins from the NKC for Louis Bevan in this senior TKM class. He's carried the number 1 into 2022. And he won the 2022 championship, so he carries it into 2023. He's also doing very well in this year's championship, currently second behind Charlie King. Joseph Phillips and Mitchell Ball, who carries the number 2, are on row 2. And then we've got Alexander Lehman, Adam Crofts-Davies on row 3. Row 4 is James King and Joseph Booth. Ryan Layton and Rilke Green are on row 5. Row 6 and 11th, Charlie King, current championship leader. On the burrell is alongside Chris Whiteside. We've then got Molly Nicholas-Biles, Matthew Horton, Callan Lamont, Ben Watson, Matt Cardwell, James Hull, Gordon Smith, Steve King. Then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell and Daniel Hemmings on row 11, and then rounding off the 24-car field and 12 rows of TKMs, Matt Slate and Leo Crabtree.
Now, they normally try and steal a second warm-up lap.
They don't seem, if they do, they speed up and sort of make it no choice. But here, they're very ordered, and I think we're going to get them underway, Nick.
There we go. Sadiq Khan's nightmare. And there you can see why.
A pall of two-stroke smoke greets us as the TKMs get out of our way through Oblivion and Crook and up towards Christmas Corner already, where Harry, our cameraman, stands proud and gets some fabulous action shots as they come out of Christmas through Inkerman's there, and down the inside, the 66 of Joseph Phillips on Jason Lovett, pushes Lovett fairly across to the left, and they're down the inside of Lovett. Who is that? It's the number one, Louis Bevan.
So Bevan, who if you follow the socials will know was the man who was piloting our demo lap earlier in the week. We always do a onboard lap prior to the weekend.
We haven't showed that.
No, we haven't been showing those recently because he's got the spelt name wrong. I couldn't do it.
Across the line to complete lap one. It's Joseph Phillips.
It's there on the internet if you need it.
It's Joseph Phillips, Louis Bevan, who's about to challenge for the lead. That's what Louis wants. He's carrying the number one for a reason. That means he's very, very quick at the TKM. And there he is, taking the lead of Joseph Phillips there. Behind Joseph Phillips is Louis Bevan's former teammate, Mitchell Ball. He's the man behind Junction 6, our main supporter and backer here, partner in the 2023 NKC Championship. And it's the number two into second. So 1-2 for the numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, Mitchell Ball obviously has made more places up than Bevan has. So actually points-wise, he's doing slightly better in the scheme of things because he'll start in more advantageous grip positions on his other heats. But we've got 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 who were 1 and 2 last year, and they are showing that class by beginning to edge away from Phillips, King, Lehman and Booth. So will Bevan and Ball get to have another encore battle from 2022?
And there's championship leader Charlie King joining in the party that's happening at the front. He's just gotten ahead of Joseph Phillips. So Charlie King will be chasing down Bevan and Ball. It's the Bevan and Ball show once again. We've seen this so many times in the NKC.
It sounds like a really, really bad 70s comedy.
It's the
Bevan and Ball show.
Lots of prizes to give away though. The prize of the Junction 6.
What do carts make? Prizes!
NKC Championship up for grabs here. Out of the boot then. It'll be 3 laps completed for the Bevan and Ball show, continuing to circulate. But Charlie King...
He's coming.
He's coming indeed. The number 26 there just going into Oblivion. And then out of there quickly through the left and then into the right at Crook. Mitchell Ball looking very racy, doesn't he? He's following him round.
I think, yeah, he's following him around, but I think also he's now aware that the person behind them is the man who's leading the championship in Charlie King. So perhaps his concept of just sitting in the stitching for a few laps and seeing what happens, maybe out the window, and getting past Louis is what Mitchell's number one priority is, straight away, rather than in 4 or 3 laps' time.
And they very much looked like they were using, so they're using all of the off-track at Ashby, and it wasn't that they were sliding through there very much. They were driving it just to keep the momentum up, just to stop the rear axles winding up and losing momentum on there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the corner as wide as possible, so you can carry as much speed. And obviously, that doesn't always work if the surface you're going onto wide doesn't have the same amount of grip as the tarmac, but it seems that coming out of Ashby does. Ball now looking very, very feisty. And he's going up the inside. Oh, well, he was helped in fairness. Oh, look at what! Hey, that is class indeed. I mean, Louis Bevan. What happens here is Mitchell Ball decides to go past and doesn't say excuse me or please and just throws the cart in. Bevan can't turn in because Mitchell Ball's out of control, and Charlie King says thank you very much, chaps, I'll have the lead.
And Bevan had to be really careful because he was on the marbles on the outside of that turn, and of course Charlie King had the optimum, more grippy inside line. And Charlie King, who probably could see what was happening, you know, you come up towards a battle in front of you, and if you're gaining, you're thinking, come on, boys, trip over one another. And that's Charlie King got his wish because Charlie King now leads.
Well, Mitchell Ball is going to have to perhaps have a little bit of apology to Bevan because realistically there was no way King should have got past Bevan, but he'd been completely taken out of the track by Ball being completely out of control trying to break into Christmas Corner.
Well, that just shows how on the limit these drivers are. The only way that Mitchell Ball could get past Louis Bevan into Christmas Corner was to absolutely pitch it in and just send it as who used to say that? It was Daniel Ricciardo who used to say that, didn't he? He used to just say send it.
So it gets his confidence back.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah.
Just send it. What, to Lando Norris's house? No, perhaps not.
Well, it was the Bevan and Ball show. It's now the Ball and Bevan show because they are in second and third. The number 2 with the number 1 behind it. They are doing everything they can to close down that gap to championship leader Charlie King. Charlie King on the Birrell, being run by Dave Klassen, who manufactures the ARC cart that we saw and spoke to in the paddock show that you saw at lunchtime.
And you can watch again on our YouTube channel. Yes,
you can. Ben Watson on the ARC currently in 11th, making his way through. Callan Lamont, if it is indeed how you say Callan Lamont, has moved up to 9th, and Callan was quite a way down, if I look. He was 15th, so he has moved forward.
But Charlie King's made a few places, hasn't he, to get the lead?
Yeah, Charlie King has made up quite a few places. Charlie King was in 11th. So from 11th to 1st.
That's big points if you can do that.
It is, yeah. That's his middle of the grid heat, isn't it, for Charlie King? So maximum point haul, quite
likely. 2 minutes to go, though.
Likely, yeah. With still 2 minutes to go, though. And if anything,
looking a little bit closer to this lap than last lap.
Yeah, the Ball and Bevan show closing that gap, aren't they?
Dragging Bevan with him. Joseph Booth now in 4th. His gap, he's not really out of it. He's only 1.3 seconds behind this train. This train's going really, really quickly. Oh, just for a second there, I thought the King had gone a tiny bit wide going through the Parker Chapman area, but it's more of an optical illusion down the back straight. Now, is Bevan literally going to just sit in the wheel tracks and fall to the last lap?
No, you can never discount Bevan having a bash at his mate.
Well, they'll have a go. When he'll have a go.
Yeah. Well, just coming up to 90 seconds remaining then, so we've probably got about 3 laps of racing. They're lapping in the 47 seconds, so
it's going to be close.
I think it's going to be close on 3 laps. We've definitely got 2, but potentially, I think potentially,
I think
they've got 3.
It's either 2 more after this or 3 more after this.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Bevan. He's been listening, Nick.
I knew he would.
Yeah.
I've got a hotline to him now.
Yeah,
now I know how to spell his name properly.
So it's back to the Bevan and Ball show with Louis. He's been waiting long enough, he thinks. Oh, come on, Mitch.
The problem is, though, that gave Charlie King... no, they came back in. This is just giving Charlie King the keys to the door of the win.
Yeah, it is. These two are going to trip over one another because they want it. They're trying to gather points and they want to get more points than the other. But now Mitchell Ball says, thank you very much. That's my second place. I would say they're going to have one more lap after this, Nick.
Yep. But it's right on the cusp, actually, because they're 13 and a half. If they're doing 47 seconds lap, they're right on the cusp of pinging it its last lap next time round.
So this battle for second and third is not over. Charlie King, championship leader, has gone off. And like you say, Nick, he's extended that gap since these two have been battling over this second and third place. It's back to the Ball and Bevan show, though. And now that, you know what? Mitchell Ball knows exactly what Louis Bevan's capable of, and vice versa. So you've got a situation now.
Last lap, just last lap.
Wow, that was close, wasn't it? Yeah. So we're on to the final lap. So time running out for Louis Bevan. And look at that, Mitchell Ball knows that time is running out for Louis Bevan. So he takes the right-hand entry to Christmas Corner, which is the defensive line, through Inkermans, down the hill, and look at that, once again defending. But Louis Bevan might be able to do the switchback, not quite able to. It's very slow, Ashby, off camber. Here's Ball, he's coming. Bevan's coming on Ball. This is fabulous racing, these two, using the textbook. Look at that, Mitchell Ball, defensive line. Bevan goes to the optimum line. Can he get round the outside? He slows it down.
About it.
Great driving from Ball. As Charlie King takes the checkered flag, and they're side by side across the line for second. It actually goes to Mitchell Ball.
0.08 of a second.
The gap was 8, so that's 0.008 of a second. 8 thousandths. Fabulous racing from them two. So Charlie King takes the win. Mitchell Ball just in second from Louis Bevan. Joseph Booth in 4th. Alexander Lehman in 5th. Joseph Phillips was 6th. Matthew Horton 7th. Caelan Lamont is in 8th, Will Cregeen 9th, Matt Cardwell 10th, Ben Watson on the ERC 11th, James Hull in 12th. Then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell Molly Nicholas Biles, Leo Crabtree, Jason Lovett, Matt Slade, Gordon Smith, Chris Whiteside, Adam Cross-Davies 20th, James King 21st, Ryan Layton 22nd, Steve King, the last of the runners, in 23rd, and we lost Daniel Hemmings on that 6th lap.
I have a question you probably can't answer.
Go ahead,
Why
Cora.
can I smell diesel?
Because we're surrounded by generators and trucks.
Possibly, but someone spilled some diesel somewhere. Okay, so that was another good one.
Great racing at the front of the senior TKM field, as ever. You know what, Nick? That's just for a heat. We had the three main protagonists at the front of that field. That bodes very well for a very, very exciting final. It's Rotax 177s out again. They're already in the collecting area.
We've
real
got their shaped men, as I like to say.
The proper normal shaped men. We've got Charlie Jowers, who will start on pole position. LRG's Stephen Horner, who will start alongside. We've got Simon Wheeler and Michael Mallet on the second row. We've got James Yapp and Oliver Moss on row 3. Then we've got Cole Edwards and Scott Smith on row 4. Row 5 is Harrison Crook and Dan Fleckney. Then we've got Oliver Smith, Nick Skelton, Keith Mason starts 13th with Ian Branfield alongside in 14th. Tommy Austin, Dave Nolan, Jake Lewis, Carl Bryant. And then we've got Paul Moran, Thomas Childs, Ollie Hancock, who took a bumper penalty. You remember when he came out the final turn and just snagged the cart in front hard enough to knock his bumper down, so he didn't finish in that second place. He will start on row 11. We've got the final few rows: Ben Hitch, Neil Hemming, Joshua Pickford, Rhys Llewellyn, Lee Todd, Joshua Gollin, Richard Evans, Alex Jones and Aaron Knight rounding off the 31 cart field. So 31 carts, Nick, so bound to be a lot of action.
Do you think so?
Yes. I'll be asking for my money back if there isn't.
Well, names I don't recognise at the front: Charlie Jowers and Stephen Horner. So it's they've said this is the jumbled up field, so we should see quite a lot of action. Some of the faster guys come through. Some of the guys who don't normally get to be at the front get a chance to prove what they could do when they're not stuck in the traffic.
Yes, this is what, and there's somebody off already.
That's happened on about half the races.
Not quite sure why. So Stephen Horner with the red and white LRG livery alongside him. Charlie Jowers, he's the pole man. I'm trying to see who that is. H2O, is it? H2O Racing, I think it says on the front of that car.
I think they're going to go around again because that cart's not clear.
Right, what we're going to do. Yeah, it is. It's we're still starting.
No, it's a full start.
Yeah, I think that just means we're going to send them round again. I don't think it was a false start. I think it was
send them round again because that car's
still trying
on the uphill rise to Christmas. It's running.
Joshua Pickford is the driver that has unfortunately stopped out on track. He will take no further part in this heat. We've got one more heat coming for Rotax 177s before we start talking about the B final. We've got two more. We've got one more junior Rotax final coming, one more senior Rotax final coming, the third and final Minimax final, heat coming, and then the third and final senior TKM final. So still, we're getting to the point where the grids are being formed for the A finals.
Yep.
And indeed the B finals for the last of the qualifiers. So Stephen Horner on the red and white cart, Charlie Jowers on pole position on the left-hand side of the track as they approach the starting gantry. We should get things underway because that looks nice and ordered. And indeed, we do get things underway.
45. Who's the 45? Made a very poor start. Simon Wheeler.
Stephen Horner.
Lose all the momentum in the middle of the pack. So much they just sort of dropped back 2 rows. Because they've been going around slowly. You ask for the power, and sometimes it's just not there. In the engine. That's an aggressive starting manoeuvre there, wasn't it?
Well, I think Horner was caught out a little bit by Charlie Jowers and had to move to the inside. Both carts heavily on the brakes and had to put the cart over the inside curb. So Jowers leads, Stephen Horner in second. These two pulling out a nice little gap to Michael Mallet, who's third. Oliver Moss, I think, is still fourth. There's Horner down the inside, into the boot for the first time. Jowers, he's got more momentum though, so staying on the outside. And now they're being joined by Mallet.
Jowers' cart doesn't look like it's got actually much ground speed. It was looking slow as he came out of that short shoot there. It didn't seem to pick up. Wondering where he's not got quite pick up on the accelerator. I don't think it's a gearing thing. It's almost like he hadn't cleaned the engine out yet.
Same thing coming out of Crook. Horner all over him. Now Horner's on an HRS engine, I see. Not quite sure who Jowers is on. But certainly Horner being held up slightly and down the inside of Ashby. Has he gone for it? Yes, he has, but he just
Oh,
got
up
on.
on
He's
the back.
climbed over the back of him. So that's a coming together, and that's put Horner right the way down there. And it's caused a massive concertina. People coming together. The 72 there being pushed out. Harrison Crook got a bit of a nudge, ended up going wide. I think he's regained his composure, and he may have even sat on that second place. Let's have a look again. And again, Horner no doubt being held up somewhat, but he kind of half stuck his nose in there and then backed out of it. Ended up going over the back of Jowers. Jowers is, I think that might be his bumper that's come askew, but then that concertinaed everybody together and all hell broke loose.
Someone going past us has got a dislodged exhaust. Did you hear it?
Yes,
So
that
that's
could well be
probably gonna
Jowers.
because he's had a big.
I saw
punt at
something
the
flat.
backside,
It's not the bumper, it was the exhaust.
So leading, is Jowers? No, it's.
No, I think it's Mallet.
It's gone through now. Yeah,
That's number 71 in the lead now.
I don't think Jowers' engine was working as it should have been doing. It wasn't picking up. I can't believe it was a gearing issue at this point so late in the meeting. So I think they just wasn't getting a low down pickup, which is effectively was great for us. It squeezed everyone together. But now out and away, it is. You're absolutely right. It's the 71 of Mitchell Mallet now leading, and as he's got a reasonably close attendance from the 144 of Oliver Moss. And Jowers has trundled down, as you say, without the exhaust connected. It even plays with the power band even more. So Jowers really, I know he'd be loath to lose his points from a front start, but realistically, I'm sure you would advise him to come into the pits.
He's going to need to come in the pits before he really does damage to that motor.
Down the inside of Ashby, and Moss takes the lead. Gets a big punt in the backside for his trouble from Mallet. Now, Mallet must be careful of that, because that looked like on the edge of being a bumper penalty, because he gave it a right old slap. But it was a good move by Moss as he came up the inside, but it's all scrapping about. They're not having any of this in the 177 Heat 5.
Oh, and there's the Tony Cart of Michael Mallet squeezing back, but the Cosmic of Oliver Moss hangs on to that lead. There's definitely been tripped up. So a change of lead there. Oliver Moss leaves. Harrison Crook it is ahead of Mallet.
Harrison suddenly picked up 2 spaces. So he came through. He saw what's happening again. Yeah, it was this. You look for themes like you talk about chess and you talked about momentum. The theme for this one is waiting for someone else to make a mistake and gaining from it. Or how many times did someone overtake by doing no work whatsoever, but 2 other carts taking themselves out? And that was Crook again, 4th and 2nd, just by being in the right place at the right time, not putting any moves on, but he put some moves on there.
Yeah, great move
and
down
Crook
the inside.
Takes the lead with Moss. Now, Crook obviously is one of the better known drivers within the NKC 177, but it's now all happening.
You've got a massive variation on performance from these karts and drivers, and there, coming back at him, is Oliver Moss. And Oliver Moss is going to show being in the lead. He's not going to show that he lost the lead to Harrison Crook in any way, shape or form.
So why is this? Is this gearing? Is this just because some of these guys are even more 177 than others, but Crook takes first place and into second place following through again? That's Scott Smith showing the I'll get a free place there, and it's 2 places dropped down for Oliver Moss.
In answer to your question, Nick, I think it's all of the above, what you said there. Yeah, different variation in setup maybe, also ability, performance levels, and that's what mixed grid karting gives us, and it gives us some great racing. Down the inside and into third has gone Oliver Smith on the number 9, who crossed the line in 5th. He's taken 2 places in the course of half a lap.
Well, Moss is in 4th from 1st on this lap. So
yes, he is. Yeah, 1st to 4th.
We've had a huge change round, sort of the halfway house lap, wasn't it? Went over that lap with 4 minutes to go, and everyone's decided to do something a bit different. As you can see, the Christmas tree at the top has been flying around with different bit names all over the place. And into the lead now, a change again as Scott Smith takes Harrison Crook in a classic Christmas corner overtake. But I wouldn't count out Oliver Smith either. I think there's a good chance.
No.
Do you know if these Smiths are related? Obviously, Smith is the most common surname in England.
I actually don't.
It's your job being the pit and paddock man. That's your job.
Yeah, I need my media guru, Mr. Burry.
They're on different coloured carts, which makes you think no. You kind of feel if 2 brothers were racing, then have the same sort of livery and chassis, just so they could share the bits and they crash. So it's Smith from Crook from Smith. So, but Scott ahead of Oliver and Harrison. There's 2 Olivers there. There's Oliver Moss running in 4th and 144. 1, 2 and 3 coming up the rise towards Christmas Corner.
It's getting good, isn't it? It's getting good. 3 karts battling for the front. This is going to be good. Oliver Smith, he's carrying the number 9 because he had a great 2022, finishing in the top 10 of the championship, of course. So we know how quick he is, but I tell you what, he's going to have to... Oh, and there's that sideways, the 72 of Harrison Crook. He lost a lot of time there. went very sideways through Parker. He's looking behind him because he knows he lost a lot of ground. And if he's not careful, Oliver Smith is going to be all over his bumper. It looks pretty settled at the moment. It's 8 laps completed there as Scott Smith comes across the line. 8 laps completed.
I think it's worth saying, Joe, that of course the NKC Rotax Heavy Rotax 177 effectively has become the preeminent Rotax 177 championship in the country.
This is the 177 British Championship, if you ask me. We've got, the 177s don't exist in the Vera Tools British Championship. They don't exist in the UKC, the Ultimate Karting Championship, which is another IKR championship in Great Britain. This is where all the 177 drivers have gravitated to. And it's, I think, the attraction being the tyre regulation, the 2 sets of tyres per season. It cuts down costs. It cuts down the costs, yeah, but it's still expensive to run at the front. And we've got the cream of 177 Rotax karting in the Junction 6 NKC, no question. And I've got to say, that kart in 4th place, a lonely 4th place, Stephen Horner, having settled down after that trip over the back end of Jowers, he's maintained that 4th position, and Stephen will be Stephen's best finish in a heat.
He did his nose when he went over the back of the kart.
He might have, yes, he might have. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I'm not saying that's happened, but you'd think that was a big old clunkette, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
If he hits it with the wheel first, he might be all right.
Yeah,
so
he may have rode over it first rather than hit it flat.
1, 2, and 3.
So we get another lap as well, Nick. There's only 6 seconds on the clock there as they went underneath the gantry. So that's going to be another 2 laps of racing. And look at that, Scott Smith looking over his shoulder. Harrison Crook, he's still there, mate. As is Oliver Smith just behind him. And I think these 3 are very equal, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're very, very equal.
Now
Stephen Horner.
Now they've kind of had their fight and their scrap. And they've dive-bombed each other, and they've got part, and they've managed to remove other people.
Fastest lap of the race, Stephen Horner on the LRG. What a great lap that was. He's closed the gap to 3rd. And it's not quite why the reasoning is.
Second and third close together.
Got a yellow flag at Ashby.
Gone straight on at Ashby. He's driver's fine. Got out looking annoyed with himself or anything else. Second and third now closer. You're absolutely right. There's 66. And Stephen Horner needs more laps basically because he's absolutely gaining on these guys hand over fist. He's not going to get there this time. There's not enough laps and they're not making any mistakes. Second and third. Have they settled for what they've got and just looking for another error as the crowd gets incredibly involved in this race?
The crowd goes wild.
Unfortunately, they're probably going wild for 11th and 12th.
Yeah, that's the thing. We hear them go wild. The battle at the front, though, that's... I'm not going to say anything, Nick, because you know what? Scott Smith, all right, he's out there. He's got half a second on Harrison Crook, but Oliver Smith is right on Crook's bumper now as we go into the boot for the final time. Time running out for Smith to challenge for that second place. And I think it's going to finish as it looks with Stephen Horner gaining ground in 4th. It is indeed Scott Smith who takes the checkered flag. Harrison Crook in 2nd, Oliver Smith 3rd, Stephen Horner in 4th. And then we've got James Yapp, Oliver Morsey and Brandfield, Ben Hitch, Richard Evans.
Carl Bryant, who came over in 10th, was livid with himself for making a mistake on the last corner and losing 2 positions. And 2 positions being a couple of points in the championship. But that was another cracking race. Scott Smith, congratulations from Harrison Crook, as that is the 177 Heat 5. So there'll be one more heat. Won't necessarily involve some different drivers and some similar drivers from this particular heat. That'll be the last of the Rotax heats.
Well, Stephen Horner, if that result sticks, that's his best finish of the season. His best finish up to now was an 8th in the Mansell Raceway final.
No, the pace was what was really impressive.
Yeah, he's certainly got that sorted, hasn't he? He's with Louis' team, of course, Louis Large. So he'll be delighted with that 4th. He hasn't had the best of luck. He seems to end up in other people's accidents, in fairness to Stephen. And he's...
It sounds like my last week in iRacing.
Hopefully that'll give him a bit of motivation, because we like having him around. So little pause while I blew my nose then.
Yeah, I didn't know you were doing that. You should have looked at me and I could have just said something.
What, with me handkerchief in my nose?
I don't know.
Right, what have we got next?
Well, you've got a hay fever or a cold.
I don't know. It's more hay feverish, I think.
Weather report. It's very overcast now, but not to the right, straight ahead of me. Never going to rain. To my right, yeah, could do. Where the weather's coming from.
Well, from the right.
Where the weather's coming from. So, yeah,
Look, hang on. You're seeing that. Have a look out the door.
Hang on.
Have a look out the door.
Let me get. He's kicking me out.
Yeah, get out. Have a look out the door.
Oh, that doesn't look very good, does it?
Yeah, no. It's that's a different look altogether, isn't
I
it?
need to stare at the clouds now. My hands cup my eyes to see what the movement is.
There is rain coming. Now
there's rain in the air, actually. I've just been spat on. No, it's going that way, actually.
The significance.
It's going that way. This is great. This is great commentary, and you can't see me.
Yeah,
effectively, the weather is going across the track towards Christmas Corner, if you know the circuit. So in an angle from Paddock Bend to Christmas Corner, where the weather's going.
We're not at the Nürburgring. It's not like it's going to rain over there at the final turn.
You say that it did that last year. It did that last year. Yes, it rained at the boot. It wasn't really raining anywhere else.
Well, the significance of rain, if this is your first karting event that you are, well, the track gets wet, but we have dry and we have wet tyres in karting.
Yes.
And right now we're on a slick tyre, which has no tread whatsoever. And then if it rains, we go to a treaded tyre. Yeah, you may have seen the similar thing if you're watching Formula One or other forms of car racing and the like. But karting's just the same. It's exactly the same. Now the thing is, slick tyres are great in the dry. Absolutely fabulous in the dry. Very, very grippy. Massive, massive amount of grip in these karts. However, if it rains and the track goes even slightly damp, it renders the karts gripless and you are driving as if on ice. And we will see everything slowed down. We'll see people slipping and sliding. And I see spots of rain on our commentary box window, Nick.
Very, very light spittage at the moment.
Now these junior Rotaxes, Nick, I can tell you are on slicks.
Oh yeah, there's no one.
The track is not touched at all.
It's in fairness, it doesn't. This morning we had a big shower, and it was a real obvious shower cloud came over, wasn't it? You know, if you're a student of British weather, you go, that's going to rain, and it rained. It did that summer thing where it dumped a load, then disappeared off. Very close, and disappeared off. So, but at that point, we haven't seen anything else but some sun. So, but this is more like setting for the day once it turns up sort of rain, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had beautiful weather up to now. Sunshine, nice and warm, perfect racing conditions. But however,
this is our 11th NKC event, starting with the one we did in 21. And we've only ever had half a wet day in that entire time.
Yeah, I know.
And that wasn't super wet.
So
we are due it, in fairness.
Yeah, we are.
We're due one day where it just tips it down.
And the thing is, again, with the tyre regulation of only 2 sets
They're
per
all
6.
desperate for it.
Yeah. Not using your slicks is good. Alex Fraser is the pole man. Alex Fraser and Ellie Anderson are our front row, both on Lando Norris karts there, as we come across the start-finish and get the go. Into oblivion they go. Into Crook, the right-hander. And somebody fires off.
Has he stayed off or did he come back?
I think he may have gathered that up, whoever it was, he or she. Ooh. And is that Alex Fraser? It is. It's the 55 of Alex Fraser who is taking full advantage. We've seen Alex run at the front of the previous heat. As we get the rest of the field through Ashby now. And already Fraser, who is our current reigning Minimax champion from 2022, he's moved up the order into juniors and doing very well. He's had a bit of a mixed season, I've got to say. But right now, he's leading this pack round, and behind him,
you've got Ellis in third. That's a brilliant run from the start. So Ellis is in third. Wait to tick over who's in second. Hasn't come over, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ellie Anderson. Ellie Anderson is on the Lando, and she is certainly a cork in the bottle, as down her inside has gone. And that's a nasty, nasty shunt there. Ellie will be a bit bruised off that. The cart certainly struck the side of her.
So is that Ellie who's not moving?
Yeah, that's Ellie.
She's fine. It's the cart.
Yeah, she is. She's gotten out. She's getting out the cart. She may have damage on her motor.
Let's see what happened. Coming up towards it is the 3 carts. The background you want to be looking at. Coming in, and that's not. That's hard actually. But the 29 is the spinning problem about the whole situation. Who's the 29 cart? He's not come out there very well. Might have the wrong number, wasn't 29?
The wrong number, it wasn't.
Who was it then?
I'm going to tell you in a moment. I have no idea, Nick.
Can we show it again?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see who was involved in that. All of this is allowing Alex Fraser to get away.
So who was the cart?
Here we
So
go.
this is the cart
Ellie's
here.
in the middle there on
Is
the
this cart,
Lando.
the red-nosed cart, that's the one that does it.
Yeah, the
What
red-nosed
is it?
cart. That is the number.
It seems to be 29 to me.
It looks like 29. It's not 25.
So we have a 29.
Talk amongst yourselves.
That's really weird. Oh, I don't mind. Is there an 89?
Jaden Hewitt's on 25. Jaden Hewitt's dropped down the order. I think that was Jaden Hewitt.
25.
25. But no, he needs to clean his numbers, doesn't he?
Yeah, I've looked at him. He's on 25 on the side. He's got a 29 on the back.
Really?
Yeah, you watch him come around again. He's got the wrong numbers. The rain's come down, by the way. We're getting a bit of spittage.
Oh, this is going to cause a little bit of a interference with the running here as more rain falls. And you're right, Nick. It's coming in from the area of the final turn at the boot and pit bend.
Properly
so
spitting.
they're not going to hit any kind of change in track surface until now.
So the 2 o'clock people were correct, not the 4 o'clock people. The rain. Oh, that was a lot of curb to take there. Fraser, very, very aggressive on the curb.
I've actually felt a drop of rain on my leg, and I'm indoors. How'd that happen?
It's just super sensitive. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now the thing at the moment is we have got the slippery surface flag out. Whether it's affecting anything yet, or it's psychological, I know. At the inside comes the 13. No, it was the 13. Who's that? It was the 10 of Levi Earle who got through there. The leaders have broken away, but the battle is absolutely 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's different levels of confidence in that pack about how to handle the carts in this growing damp condition. Just trying to see if it's actually still going or not.
Yeah, we're getting.
Oh, there he goes.
Signs.
Yeah, we've got rain, and there's people coming off from this point. They're going to be careful.
We've got signs of the track being affected by the wet. No question. Just look at how slowly everybody is going now. There's the leader, Alex Fraser. There's the second place, 227, Nicholas Ellis, sliding very wide indeed.
Oh, it's gone from the lead.
Fraser
gone
off.
From the lead. Can you keep going? He's got going.
And there's the fourth place cart off.
There we go.
Fraser spinning off, but regaining in second. We've got carts spearing off at oblivion, literally going into oblivion.
Oh, they're going to red flag this one.
They're going to need to slow down. That's the thing.
There's the kart races, aren't they?
Yes, they're youngsters as well. They're going to need to slow down. That's caught them out. Every time, the thing is, every lap you come around, the conditions are worse. There's more water dropping all the time, and the conditions are worse. And eventually, those slick tyres will not give you any grip at all.
Because as it stands, they're still rolling. And I think they're just saying everyone slow down. And I think, in fairness, as you can see, the cameras begin to suffer from the droplets on it. We'll sort that out at the end of the heat. The dogs are getting wet, which is not nice for them either. There's a husky in the paddock who's getting very damp indeed.
He'd be loving it.
He's looking very stoic and saying, "I prefer ice, thank you very much."
Yeah,
the 227 of Nicholas Ellis is effectively now just going to become a drift cart. He's effectively just running full lock, no lock, full lock, no lock, full knock. But he's past Fraser, of course, who fell off at the first corner. There he goes, taking it as quiet as possible, but he's doing the right thing. He's got a very, very, very long lead over Fraser, 7.5 seconds. So the lead is not important. I mean, obviously he's for himself. But let's look at the carts behind him as he comes up the hill. Huge gap to Fraser. Another gap to Levi Earle. What's the lap times now?
Just look, I mean, they've got
108.
Yeah,
22 seconds. It's not stopping. He should get it back though. If he can keep it rolling, he'll get back on the car. That's number 10 of Levi Earle. Uses all this very limited weight, being a junior, to bounce the thing back on the track again. Rain coming down. It's quite heavy. And the guys in the paddock are removing themselves so they can change to wet tyres, I think you'll find. I think so the next heat, whatever that is, will be on the wet.
Well, next cart's out at Senior Rotax, aren't they? So they'll be changing onto wet tyres, no question, because they can see how slippery the track is. It's a wet tyre required, no question. Now the thing is, we've still got just under 2 minutes of this heat remaining.
I think they're shortening the race. I think they're putting last lap board out. I think they're going to shorten the race.
Putting the checkered flag out.
So we're going to.
Yeah, that's a very, very wise decision. And Nicholas Ellis is absolutely delighted. Here it is in slow motion. Alex Fraser and Levi Earle, who's regained back up to third after that off up at Christmas Corner. Alex Fraser will come home in second, has he? Yes, he has. Levi Earle third, Mitchell Mulvey fourth, Adam Catling fifth, Joel Bowden in sixth. Then we've got championship leader Mason Perrin in seventh, We've got Freddie Moore, Josh Withcombe and Maxim Smith rounding off the top 10. And then we've got Jaden Hewitt, Luke Sawyers, Taylor Dixon, Dylan Mitchell, Reese Green, Lewis Llewellyn, Louis Reese, Alex Dole, Lever Goodyear and Callum Scrivens rounds off the top 20. And then we had Melissa Adrian, Ethan Wyatt, Alex Timmins, Lewin Hughes, Will Swales are in 25th. And the last of our runners, Ellie Anderson, went off after 5 laps. We saw that incident. And Freddie Theobald, we lost on lap 1.
Okay.
So that was a premature end to our junior Rotax heat number 5. We have we've concluded. Actually, that's the 5th and final heat for the junior class. So
is there not another one?
No, there's no more juniors.
What I would say is it doesn't look. If you look straight ahead,
you know what?
Because the rain's coming from one direction. One of our windows is absolutely coated with water. The other one's clear as a bell.
It looks like one of those days where by the time we get the senior Rotax grid out, the track will be dry enough for slicks. This is the sort of day that costs you a fortune because one heat can completely burn a set of wets at 200 quid a set. I believe
there's still rain falling though.
Yeah, well that's what you would want really. So we're going to give the senior Rotax competitors a bit of time to change onto wets. I think they're already pretty much done and dusted with that.
I think there's some consternation and conversation about the rules on that, about whether you're allowed to change on the grid at the last minute or whatever it is.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Oh, Louis talked about 2 minutes here and who's on the grid at 2 minutes to go and everything else.
Ah, right. Well, yes. If you're on the grid with 2 minutes to go. So we've got a bit of a...
Yeah, I'm going to put my hand out to see what the velocity of rain is.
We've got a bit of a delay.
It's quite rainy. That's quite rainy at the moment. That's not. Right. That's not like slightly annoying on the village green. That's proper rainy rain.
All right, though. So let's have a look and see what's coming next. So we've got about 4 more heats remaining. Senior Rotax next, then Minimax. Then we've got our final. These are all final heats, to be honest. Rotax 177s. The senior TKM, their final heat. The B finals kick off with senior Rotax, junior Rotax, then Rotax 177s, and then we kick off the A finals with the Minimax category. Just looking at the season ahead, Nick, while we've got a moment to take our breath, this is 4 rounds of 6. From this 4th round, we go to Fullbeck on the 9th and 10th of September, and then Clay Pigeon ends the season on the 21st, 22nd of October. We go to Clay Pigeon down in the south of England. Before that, in August next month, we come back to Whilton Mill, where we have our O-Plate. Our O-Plate back here at Whilton Mill. It's a 2-day live stream for that, so 2 days of racing for the accolade of carrying a zero number plate. There's quite an accolade. Every series has an O-Plate. Some people's call it O-Plate, other people's don't.
I know it is.
It's
brilliant. This is just brilliant.
You think Formula One's political, eh?
Well, the thing I like most of all, you can probably hear a bit of background noise. There's a conversation about the rules going on. There was a very heated conversation in the doorway, and they've moved it so it wouldn't bleed onto our microphones. They just moved below the window, which is open, so it's exactly the same. So there's a talk about when you should be on the grid, and if you are already on the grid, what you can do.
Oh, and go. There's a running race back to the collecting area.
Oh, okay, here we go.
So what is the deliberation going on? I don't really want to get involved in it.
There's some small rule about 2 minutes.
You have to be on the ground 2 minutes before. Yeah, just like
the previous one, and everyone wasn't, and they were. And I understand that in a normal rules. I suppose it's a point about: are we going to play to the rules, or are we going to play to common sense?
Because they shortened it, that
made this 2 minutes.
But that's the problem. Now therein lies the problem of unscheduled races. When you're in something like, say, British Touring Cars, your race is at 15:30. So you've got to be on the grid at 15:20, and you've got to be on the ground at 15:25. When that one finishes, this one starts, you can throw that rule out the window for me, because it becomes very grey. So when does the clock start ticking for your 2 minutes on the ground? Is the way I would interpret that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And after all, this isn't professional racing. This is about people's hobbies and having a good weekend racing. So if we're going to be pedantic about rules to that level and this becomes a safety issue. This is a safety issue. It's about people being out there on the right tyres. What you don't want is somebody going out there on slick tyres on a wet track. So for me, delay it, put everybody on wet tyres for safety, and then start again. Put a delay on the meeting if you have to.
I couldn't agree more.
There's a bit of that's a bit of a sensible approach. Let's not try and screw people over in the collecting area. Let's do it on the track.
Competitive
I don't mean screw people over on the track.
You have very competitive people who think they're getting an advantage and want to put that advantage home.
But I think it's we're sort of lacking a bit of context in why we're here.
And back to the personal. Caroline Strange has said, Louis Bevan's mum here, watching with my heart and mouth as usual. And it's raining very heavily. She doesn't use that exact term in Bristol.
We get what you mean.
Yes.
Is that Louis' mum?
Yeah.
Hello,
Caroline
Louis' mum.
So hello everyone. I think we've got a few minutes while I change tyres and think about it. This is going to be a issue for the teams because I think it's going to do this rain. It's going to dry out, and about 4 o'clock, it's going to do the rain thing again.
Yeah. And the thing is, we've had so much sunshine and warm weather, that tarmac is actually hot, so it does dry out very, very quickly. We've got rain on Harry's camera lens. Has Harry got a cloth?
Harry's going to clean it, it's fine.
Is he? Let's have a look at Harry.
Oh, he's standing.
There he is. There's Harry's cloth.
Harry's cloth.
Yeah. Oh, still. Try again, Harry.
Try again, Harry.
Yeah, try again.
Harry
Made it
touching
worse.
cloth.
Just smeared it. You did.
So
yeah. Is that his jacket he's doing that with? I hope it's a microfiber cloth you've got there.
No, it's his.
It's his blooming fluorescent jacket, man. Oh. Give him a cloth, for heaven's sake.
He says no one got a cloth. Has he got any tissues?
I don't know. Got any tissues, Harry? We need tissues. We need to soak up the water. No, he hasn't got any tissues. So.
No, hang on.
So let's have a look at what is out next. Junior Rotax is the heat we've just had. That was truncated somewhat by that splash of rain. We've got a bit of deliberation going on in the collecting area for our 6th and final heat for senior Rotax.
Yes, and we'd be involved with it, which I don't want to get involved with.
I know why Louis Large is keen on applying the rules because his driver's on pole position. Andy Ambrose on the number 55 will start on the pole position. Harry Barker will start alongside Andy. Max Martin and Finlay Watson are on row 2. Charlie Walsh on the ST Racing kart with Nigel Horner's HRS engine alongside him. Will start alongside Lewis Ball on row 3. Row 4 is Carl Dunford and Adam Rogers. Row 5, Henry Stratton and Jamie Hardy, with Toby Case and Tommy Lee Davis on row 6. Nathan Schaefer and Jensen Watts are on row 7. Then we've got Aidan Pomeroy and Robbie Rathbone on row 8. Row 9 is Braden Hill and Christopher Harris. Ollie Varney starts alongside Paul Ozan on row 10. And then we've got Hayden Phillips, Ashton French, John Hobbs and Liam Deedman, Ollie Goodyear and Marcus King, and then Reese Pope and Lewis Berry, rounding off what is a 28-kart field. So when we get news of when we get things underway, we'll the first indication that we get will be when the karts are released, and that was when we'll hear engines fire up, and that is when we will get an idea of when we are going to get on with this. So a bit of a delay while we change tyres because of the wet track, and there's more deliberation going on. So there's deliberation about the drivers not being told about it finishing early, and what is the problem with that? No, you can't do that, mate. No. Nice try. I know that, but nice try. The track was wet. You were slipping and sliding around. You weren't in control of your destiny. The gods were in control of your destiny. In my view, my humble opinion, that was, Paul. So no, you didn't tie. No, I mean, you've got to. You know what? I think that was a very sensible decision to put the checkered flag out. We had kids out there, young people out on karts, on slicks, in the wet, and I think it was a wise and sensible decision to call a premature halt to that heat, bring them in, and get them on the right tyre. because someone was going to get hurt potentially. So you can't ever criticise a decision that's based on safety of youngsters, certainly in karting. So, no, we can throw the checkered flag whenever we want if it's for the right reasons, and you can't really deliberate about whether or not I'm waiting for the last lap on slick tyres on a wet track to make me move. No, mate, sorry. Nice try. No. Silliness. Silliness abounds here at Whilton Mill. Hopefully everybody else... And we're already at round 4. It's going to be like when there's a championship into the last round, for heaven's sake. So we've got... Has he took a tissue? Yeah. Wow. I thought he took a tissue. Yes. And has he done it? So we're having some maintenance done to our cameras that have gotten very, very, very wet. So, as I said, coming up in August, third weekend in August, we're back here at Whilton Mill for a 2-day meeting, a 2-day live and uninterrupted live stream on both days of action. And my goodness, can you imagine how intense that's going to be? Because it's not about the championship, it's all about the day. It's all about on the day who finishes first in that all-important A Final and who will get the accolade of carrying the 0 number plate, the O plate, as it's affectionately known throughout karting. And we've got some rumours, we've got some... I do know, I did talk to Phil Howarth, he's definitely doing it. There's a lot of people that aren't doing it, and because they're going on holiday and stuff, but coming out of retirement and stepping down from the team principal's office is Louis Large from LRG. We look forward to seeing Louis back in the seat of the kart. He was talking to me saying he's going to have to work on his fitness a bit. He's been out of the seat somewhat, did a few rounds of Warden Law, his local track, and realises that he's maybe not quite race fit, which is not surprising at all. I don't know if you realise this, if you haven't driven a Rotax Max kart, they are a very, very physical thing to do. It's a very physical activity. The grip levels on these karts, and if you were listening to the Paddock Show, if you haven't, it's still available. It's available on our YouTube channel. It's available on our Facebook page and other sources. Listen to the interview we did with Ollie Hancock. Now, Ollie, who was raced at Le Mans for TF Sport in a GTA Aston Martin, but he's also done quite a bit of historic Formula One, and I remember him in a Fittipaldi F5A from what would be the late 70s, I think, and he was telling me that his Rotax Max 177 was very, very similar in feel, power to weight ratio, grip level. He did in fact say that the Rotax Max kart had more physicality, more of a physicality aspect of driving a Formula One car. Even, places like Monaco, the Formula One car is perhaps even more similar to a kart. The kart's very busy. The switchbacks, the level of grip that these karts develop, it's phenomenal. And you need to be fit. All of these drivers, of whatever ages they are very, very fit to be able to do 8 minutes and 1 lap, and then certainly going into our finals, which are the B finals are 8 minutes and 1 lap, the A finals are 12 minutes and 1 lap, and by the end of 12 minutes you really know you've been doing something. The end of the weekend you really know you have been doing a physical activity. These drivers have been out doing laps of Whilton Mill since Friday. We had a full practice day on Friday, we had a full practice day and 3 heats yesterday. So by the time we get to this afternoon, these youngsters, these drivers have been, and there's some guys who are showing grey hair as well. So all age ranges covered here in the Junction 6 NKC. And they will know they've been doing something physical by the time we get to tea time this afternoon. Nick is back off his travels. He's going to give us a full weather report. I can see by his T-shirt evidence of what the weather report. So, Nick, how bad is it out there?
It's wet.
It's wet.
It's wet.
Yeah.
It's blowing with the wind, as I say, in that direction towards the camera at the top, which is another wipe, by the way. But yeah, it's raining.
The rain's still falling, isn't it?
It's quite. It's a low velocity, high density drop. So there's not that many, but they're quite big. In fact, it's got a bit harder in the last couple of seconds.
So the track's definitely wet tyres.
Oh, very, very wet.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very wet indeed, unfortunately.
We've got a get-go from the collecting area. Andy Ambrose will lead the field round with Harry Barker alongside him. Now, Andy, in his first national series here in the Junction 6 NKC, he's a driver that I've come to know quite well from the northeast. We've got karts that have spun off. Marcus King, I think, has had a contact there, just coming out of the pits.
Car 54 and 100 are not taking the start. Two rolling laps.
So that's understandable. It gives the drivers an idea of just how wet the track is. It gives them a bit of a research mission as to just how slippery the track is. Because it's a completely different track. You'll find that there'll be, if you watch closely, you'll see a variation on the racing line. You'll find that the drivers will take to the outside of pretty much all of the corners, especially Ashby, the boot, and pretty much everywhere, Christmas Corner. And that's because the outside of these turns have not got a layer of racing rubber on. The racing rubber with rain on it becomes a very, very slippery inside line on the optimum, what I would call the textbook racing line. So you tend to find the grip elsewhere on the less rubbered tarmac. You'll see, we call it the wet line, and you'll see it in all forms of motorsport, not just karting. So we're already on our second formation lap. Andy's going to have to be slowing the pace up a little bit to give everybody a chance to catch up, and Andy is already on the back straight. He's maybe got a bit too much pace on there. He's not going to get this grid formed up by the time he gets through the boot unless he slows down to almost walking pace. He hopefully will prove me wrong with everybody catching him up. Andy just coming out of the boot now. So that's Andy Ambrose with the yellow front of the helmet. Alongside him, Harry Barker with the white helmet, both on red and white karts. Behind them, Max Martin and Finlay Watson. Behind them, Charlie Walsh and Lewis Ball.
And here we go. Yeah, and they're going to give it some into the wetness. Now, oh, it didn't work for the 87. Or maybe the 77. No, the 87 that is.
That's Harry Barker.
Barker, yeah.
Start on the front row. And
gone
it's
wrong
Andy Ambrose who leads. Behind him, that looks like... I can't see the number, Nick. You did a great job on wiping the lens, but not quite enough.
I think that's 55. No, he's off, isn't it? So I think
that's the leader. That's the leader.
We'll see in a second. He'll come down and put in front of us in a minute. In the bright orange cart with the bright orange outfit. He's actually in the lead now. It's Mr. Orange.
So we've got an orange cart in the lead.
No, not anymore, because up the inside has gone the... for the orange cart, which was leading, which was cart number 66.
Got the 93, that's edged ahead. That's Jensen Watts. No surprise there. Andy Ambrose has got back up to second. He did drop to third for a moment. Scrabbling for grip, these carts, aren't they? The 66 goes down the inside of Ambrose, but doesn't find any grip. That's the number 11, Charlie Walsh, for ST Racing there in fourth. And behind Charlie...
Kyle Dunford's the 66.
It is. Kyle Dunford, where did he start? He started way down in the 13th. So Kyle obviously knows where the grip is at Whilton Mill.
Yep.
And they proved me wrong by taking the inside line at Christmas.
He's the orange cart, by the way, those of you watching black and white.
Yes.
But the top three now settling down. Jensen Watts, who apparently can win any conditions.
That's Charlie Walsh in the yellow and blue card behind Dunford. And Dunford down the inside of Andy Ambrose. But you see the outside line has got more traction, it seems. When he tries it again, and Ambrose, there's the traction kicking in there. And Ambrose on the grippier outside line.
Up the inside of 55.
Dunford going for the inside line again. Ambrose has to slot in behind. Charlie Walsh down the inside of Andy Ambrose, the ST Racing driver, stays with Kyle Dunford. And a great drive from Charlie Walsh to take advantage of Andy Ambrose there.
Now, Carter's pulled off at Inkerman's, and I can tell you what the problem was. One of his tyres was carrying on down the hill without him.
Oh, really?
So I see when he narrowed the chassis, he didn't do the Allen cap tight enough.
Yes,
Lock nut.
potentially, yes.
Because you do narrow the rear track, don't you, in the wet?
No, not in these things.
Don't you? I
You
thought you did
widen
that.
them, mate. Or they
You
stay the
narrowed
same.
it.
You just put. No, I know. Don't ask. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that one as well. I do not know. Jensen Watts leads.
Do you still unscrew everything to make it more flexible?
No, you tighten everything up.
What?
Yes, I know. For years, I know.
Oh, bang goes my 1989 knowledge in 1990.
I know.
This is 33 years out of
The
date.
jury's out. I get a different answer every time I ask when I'm.
Here we
trying
go,
to do
battling
something.
down the back straight and now into the boot. The 66 and the
Number 11.
Number 11. I think it's
Charlie Walsh.
Some of these carts have got different numbers on in different corners. Look behind. Jensen Watts leading by 3/4 of a second.
Yeah,
Everyone now getting the hat. The interesting thing is that whilst it's wet, Joe, there's no spray. So we're at a point where we have a damp track.
Yeah.
We have no spray.
You can see how slippery it is.
It's still raining, by the way. I'm looking at the front. It's raining quite reasonably hard, but now, in fact, it's raining vertically rather than before it was raining semi-angularly, like 60 degrees. So it's coming down a lot more flatter, so the wind's dropped, which is bad news. It means it's not going to blow away.
And you can see how slippery it is by the way that the carts are sliding around still, under-braking, and even...
What's the lap times of these things, then, compared to normal? That was a big sigh.
Well, yeah, because without...
Well, I can work out approximately, because it took 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
Without a
3 laps.
password, Nick. Keeps turning off. There's 60-second laps.
So they're 12 seconds longer, 30 seconds longer.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on the lap time, actually. That's a good point, because that gives us an indication of the track condition. There's Charlie Walsh. And he looks behind him and finds that Andy Ambrose has dropped off his rear bumper somewhat. I think Andy's dropped to Nathan Schaefer as well. Yes, he has. So Andy dropping to 5th now behind Nathan Schaefer. Another orange liveried cart. We need to fight. Look at the way they're scrambling around.
I think the track's slowing down, isn't it?
It looks at 61 seconds that time. Yeah, so the track is actually getting wetter. Or scrabbling around there. It looks like they've gone into slow motion coming out of Ashby. And look at Charlie Walsh there, the ST Racing driver, just drifting the cart out on that outer curbing. You can actually see the rain falling in our camera lens all the way around the outside of Chapman. And then scrabbling for traction towards the boot. It really is a different sport altogether, isn't it, in the wet? You've just got to be very, very patient and just try to be smooth. And
there's the top 3 going past. The carts are from now. You stay on this shot, Paul. You see the rest of the carts coming through. They're kind of all of this, and it's kind of. It almost looks like they're on a second warm-up lap, doesn't it? Or a safety car lap. They're going really, really slowly as they all drift through. Not many people making desperate undertaking manoeuvres or braking manoeuvres. I think they're really waiting for someone. I think at this point, on the whole, you're waiting for someone to make a mistake rather than trying to force the issue yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. You're on the edge of oblivion yourself. And I don't mean the corner name here. You're on the edge of firing off yourself, and you just, you're kind of tippy-toeing, and you always think you're going too slow. You're tiptoeing around, or scrabbling for grip. The cart won't turn when you turn the steering wheel. The rear wheels spin up when you touch the throttle, and you just get this feeling that I'm just not going quick enough. I'm not going quick enough. And you are, because everybody's going the same. And there you see the number 93, Jensen Watts, now got Kyle Dunford coming out of the boot there. And look at the difference in line. Kyle Dunford goes across the inside and manages to slot in behind, but there was a variation on opinion on what line to take through the final turn.
Yeah, leaning all over the curb isn't the best one.
No, but if you look at the way Dunford puts his... Charlie Walsh has a spin. So Charlie Walsh...
a lot wetter.
Yeah, it is. Charlie Walsh caught out as he was so far ahead, though, that he's managed to hang on to that 3rd spot, I think. Nathan Schaefer will now be right on the rear bumper of Charlie Walsh. Would you look at the variation of opinion there? All right, they haven't got a variation of opinion there, but if we stay with these two, Carl Dunford seems to know of a different opinion where the grip is at Whilton Mill. They're sliding right out.
So they have 2 laps to go because they're not going to get they're across this one with about
through the final turn. They take the same line. Hammer the curb on the inside, which in the dry, you steer well off. You steer away from that curb. We're inside the final minute.
So this one and one more. What's looking to make it? It's looking for his second win. Last that round was a 101. So only going about a second far. They lost about a couple of seconds. It is a lot wetter. There's rain really coming down now. All the dogs have gone in. Their little fur is far too wet to stay outside.
Yeah, look at that. Jensen Watts has driven very, very well indeed, remember. You know what? Charlie Walsh just proved how difficult it is just to keep the car on the track. You know, he had a harmless spin there, and all he did was put the throttle in a little bit too early, spun up the rear axle, and spun himself. He'll not have known anything until he was pointing the wrong way. Look how much of the curb there. Jensen Watts hammering across the curb, just shortening the distance.
Is that because this curb is serrated? They get kind of like a grip off the serration. Oh, he's up the inside. Think about it. Oh, thought about it going into oblivion.
Last lap, board. Last lap.
I'm still very confused by the fact they aren't setting the carts up like they're supposed to.
I'll come to that in a minute. It's completely different when we did it. And I don't know why. It doesn't make engineering sense, but it does. It does work. Here we go then, Jensen Watts. That's the biggest gap we've seen between him and Kyle Dunford.
Yeah, looking for his second win of the day.
Andy Ambrose has dropped down to 10th now. He's just been overtaken by Paul Lozano a lap or so ago. And Andy finding these conditions very, very tricky indeed. Charlie Walsh has managed to gather himself together and maintains that third place. Nathan Schaefer is 2 seconds behind, so Charlie did have a massive gap. And then right on Schaefer's tail in 5th place is Ollie Goodyear. Ollie Varney just over a second behind him. And then we've got a gaggle of karts with Braden Hill, Adam Rogers, Paul Lozano, Andy Ambrose there. But checkered flag flies for Jensen Watts. And a big round of applause for what was a very, very, very difficult drive there for everyone. Kyle Dunford finishes second. Charlie Walsh for ST Racing finishing in third. Nathan Schaefer fourth. And then we've got Ollie Goodyear, Ollie Varney 5th and 6th. Adam Rogers 7th. Braden Hill 8th. Paul Lozano finishes 9th. Andy Ambrose 10th. Then we've got Reece Pope, John Hobbs, Max Martin, Ari Barker, Lewis Ball, Christopher Harris, Aston French 17th, 18th is Toby Case, and then we've got Liam Deedman 19th. Marcus King finishes in 20th, and then we've got Hayden Phillips, Lewis Berry, Robbie Rathbone Robbie Rathbone completes 9 laps, just coming through there. Henry Stratton on 8 laps, and Finlay Watson went out very, very early on lap 1. So that's the final senior Rotax Heat done and dusted. We'll be having the grids produced very shortly for the B Final and the A Final. We'll see, and we'll talk to you about that when we get that coming up, because there's a little bit of an explanation, certainly in regards to the B Final and qualifying through to the A Final. Next up, though, we've got the third and final Minimax Heat, and we've got 11 karts that have been taking part in our Minimax Championship. We'll have a look at the grid. Leading the championship coming into this 4th round was Sonny Morgan from Sebastian Corkin. Xeri Viserek was 3rd, Daniel Parsons 4th, Eddie Stewart 5th, Max Carlton 6th, Daniel Haynes 7th, Leo Basterfield 8th. That was the championship rundown. The grid looks like this. Seb Corking will start on pole with Daniel Haynes alongside. It's Riley Thatcher and Lucy Lavelle on row 2. Xeri Viserek and Sonny Morgan share row 3, Ben Adrian and hopefully Jensen Cox. He was a little bit battered off that incident in Heat 1 and pulled out in Heat 2, so we may or may not see Jensen Cox. I hope he's well. Row 5 then, Eddie Stewart and Ayrton Rye, and rounding off the 11 kart field is Leo Basterfield. So
try and get through the front for Leo.
Yeah, they'll be on wets, I would think, Nick.
Yeah, Chris Middleton before this last race went good luck Jensen Watts, and then at the end of it, very well done Jensen Watts.
Excellent drive by Jensen Watts.
He did both things.
Very, very tricky conditions there. Very tricky. So great drive from Jensen Watts. Yeah, bit of a masterclass from him and Kyle Dunford, to be honest. They were trying to race each other, and you know, well done to them for even trying that. It's one of those kind of sort of been just going with it. You know, the cart starts sliding. You just got to go with it. You haven't got to tense up. You just got to be relaxed and smooth. We've got the Minimax drivers out on track. So, this, you know what, the Minimax drivers always do deliver, don't they? There might only be 11 of them.
Well, of course, the other thing is because they've not had they won't have years of experience of rain because they haven't got years of experience of anything.
That's right. They're all just they're all kids, and they've got, you know, some of them have been racing for 2 or 3 years now.
Oh yeah.
You know, some of them come out.
They live in England, so they've seen it being wet.
Yeah, they're pretty familiar with wet conditions. Still very wet up at Christmas Corner where Harry is, isn't it?
No, it's getting in his face, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. Yes, indeed. He's got his waterproof on, hasn't he?
I hope so.
Yeah, we hope. So field making their way around. Is it, just going to look at Will, is it 2 laps, Will? No, just 1? Okay, right. Should have sussed how wet it was by watching everybody else.
Yeah, that's it.
We've lost
You've
a
had
few.
your chance.
Who is that at the back there? Is that Sonny Morgan at the back of this? Got a couple of stragglers there. Had a bit of a problem with spinages.
Spinach.
Yeah.
Spinach.
We've got the...
some actually off at the boot at the moment.
Never the slowest starting grid, these Minimax drivers.
They're very impatient. They're never going. Are they going to take this one?
Here we go. Let's go to camera to watch the start into oblivion, and we are producing a bit of spray from the rear tyres now. That shows us how wet it is.
As I look to my left, it's very wet.
Yes,
the rain is really coming down.
Now that looks like Seb Corking in the lead up towards Christmas Corner. It's the 83 of Riley Thatcher down his inside, and Seb all the way around the outside. Oh, and he gets shoved off onto the grass. He's not happy with that, is he? Down to 4th, from 1st to 4th. Somebody on the grass completely.
That's the 27.
And it's a little bit unavoidable there with the slippery conditions. Somebody's gone off into the lead. We'll get a check on who it is. It's the 33 of Kazari Visarek, who's disappeared up the road. Then we've got side-by-side action for second. And that was Daniel Haynes who held off for second.
It's the 4 kart from the 16, from the 52.
Yeah, Lucy Lovell.
And then the 52.
Oh, and Lucy spins. She got held up by Daniel Haynes. That has nothing to do with Daniel, and just had to step on the brake a little bit too readily. That locked up the rear axle, and Lucy has a bit of a spin there, and a spin for the 45.
Oh,
that's Eddie Stewart.
Yeah, he's managed to hold on.
Oh, and
Sonny Morgan,
spin for Sonny Morgan
as well, back to back. This is going to throw around the points. It's a great drive so far by Cassary, though. Visual check out and away and checking out. It's Haynes apparently scored in second. Yep, the 4. Then there's about to be a change for third as Riley Thatcher takes Corking.
Yeah, still that inside line being the line of choice there through Christmas Corner. Corking back down to 4th. He'll not be happy, will young Seb. And there's Riley Thatcher looking very racy indeed as Daniel Haynes slides very wide onto the curbing. That hasn't affected his position though. Scrabbling for grip. We've got Visarek going off into the lead all the way around the outside of Chapman, and Corking trying to get down the inside, but there's no traction there, and he's become open to Leo Basterfield, who pulls alongside Seb Corking, slots back in behind Corking, who slots back in behind Thatcher, and then down the inside Basterfield side by side through the final turn, and we keep locking that one out, don't we? Don't know why that's happening, do you, Nick?
Weather, life.
Yeah, weather getting to our cameras. Here we go then, into Christmas Corner. Daniel Haynes hanging on to that second place from Riley Thatcher, and Daniel doing an absolutely sterling job there. He's got Riley Thatcher literally to his left, to his right. Once again to his right, down towards Ashby.
No, Thatcher wasn't too confident with how much grip he'd have on the inside there at Ashby.
Look at the understeer.
He'd lined him up and then went, I don't think I can stop in time if I do that.
Yeah, there was definitely a bit of that, wasn't there?
Haynes is pulling away as these cars now are getting a very, very wet track. I mean, this track is absolutely soaking now. It doesn't necessarily look it, but it is completely soaking.
Corking back ahead of Basterfield. This is where it all happened, remember, at the final turn. We're not sure how it transpired. As our camera locked up. Again, Basterfield down the inside of Corking. Corking scrabbling for grip. He has to let Basterfield through. He had no choice. He just didn't have any grip whatsoever. So, change. Visarek leads. Daniel Haynes second. Riley Thatcher third. Basterfield fourth. Corking fifth. Adrian it is in sixth. He seems to be the local expert, Ben Adrian. Just come into the series. Lucy Lovell's recovered to seventh. A recovering eighth for Eddie Stewart, and a recovering 9th for Sonny Morgan. Jensen Cox is out there, I'm glad to say. Ayrton Wright has pulled
Missed
off
a
after
lap,
2
yeah.
laps, I think. Oh no, he's in. He's there.
He's just losing 9 seconds a lap. So
Yeah.
he's obviously not. This is probably his first experience. He's trying to work out what to do in the wet weather. Kazari still leads, and this is 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. There you see our leaders disappearing off to stage left. And you would say at the moment they're all not really attacking Dan Haynes, but Dan Haynes doesn't appear to be like a cork in a very loose bottle, isn't it, really? Because they're all kind of being paced by Dan, but they're not trying to get past him.
I think they're trying to get past him, they just can't, because every time they go offline, they find themselves gripless. So I think there's an element of that. That's Riley Thatcher on the 83 there, all over the back of Daniel Haynes. Daniel Haynes is driving splendid. He's just sticking to his line. He's finding the grip out there on the inside of Crook, and then accelerating out of Crook down the back straight. This is Christmas Corner. Haynes driving down the middle. He's allowed to do that. And Thatcher.
Over and under. No, it's just enough grip for the over and under. So there's only sort of one element of grip on the exit of Christmas, and that's right in the middle, isn't it? And if you're not on the right in the middle bit, you're in trouble. There's some shuffling at the back going on.
Yeah, I think that's Ben Adrian getting amongst it there. Ben Adrian has gotten ahead of both Leo Basterfield, who comes alongside Corking there. Corking had gotten ahead of Basterfield. Not sure how this is going to come out, but that's the...
that's a massive battle behind this.
And there's Haynes. Haynes is they've finally gotten past Haynes. It's the number... So the 83 is still behind Haynes, but that's the one. That's Basterfield's not there. He's ahead. He's gone forward rather than backwards. So I completely missed that one.
So Basterfield now sits into 2nd place.
And look at that, he's gone, hasn't he? That's the cork that Daniel Haynes was creating there.
It's a bottle that really doesn't have enough width to get past, isn't it, as well? Look left, look right, but the problem will be that the exit line, which is the only one, which is that one there, and sitting on it, saying that none shall pass, is Daniel Haynes. But looking up the inside, Riley Thatcher, is he going to make a dive up the inside of... No.
The problem with Ashby is the inside line is really slippery. We've got a spinner, who I'm not sure who that was. That might be Lucy Lavelle again.
Yeah, it's not Sonny Morgan, who's not enjoying this weather at all. He's gone
not.
past. He's dripping off. Whoever spun there has no grip to get off the grass, which is hardly surprising. And obviously being Minimax, not necessarily the pure physical grunt to manage to pull it out. So may well be a point of waiting for a marshal.
Ben Adrian has gotten ahead of Riley Thatcher now, and now challenging Daniel Haynes. Let's see if Ben can get by Daniel Haynes. There they are. Just coming across the start-finish line into oblivion. And Daniel Haynes is, you know what, he's driving really well here. But here comes Ben Adrian.
On 3 wide, and that's a nice move. He got it done before the corner, so therefore he didn't have basically done it under braking, so he could still have that exit line. And Adrian picks up another place, moving into the top 3. Still a couple laps to go. And they rescue the. It was Lucy Lovell's kart. They rescued from the outer element of Ashby.
So that's released. That has released Ben Adrian in 3rd. He's going to chase off after Leo Basterfield, who is still 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Ksauri Vitarek, who really did. He got off into the lead and then just checked out, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's got, nothing in front of him. And it was some great lappage from Vitarek. He's won heats before.
Yeah, he's 5.5 seconds ahead.
So we are on the penultimate lap. It's going to be the last lap board going out next time by. There's Sonny Morgan just in the background there. He's in 8th and struggling, isn't he? There is Basterfield, the number 119, in 2nd place, just under 6 seconds now down from the leader. There is Ben Adrian chasing him, slipping and sliding. Daniel Haynes still on that number 4 in 4th now. Eddie Stewart, what a great drive from Eddie Stewart. He's recovered. And he's gotten inside of Daniel Haynes, and he will make that stick. So Eddie Stewart up into 4th place. And Eddie Stewart, remember, he was the one who spun off on the first time through the final turn. And he's now made his way back up. and he's up into 4th place.
And there's another lap to go, so Eddie could get another place, and that's what he's doing.
He is.
Exactly what he's doing.
Yeah,
Eddie's king of confidence in these conditions now. He's had his accident. That's no, just walk through. He's gone past the 48 of Ben Adrian, and then ungone past him again. Nice little bit of a lifty drifty there, and he gives him a little bit of a nudge, and that nudge might be may or may not be enough to
I don't think it was
gain a problem.
I mean, that's not deliberate, really. You know, the point where they're accelerating, it's just the other car's not accelerating at the same rate, so you do, you know, come together. Here's Stewart again, though. He's been past him, and you know what? He's got that car handling really well, and if anything, he's just overtaken Leo Basterfield. Look how much grip Eddie Stewart's got.
He's just suddenly
They've got that car absolutely perfection.
They've loosened everything off and narrowed the rear track.
Yeah, please. What a drive!
Absolutely, yeah.
What a drive!
His
mum Laura's just in front
win
there.
driver of the day because he's went before.
Yeah, he has won driver of the day before. This is the driver of the day, Eddie Stewart. Wow, if Eddie Stewart hadn't had that spin at the final turn on lap 1, where would he have been with,
a lot
with
closer
Vizorek?
than 7.5 seconds of Vizorek.
Yeah, and look at him pulling away. He's got that cart. That is all down to the way that cart is set up. All right, Eddie's driving it really well. And there, let's look at how slippery the boot is. Look how he's just going with it. Checkered flags flying. Wow, what a drive.
Kazari won, well done with a check.
What a drive from Vizorek, firstly, who takes a very fine 3rd and final heat. But Eddie Stewart, after dropping literally to the tail of this field, then coming back through in a deplorable, slippery conditions, scrabbling for grip everywhere was everyone, and making his way through to 2nd, ahead of Leo Basterfield there at the flag. Ben Adrian it was in 4th. Daniel Haynes fighting firmly there. Daniel is going to be a very quick driver as he gets older. He's still quite young, even for Minimax, in 5th. Riley Thatcher 6th. Paul Seb Corking drops down the order to 7th. And championship, they're the two championship protagonists there. Seb Corking and Sonny Morgan finishing in 7th and 8th. Jensen Cox, great to see Jensen out and racing, finishing in 9th. Ayrton Rye was 10th, and then we lost Lucy Lovell on lap 5 with that spin. That's how tricky the conditions have become here at Whilton Mill. This is round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. We've got 2 more heats coming. The next one is the final heat for the senior Rotax 177 class. And we will see what that grid looks like in a moment.
So, is that how many more heats do we have? 2. You just said that. I apologise. I was trying to sort out our freezing camera issue, which is always good fun.
Yes.
It's still raining.
Is it still coming down?
Yeah.
So
the forecast is basically not really to stop. It's going to get lighter apparently, but actually stopping doesn't appear to be in its remit.
No. So is that in for the day, as they say?
It looks like it. This is going to make tidying up painful. I think it starts about 7.
Oh well, we'll be that'd be nice, just packing up then, won't we? Oh, why have I switched my phone off when I need the timing screen?
You need to change the settings so it doesn't turn off.
I'm going to give this to you because you're my techie. Where is it? Off you go. Right then.
I've got glasses on.
We've got a 31 kart field for this next heat, 177s. Matt Ogden and Joshua Pickford, they are our front row of this grid. Paul Horton and James Frost are on row 2. Row 3 is Steve Stewart and Mike Edwards. Then we've got Paul Moran and Billy Clark on row 4. Row 5 is Ben Hitch, Neil Hemming. Brian McCready and Gary Cox are on row 6. Row 7, Ben Johnson, George Merrison. Jamie Zyra and Darren Edwards are on row 8. Stephen Horner out again on row 9 with Stephen Logan. Adrian Smith and Oliver Moss are on row 10. James Yapp and Scott Smith are on row 11. Harrison Crook and Dan Fleckney are on row number 12. Row 13, Alfie Williams is sharing that with Brendan Smith. Ryan Taylor Truman and Aidan Hammond are on row 14. Zach Bolton, yay, for the Zach Bolton fan club, is on row 15 with Will Milner. And rounding off the 31 kart field, we have got Chris Sivia. Where are they, Nick?
What?
Where's the carts?
on the track. I'm looking at your phone, little monkey. Careful, I can't find it where it is.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, we're about to go racing, actually, because Joshua Pickford and Matt Ogden have brought this field together, the group. We've got people spinning off on the outlap, which is, I've got to say it, I've done that. We've all done that. Each and every one of us. So the 56 of Joshua Pickford there is very much in our picture. Here we go then. Getting them across the line and into oblivion. We hold our breath to see if everyone makes it through Crook and out onto the back straight. In fact, they do incredibly well there. As we continue on through Christmas Corner, we've got incident just in front of Harry's camera. There's carts spinning off. We've lost 3 carts, 4 carts going to be at the tail of the field. We've lost someone in Inkerman's. They'll rejoin, just getting out the cart and pushing it back on the track. Meanwhile, everybody's slipping and sliding their way through Ashby. Someone on the grass there, can't see who that is. As we go through and into Chapman already.
Come on, Zach, says Mel Bolton.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of help there, a lot of spiritual help to get him up from the back of this grid. As the leader, somebody spearing off in the first bit of the boot, somebody joining him.
And they've both got enough grip to get going. I mean, it's 81, I think, who was one of them. Maybe that's something different to that because of the numbers. It was James Frost, I think, who did fall off there, the 81.
Well, Joshua Pickford has led the first lap from Ben Hitch in second, Matt Ogden third, Paul Moran up to fourth, then George Merrison, Jamie Zyra. Jamie Zyra started 15th.
And we really have the spray now as well, Joe. It's really coming down. Well, it's really settling down. So it's looking a little bit bad news for a number of people at the moment, but this is what's set in for the day. See, we've got a problem there right on the left-hand side of the picture. Someone's kind of spun themselves into the padding by one of the lights. Someone else had come up with the Inkerman. Now, how we said Inkerman was just doing nothing. It was a kink. It was really easy.
In the wet it is.
Yeah, not anymore. Now it's a corner. Now it's a pain in the backside. And there's people having problems. We've got a couple of carts off. They've managed to get them rolling again.
The thing about Whilton Mill, Nick, is it's a very, very busy track. We've got hire carts here. It's very, very busy here. So we've got a layer of hire cart rubber goes down on this track. So when we do get rain like this...
Most of it, not on the racing line.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over. And you know what? This is probably the slipperiest track I think I've even seen. I know Warden Law's very slippery in the wet, but this is another level slipperiness. We've got a change for leader as the number 3 of Ben Hitch goes through all the way around the outside of Christmas. That seems to be the line where the traction is. Josh Pickford slots in alongside. Look at that, look at the variation in line.
What I would say, though, is these guys, and they have a bit of an advantage over everyone else, they've got physical weight to put pressure on the tyres.
Yeah.
So if anyone's going to have any grip, it's going to be your Rotax 177 guys, because they actually have physical mass to work the tyres in. Also, it's properly wet now, so I think you haven't got to worry about which is a dry bit, which is a wet bit. It's all damp, and then you start thinking about your damp lines, think about your confidence.
Well, it's always there's always going to be a less slippery line. All right, across the track is wet, but there's areas where that's somebody coming in the pits.
That was Neil Hemming.
Don't get excited.
That was Neil Hemming retiring. I was excited, I must admit. Telling you it was a retirement, I was very excited indeed.
You did.
Leading Ben Hitch from Pickford, and Pickford is actually trying to look for a different line through the Oblivion complex. Out they come towards Christmas Corner, and already you can tell how. Oh, that was an interesting idea. He tried a very long, slow brake to Pickford there. He was braking so early, you could tell because the rear was out of shape. Not enough. The more traditional row for the 3 of Ben Hitch going through ahead.
That's what I mean. You see where Ben Hitch was on the track, way out to the outside, but he had the traction, he had the grip, and he just pulled away. He just pulled away. That you're able to do that. They're proving the difference between the wet and a dry line here on these tracks.
It's interesting that these wet races have so far been quite spread out. I think everyone's giving themselves a bit of space.
Yeah.
Whilst they get used to the closing speeds. Am I braking a different way? Because otherwise you're going to end up spearing off the track, spearing the back of someone, or being speared in the back of.
You can't be forceful. You've got to be very, very delicate. You can't really sort of. I mean, yes, you turn the wheel to get the front end to bite, but you've got to be so delicate with everything. And here we are, Ben Hitch and Joshua Pickford being caught by Jamie Zyra. And Zyra is very soon going to be pushing Pickford to get past. Look at that. Look at the way he's done that.
Really got the confidence, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Got seconds worth of confidence on the rest of the people at the front there.
I would like to know just what local knowledge Zyra has, because he knows where the grip is. He knows where to get the best out of his cart.
I mean, he doesn't seem frightened of it. And the other
No, look at that.
Oh, not the inside. Nope, that didn't quite work that time. Didn't get the drive. That longer, loopier Chapman corner from Ben Hitch. Going up the inside, which seemed like a good idea for the 95 at Zyra. It wasn't, but it doesn't really matter. Unless Hitch himself now is obviously every lap going to be growing in confidence of where he can push and where he can't. Zyra now begins another lap in second now and looking to try and see if he can catch up that 0.8 of a second or so he is behind Ben.
Yeah, he's certainly got some pace now. Look where he puts the cart, down the inside on the defensive line. Puts himself right on the bumper of Ben Hitch, but not quite enough to maybe go past. And look at that, just sliding, four-wheel drift oversteer through Inkermans. Brilliant to watch. Oh, and there's Zyra. He found the traction side by side. Hitch was on the grass a little bit, so didn't have any traction. He stays on the inside at Parker, tries to defend into Chapman, and just didn't have anything in the toolkit to keep Zyra back. So Zyra now into the lead of this senior Rotax 177.
His nose is down.
Oh, is it really? Let's have a look.
His nose looks down to me.
Oh, it looks a bit wobbly, doesn't it? It is. It's wobbly, yes. So,
he's got to get 5 seconds ahead.
He's got to get 5 seconds on him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And you know what? The way he's going, I think he's going to do that. He's got a minute and 40 seconds.
He got 0.8 that time. At the moment, he would be scored in 7th because the top 7 within 5 seconds. But he is gapping, and he's gapping hard. Do you know your nose is down when you're in the car?
You can tell it's bobbling around if you look. You look for it. Plus you were there when it hit something.
Yeah, but sometimes it must be points where sometimes the accident is a kind of could be, might not be accident.
Yeah, you pretty much know when your nose is down, Nick, to be honest. So he's pushing hard, isn't he? He knows he's got to push that gap to 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a job making 5 seconds.
He is, isn't he?
What he's going to do is it's how many he can take out who are second, third, and fourth.
Yes,
there was a change there.
So there, the number 95.
So we'll let him get on his way. Let's look at the following pack: second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, because they're the ones who are having an argument. We'll keep a visual eye on what it is. Oh, up the inside goes the 56, and is that going to be enough to get through for Pickford? Yes, it is.
Side by side.
No, maybe, possibly.
Yes.
Oh,
he showed in front of Ben Hitch, but now he's lost out. Now he's lost out into turn one.
The interesting thing is that Zyra was about 1.8 seconds faster that time, and there's this lap and one more.
The gap has gone out to 2.3.
He might make 5 seconds, especially if they're arguing like this.
Yeah.
There's every chance that Zyra will make 5 seconds and win anyway.
So Zyra's gone out to 2.3 just in one lap.
He was 7 tenths over. It was 7 tenths ahead to begin with.
Oh, look at that. Down the inside has gone Harrison Crook, and then come back at him because of pure traction. So now we've got Ben Hitch back up into second. Harrison Crook now back to third.
Oh, up the inside there. Is that Crook again?
Oh, and side by side towards the boot. Who's joining in as well? Almost 3 wide.
There.
There's the 72
Pickford,
turns in.
Who was second, is fourth, has been third.
Oh, 3 wide.
9 carts in the corner working out what they're going to do next.
Everybody's second. Everybody's
second. This is absolutely dream for Jamie Zyra, because he is going to eke out that 5. He's 4.5 seconds ahead.
4.4. He's going to do it.
Oh, and off the track has gone someone.
I think that was Harrison Crook.
He hasn't lost a place though.
He has now. He had no traction and momentum. Oh, he's kept alongside Ben Hitch. Harrison Crook down the inside. Ben Hitch onto his bumper. Behind Hitch is Pickford, is it? Scott Smith, Ryan Taylor Truman on the Tony cart.
Oh, beautiful up the inside. Will he make it? No, then he hasn't got the drive.
Oh, that just lacked the traction, didn't he?
Yeah, the over and under just doesn't work because there's no drive out on the under bit.
No. So while he's...
And up the inside again, can he get the drive? Because often there's a drive here, and he hasn't. And he's gone in again. They've all been in 17 different positions this one lap. But it is the 72 of Harrison Crook who leads in the boot for the last time. Took a little bit too much curb there, but I think he might get away with our leader.
He's Zyra.
Coming across the line. I'll tell you when he crosses the line. It is now for Zyra, and I think he's got that 5 seconds.
Let's see.
Second place, Crook now.
5.9 seconds.
Not even close.
So he's going to win that by 9 seconds if indeed he
0.9
has
of a
got
second.
0.9 of a second, I should say. He's going to take that win by 0.9 of a second if indeed that bumper has dropped down. It did look very wobbly, so he will take a 5-second penalty. If Ash can take a look down at scrutineering when he comes in, we'll perhaps get that confirmed when the scrutineer looks at it.
Bad cart.
So let's go to Ash, Paul, so that Ash can have a look at scrutineering. Harrison Crook second, then Ben Hitch third, Joshua Pickford fourth, Ryder Taylor Truman is in fifth, Matt Ogden sixth, Scott Smith in seventh, Paul Moran eighth, Oliver Moss ninth. Rounding off the top 10 was George Merrison. And Alfie Williams it was in 11th, Dan Fleckney, Aidan Hammond, Steve Stewart. Zach Bolton up to 15th, great one. Let's see, what does he think? Yes, he does. That's a bumper penalty. It's not going to affect the result, though, because he's going to finish first by 9/10 of a second. Well done, Ash, for getting that. Zach Bolton up from the back of the grid from 29th to 15th. He's going to be happier after that terrible previous heat for him. Gary Cox is 16th, Chris Sibia 17th, James Frost, Adrian Smith, Mike Edwards 20th, Will Milner, James Yapp, Brendan Smith, the last of the finishers on the track in 23rd. And then we lost Brian McCready on lap 6, Stephen Horner after 3 laps, Billy Clark after 2 and Neil Hemming after 1. So we have our final heat of the weekend now, Nick. Senior TKMs, our final heat of the weekend. After this, we go into our B finals. But first, we've got a 24-kart race of TKMs who, I've got to say, always deliver.
Absolutely.
Did you manage, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, well.
I had to look it up.
Okay.
You might want to change it because it's never lock. It's now set for never locking.
Ah, right. Okay.
Which could obviously be your secrets, you know.
So as the field comes in from our Rotax 177s, released from the collecting area is Matthew Horton and Daniel Hemmings, who lead this field of senior TKMs around.
Let me ask you a question. The TKMs, obviously, it's a different sort of engine from the Rotaxes. It's a different sort of chassis. Are they more or less affected by the rain, or is it just the same?
Just the same.
The engines aren't affected more. There's no.
No, not at all. It's still, you're still pulling in water in the air, kind of thing. You're still breathing that in. They're an air-cooled engine, so they'll run a slightly cooler because the moisture in the air, the water will have a slightly cooling effect if you look at it scientifically. But no, it'll affect them just the same way. They're going to be slipping and sliding around and scrabbling for grip. So, Matthew Horton, Daniel Hemmings, row 1. Row 2, Callan Lamont and Steve King.
Sorry?
Caelan Lamont,
okay.
Sorry. Row 3 is Charlie King and Will Cregeen. Then we've got Molly Nicholas Biles and Matthew Temple Purcell on row 4. Row 5 is Mitchell Ball and James King. Joseph Booth and James Huller on row 6. Row 7, Matt Slayton, Leo Crabtree. Gordon Smith and Matt Cardwell, row 8. Ben Watson and Chris Whiteside are on row 9. Louis Bevan starts further back from Mitchell Ball, so we may not see the Ball and Bevan show. Let's hope we do. Alexander Lehman alongside him on row 10. Adam Crofts Davies, Jason Lovett, Joseph Phillips and Ryan Layton round off the grid. Here they are, though, in a pall of blue,
yes,
2-stroke smoke. We breathe it in.
Wow.
Look at that. We breathe it in.
Is it fog? Is it rain? No, it's TKM 2-stroke, and they come around. Oh, well, someone's facing the wrong way in Oblivion.
Looks like number 20.
Didn't quite collect the straggler who had the engine didn't clear up, and they get to Christmas corner. And
it looked like number 20, but it isn't because we haven't got a number 20.
Well, it could be. He could be. He could have done a. Who's the guy who just drove into the Austrian Grand Prix? He wasn't allowed to.
It was Hans Heyer.
Hans Heyer, yes, Kenneth's dad. Perhaps the Kenneth's dad sort of thing.
Yes, it was.
Oh, 2 off. They're 1 off at the end. Someone's got Ashby wrong.
Well, he's going to be into the pits. I don't know who it was there, Nick, but we've got a cart off. That's number. Is that number? Who is that? Number 7. Number 7.
We've got a cart off over there behind the barriers. Don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
If that was number 7, that's Matthew Horton, who started on the pole position. One of the flex team. He is the leader, though.
That is the 7, yeah. The 7 who went off on the left-hand side. So the 7 went off on the left-hand side around the Parker Chapman. I'm not quite sure went off actually at Ashby. We'll find out in a second because if he scored is absolutely dead last.
Right, okay. Well, up at the front then, Charlie King and Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball from 9th to 2nd. Charlie King, currently championship leader. This is going to be great for his championship haul as Mitchell Ball goes down his inside and takes the lead.
Right into the lead.
Fabulous move. It's not over yet through Inkermans. It's not over yet, is it? Charlie King coming back at him. So, and down the inside of Ashby goes Charlie King in very commanding style.
I'm not sure Charlie was that chuffed about being overtaken there. This is a right old heavyweight scrap straight off, isn't it? Oh, not you, sir.
You could see the body language. It's Charlie King. The audacity of it, Mitchell Ball.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah. I'm your championship leader. Mitchell Ball dropping back now.
Yeah.
Can Mitchell Ball do it again? He's got a beautiful red and white helmet, mind. I love those colours.
It's like a kind of stripy cough sweets, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely great. Red and white stripes. We like red and white stripes from where I'm from.
Oh, I forgot that. It was Sunday one.
Of course. Yeah, Charlie King back into the lead, and Mitchell Ball, who was very, very good through here at Crook. And if we can...
We've got the big names rising to the top because we've got Lamont in 4th and Bevan in 6th.
Lamont is actually up to 3rd already.
And again,
look at that.
And there's a double switchback as the 26 of King tries to get grip from somewhere. And Ball went, no, I'll have the traditional line. And I think is this going to be like deja vu from the previous lap? No, because Ball protects his line.
Ball went defensive at Ashby and closed off that, slammed the door in Charlie King's face.
No overtaking through these two corners because of that yellow flag for the stranded cart.
Green flag flies so we can race on now. And this is a great battle. Mitchell Ball, Charlie King, side by side towards the boot. They go. Charlie King
given the
just
space.
Giving a little bit of, they're just...
But it's about to become a three-man battle. It has become a three-man battle. At that point, Lamont using a bit of extra impetus he had there. Abandoned cart in the middle. I think it looked like 11 if there isn't an 11. Probably wasn't.
Charlie King is
17.
Not just the leader of the NKC Senior TKM class. He's actually leading the Vera Tools British Championship as well. And he was very pragmatic and a very, very sort of calm attitude towards this championship. And he's kind of just like, we'll see what happens. And you know what? He's got the pace. He's now just been overtaken by Callum Lamont. And now he comes back at Lamont, who has a go at Mitchell Ball, who, the two Flex drivers there, the yellow and blue livery carts, that's Flex. And look at that. Look at Charlie King coming back. Oh, and Charlie King spins out. He has to sit and wait for pretty much.
He's stranded. I'm not sure he's got drive when they've gone.
You know what? That was just one of those racing incidents, wasn't it?
Well, I think he got he hooked his wheel on the curb, and then I'm not actually sure he actually touched Lamont at all.
I'm not sure they did. It just got the gap closed off, so he had to turn tighter. Lost the back end, so that's put Charlie King out of contention. Certainly with.
Going to cost him a lot of grip positions in the final as well.
Heading towards 3.5 minutes. That's going to destroy.
He's rolling, and he's dead last of the runners now.
It's going to destroy his grid position for the final, probably. I'm not sure it's going to risk him being in the A final though. You never know.
There's only an A final in this.
There's only an A final for TKM, of course. Yeah. So we've got the battle of the Flex drivers now. With Mitchell Ball and Callum Lamont.
Have they made their chassis Flex? Please tell me why. You've destroyed one of my only understandings.
Mind you, I don't know about the TKM. A TKM might be back in the old days, narrowing the track, slackening everything off.
I'd like to point out that still works in RC cars.
Does it?
Yes.
Yeah.
A flexi car for wet.
Oh, and look at that.
In and out.
Lamont did take the lead for it momentarily.
He's going to try again.
Oh, side by side.
Lamont's got it at the moment, but will Ball get back up the inside in the second part of the boot? It's looking likely. And it is marginally Ball. Lamont. Oh, they couldn't have more differing lines. They tried there.
Look who's joining in.
Hello, Louis.
Hello, Louis.
Oh, and there's some wavy McWavingdons going. Mitchell and Callum, they may be teammates as far as their chassis and their awning is concerned, but they're a bit annoyed at each other. And Louis Bevan is that they're going, well, actually, I'll have second now.
Yeah.
And any second now, I'll have first.
Up from 19th.
Oh, no, you won't, says Ball.
Up from 19th on that red liveried Birrell, the number one of Louis Bevan. It's the Ball and Bevan show once again with guest star Callum Lamont here at Whilton Mill.
Here at the North Pier, Blackpool.
Or is it Caelan Lamont? Who knows? Not even Caelan or Callum knows.
That is true.
This is a great race though, as ever. TKM's delivering, doing exactly what it says on the tin. And there's Ball taking a very different line to Bevan and Lamont. But coming together on the straight down to...
Look at the drive that Bevan had. But Ball, in fairness to him, is I think Ball now has worked out the lines he can run without being overtaken through the boot and into the first turn. The one place you have a real problem blocking all the potential lines is Christmas Corner. So Bevan now has got Lamont right on his tail, and coming to join the party a little bit is Joseph Booth as well.
Yeah, party for 3.
Oh.
No, make that party for 4 as Callum Lamont. There was just a variation on the line there, wasn't it?
Bevan has great drive out of the Oblivion complex and up the hill. Ball, I think, was expecting a lunge that didn't come because Bevan was more concerned with Lamont at that point.
This is what's going to happen, actually. Mitchell Ball is going to, if he can continue his pace and not make any mistakes, he's going to pull out a bit of a gap because Callum Lamont is tripping over Louis Bevan, and Louis Bevan's doing everything he can. There's Lamont down the inside.
Him.
Yeah.
Now, what's Bevan going to do on this, the Chapman corner?
Bevan
Taking
comes
him back. And, Lamont got himself completely out into a gripless boondock there. Then finds some drive. Sprints past both of them. And then Lamont doesn't quite get the corner. And, Bevan's drifted out. That could cost him badly. They are going to get 2 more laps, though.
Oh, I think that might be a bumper penalty for Callum Lamont. His bumper's flopping around.
It's close. It's a close one on that one. I'm not sure if it has gone, but yep, there's a possibility. And now, look at that. Booth is having a go at Bevan. Bevan lost a lot of momentum around the top part of the boot. He was kind of booted out of his position he wanted to be in.
Oh, look at that. Callum Lamont going all the way around the outside. That allows Bevan to look like he's back on terms, but as they accelerate out of the corner towards Inkermans, that right-hander there.
Now, Lamont, if he can do the same as he did last lap on his exit from Chapman, he will slingshot past Mitchell Ball. We've gone past him now. I'm not sure we're going to be past him now. I think we're going to be past him. Wasn't much track left there. It goes wide, and he absolutely fires the thing. Look at it. Look.
Bevan, did you see Bevan fly off there? Bevan, we've just lost Bevan.
Oh, we have. He's flown off.
He tried to get down the inside of Callum Lamont around the outside.
Lamont's now going to take the lead, is he? No, they're all driving against each other. And Lamont gets through. And that's going to help. That's really going to help because Mitchell Ball's got tangled up with Booth. But Bevan, where's he? Is he back running again? So is Bevan ahead or behind of the also problematic 26 of Charlie King? That's a championship battle. But the positions have changed again, unsurprisingly.
Look how wide Callum Lamont went there.
Mitchell's got the drive, and he could well find himself back in the lead again. Lamont gives him the spin.
Oh, he spins!
He's gone and into the lead. Goes Joseph Booth. And don't wave at him, Mitchell. You spun. It's not Lamont's fault. Let's see that again. Honestly, that was very stroppy from Mitchell Ball because he's the one who's lost it, and he has a go at Lamont.
And if Lamont's bumper wasn't dropped, it is now.
It is now, absolutely. Yeah, couldn't believe anymore. Honestly, Mitchell, you need to have a look at yourself, mate, because he's gone again. And how many places are you going to lose? Oh, be careful, man. So Mitchell's not had a great last lap. I think the head's gone. And the winner of this is going to be Joseph Booth, and he probably deserves the Calm-Headed Medal of the Year award because the rest of them have absolutely lost it at various points. I mean, it's good because they're trying really hard.
Yeah.
But great win there for Joseph Booth. Who's going to come in next is Lamont, who seems quite chuffed about that, despite he's also quite angry. Then a name we've never mentioned, Matt Caldwell in third. James Hull, Gordon Smith, Ryan Layton. Mitchell Ball is 7th, Louis Bevan's 8th, so they end up together, the Bevan and Ball show, but it was 7th and 8th, Joe. And then we had, just to see where Charlie King's coming in. So Charlie King ends up 16th. So the big loser out that was Charlie King. The big winner was Joseph Booth. But most of the main names are going to have to sit and look down themselves and go, well, it didn't go quite as well as hoping for. Is that our last heat?
Yeah. B finals next. I tell you what,
4.
Why don't you explain all about the B finals?
All right.
And I will go and do us all a favour.
So the B finals are because we have such large entries for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 that there are too many carts to go straight into the main final. So the B final, I think 28 carts get automatically into the A final, and then the top 4 finishers from the B final come off and they bump up. So it's got a bump up situation. Now here we go. Where's the man who's looking to see whether they've got bumper penalties? He's not there. So that's interesting. Oh, it's because they take their scrutineer in the first 3. Mitchell Ball's still waving at him. I don't know what Mitchell Ball's waving about. He fell off himself. I think Mitchell Ball is going to be a very annoyed young man for a long time. And then someone's going to say, Mitchell, do you want to look at the shot? And he's going to go, what? You see the bit where you fell off on your own? The reason he hit you is because you fell off on your own and were pointing in the wrong direction. So that's the end of the Parc Fermé. So the first one out will be the senior Rotax B final, I believe. I'm hoping this is right because I've got the piece of paper in front of me. So 4 will bump up. Sam Elliott will be on pole. Sam Wyatt second. John Hobbs third. Hayden Phillips on 4. Andy Ambrose 5. Toby Kay 6. And you've got Ben Ficini, Ben Facchetti, Matt Lewin, Marcus King, Liam Dedman, Alex Jackson, Max Martin, Robin Rigby, Scott Lowther, and they are now rolling for the B final. You missed Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball was still gesticulating everybody, still waving, still doesn't notice that he fell off on his own.
He thinks he got snagged.
Yeah,
by Callan.
No,
he will see that replay and think, oh dear, I got that wrong. He'll have just felt like he was pushed round. He's probably, that's where his mind's gone.
Well, all I can say, young man, is it actually happened that way.
So we got 28 carts in the B final
for 4 bump ups.
You've mentioned.
So there was a maximum field of 56, hadn't we?
Yeah. So have you mentioned to everybody that we are going to focus on that 4th and 5th place?
No, because I think it's going to be a crazy race with the weather.
Yes, it is. But the important
is the bump up. Right.
Is
4th
the 4th
and 5th
place
is the key thing. Absolutely.
Is going to be it's quite important. And there's Harry with his little cloth
of love.
We've got our pole position man, Sam Wyatt, our current junior Rotax champion of 2022 here in the NKC. He's now in the seniors and he will lead everyone round to take what hopefully will be the race start. We've got a nicely ordered grid.
Here they go. They want to get going. 8 minutes for this B final. Top 4 bump into the A, which is programmed for 12 minutes. I don't think we've had many delays. It probably will be 12 minutes. Sometimes they get short. We've had some problems. And we did have a stop when the rain came. We had a stop for a crash. So be interesting to see if they stick with 12 or drop down to 10 minutes for the main finals. Local time is 3 o'clock. Need to be finished by 5 here for noise reasons.
Sam Wyatt leading through Inkermans, slipping and sliding their way around. Still got bits of spray coming off the rear wheels, so we've still got a lot of water on the track surface. So nowhere near.
Still very lightly raining as well,
Joe.
It's
not
coming
down
in any way chucking it down. It's like that annoying rain when you want to get on with things, but it's damp outside.
Yes.
It's British rain. Good quality British rain.
And there down the inside of Sam Wyatt has gone the number 21.
We lost someone already.
Sorry, not the 21. The 121.
So 121 of that's not someone's cart. So this is the problem. Sometimes the carts, they've changed carts or they've changed. That is absolutely 121. I think possibly that's
John Hobbs.
Yeah, sometimes on the first lap, not all the numbers get picked up, but they get picked up on the second lap. There we go.
Yes, he is.
John Hobbs, Sam Elliott, Samuel Wyatt, Andy Ambrose, Hayden Phillips. So it's Andy Ambrose in the 55 who's on. Was a bit of that's a chain guard that's fallen off someone's cart.
So that's the cart there in the vulnerable position. The orange and white cart there.
So yeah, the 2, 3, 4, 5 is that kind of scrappage between 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where we're looking at for the battle of the bump ups.
Oh, and he's already becoming under threat there.
Oh, so
down the
3,
inside.
4, and 5 are together.
Yes, he's lost out.
That cart wasn't pointing in the right direction for some of that time.
And he's lost out. He's lost that 4th place to what looks like Hayden Phillips on the 59. So that's your 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th there. And there's Hayden Phillips. That's your leader. John Hobbs. Oh, no, that's not your leader. That's Sam Wyatt. There's the 59. He's in 4th. So Sam Wyatt now in 3rd. Andy Ambrose on the 55. He'll have to compose himself and find some pace because those carts are eking away from him.
Yeah, but he's 21 is his target. That's 4th place. So
No. 21's 3rd.
Oh, 59's his target.
59's 4th.
All right.
That cart ahead of him. He's just lost that 4th place.
Yes, I see what you mean. There is I miscounted. So there is an actual gap between 4th and 5th. That's 2nd and 3rd on camera at the moment, which is Elliott and Wyatt. Now the 55 is under a lot of attack from 126 and Max Martin, not that Max Martin.
It's Max Martin.
Yes.
Unless you're Belgium, it's not Max Martin.
Yeah, you're ruining it now, aren't you?
Yeah. Max Martin is about to take 5th place of Andy Ambrose.
Yep.
In fact, he's done it, hasn't he?
I
think yes, he has. Yes. So that's 4th place, and it looks like quite a comfortable 4th place. No, that's the 44.
In second.
Sam Elliott in second.
Well, let's look at that's
the battle for
there
third
we
and
go.
fourth.
That's the 21, who's currently in third. Phillips is 4th and 59. That's now the cart behind him. That's still the 55. No, it's not. It's now the 126. So it is Max Martin, who's the man who's got to try and make his way back from not finishing the day to being in the next final, and he is gaining a little bit, I'd say. So that 3rd, 4th, 5th battle will be, and he's completely gained now. So that 120 is on the tail of Sam Wyatt. They lost it immediately. He was on the tail for a second there, and then he just didn't get the. You got the. It's interesting because you can get the first part of the drive, and then you don't get the second part of the drive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's because the grip level changes, isn't it? You know, that's what you see.
He just lost a huge amount by going wide at Ashby.
And you're spinning the rear wheels and not going forward. It's just, trying to find traction is the main thing and not spin your wheels, which is what we're seeing there. But
no real gain there actually by the 126 of Max Martin. He's been close a couple of times, but I'm just wondering whether you're going to get a point here where some people didn't get a wet heat, did they? They didn't get the heat in the damp.
That's true. So it might be some drivers out there.
First
experience of the wet track.
Precipitation.
Yeah.
For this meeting, obviously not ever. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Hobbs, Elliott, Wyatt and Phillips. Martin trying to bridge that gap. Did bridge the gap and then lost it again. So frustration for the 126.
Sam Wyatt is being threatened somewhat by Hayden Phillips, and being challenged, not just threatened but challenged, and it looks like Sam Wyatt has lost out and now finds himself in 4th place.
Yeah.
So now he's the vulnerable one.
Now, Max Martin, having noticed that going wide at Ashby was a completely waste of time, was very circumspect to stay in there. He looked very close there, but that inner line doesn't tend to give a good punt down the back straight, so he's dropped back off again. Last time round, he was a second behind. He's certainly not a second behind now.
Now, that's Hayden Phillips now up into 3rd. Sam Wyatt in the purple Cosmic, on the purple and blue Cosmic.
There's the
21. There's the 126, Max Martin. And Max Martin's catching him, isn't he?
Yeah, half a second that time.
Variation on the theme there. Variation of opinion on what line to take through Crook.
And there you are, 3, 4 and 5.
And he's vulnerable, isn't he? He's vulnerable, Nick.
But Martin hasn't always known which line to take once he's got there. So, a bit of a challenge now to work out what line I can take. Now, it's useful. He tried the block pass, didn't work.
Yes.
Went out wide, lost the drive again.
Yes, and Sam Wyatt comes back at him.
Great news for Hayden Phillips, who's managed to make a little bit of a gap. Up the inside, that hasn't got the best drive either, because what you will see now is that the 21 of Wyatt will just drive through. Oh, got blocked.
Oh, yeah.
That was quite useful. The 126 managed to position the cart to block Wyatt. So Martin blocked Wyatt to take those. Well, this is completely legitimate. This is not anything wrong. This is what he should be doing. Goes wide, loses it again.
He's coming back at him. Yeah. So Sam Wyatt comes back at him.
Martin comes back at him. Got past him again.
Sam Wyatt's dad just walked off from watching at the fence. He thinks his day's over. I'm not going to say. I think it's not. It might not be.
Well, they swapped twice in 100 metres then.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know if a day's over anyway, because one of the people ahead of him could break down.
And remember, you're on the knife edge. You're on the knife edge of spearing off the track here. So, anything can happen. Just because the 126 of Max Martin is ahead doesn't mean he's going to stay there. So, Mr. Wyatt, your day might not be over with Sam. I mean, you've still got Ethan in the ball game in the juniors. Yeah, Martin looks like he's got pace, doesn't he? Sam Wyatt really struggling for grip there. Didn't have any turning whatsoever at Chapman. And there's the number Max Martin there. Seems to have grip, doesn't he, Nick?
The Hobbs, Elliott, Hayden Phillips, they've not broken away. They've actually ended up being in a tight trade themselves, all bumping up. And then it's the 126 of Martin also bumping up. He's the second behind the top three. Another almost second behind that is Sam Wyatt, and then Ben Fekete. Not quite sure what Ben Fekete's doing in the B final, but he's in sixth and also not qualifying. So a few people have had difficult days, difficult weekends here.
They have, haven't they? I think when that rain came, it started mixing things up, but I'm not sure just how affected this senior Rotax field were. They had one heat in the wet, so it didn't affect everybody.
Only half of them basically would have had a wet run.
Yeah, we're getting down towards final lap then. Final lap board about to be shown next time by. So they're heading towards the final stages of the lap, just on the back straight there towards the boot. Our leader John Hobbs, Sam Elliott second, Hayden Phillips third, Max Martin fourth, and the final non-qualifier, or the first non-qualifier I should say, Sam Wyatt in fifth. Here comes the leading pack, and we've got John Hobbs, Sam Elliott, Hayden Phillips, Max Martin, Sam Wyatt will stay in fifth, heading up towards Christmas. It looks like the first four are settled as Sam Wyatt has dropped back ever so slightly. And it looks like, if anything, Max Martin, who's already on the back of the grid for the A Final, and he just wants to be in a different side to the back of the grid because he's just gone by Hayden Phillips in pretty dominant style there. Now, then, can Sam Wyatt challenge Phillips? He has indeed. Sam Wyatt is ahead of Phillips. Phillips comes back at him. It's not over yet for Sam Wyatt. He's got the traction and he pulls alongside the final qualifier into the boot for the final time then. So Sam Wyatt, Dad, Andy, come back, Andy. You're still needed in the paddock, mate.
All is forgiven.
Here he comes out of the boot. He gets a big slap on and he gets a little bit of a nudge that sorts him out. But he will come across the line in that fourth place. Will he? Oh my goodness, what a finish. Sam Wyatt, he's qualified as the final qualifier in that four-cart train there, right at the very end, slipping and sliding around. Fabulous racing. Let's have a look at that again. And there he was, just taking a little bit of sideways action there. And the number 59 of Hayden Phillips, who doesn't know what's happened. He was third going into that final lap. He was third. He had it in the bag. And now he can put it all back in the bag and go home.
Oh, that bag, I've gone home instead.
John Hobbs qualifies through to the A Final. Sam Elliott goes with him, as does Max Martin by finishing third. Sam Wyatt fourth. And for the record, Hayden Phillips fifth, Ben Fekete sixth, Alex Jackson seventh, Andy Ambrose finishes eighth. And then we have Dan Andrews, Matt Lewin, Marcus King. Marcus King's day is over as well. Callum Farley 12th, Aidan Pomeroy 13th, Lewis Berry 14th, Liam Deedman, Jody Fox, Henry Stratton, Patrick Williams-Raj, Ben Fekete, Adam Cerner, Grizzly Davis, Robbie Rathbone, and then we lost Scott Lowther on lap 2 and Rob Statham. Scott Lowther, sorry Scott, you've had an absolutely rotten weekend here at Whilton Mill.
It's not gone well.
No, so bad luck for Scott. Rob Statham, we lost on the first lap as well. Junior Rotax B Final coming up. We've got 17 karts trying to qualify for those 4 places up for grabs. Nick, do you want to tell us about something coming up later in the year while I pour the coffees?
Yes, I can tell you all sorts of things. Now, don't forget that the next karting event that's coming up is in just 3 weeks' time at this very venue. But the important thing to remember is we're on broadcasting live on Saturday and Sunday at the O Plate. We've got all the usual classes plus KZ, that's Gearbox Karts, and House 100, the historic smelly ones. They're fantastic. Smoky ones. And then after that, we are going to Fullbeck for round 5 of the championship. That's, I think, on the 9th and 10th of September. And then the final round is in early October at Clay Pigeon. And that is the karting. There's a good chance there'll be some extra karting. I keep trying to get it to be confirmed by Joe from Warden Law for their special meeting in November. That's a meeting which all my cameramen can't wait to do, November in near Sunderland. So that should be our karting. Now, don't forget also, if you're watching on Karting Live TV and, of course, our sister channel, RC Racing TV, we've got a lot of live RC racing as well. We've got 2 European Championships next weekend. If you like the sound of my voice, at the end of September, I'm doing the premier RC event, which is the 1/8 Nitro from Spain.
Got the Warden Law Clubby, the August Summer Festival coming up in 2 weeks as
It's
well.
not live, though, is it?
I'll be there. No, it's not live streamed, unfortunately.
So I'm talking about live streams.
I'll be there.
You told me to fill with live streams.
Yeah, be there. Come on, enter. Get entered. If you've got a cart in the garage, get entered. If you're part of this, get entered. It's great practice.
For karting.
Next year,
Yeah,
when
well,
Whilton will all be part of the NKC.
You had that conversation. How's that going?
That's what I'm striving.
How's that conversation going?
It's going. It's in the negotiation process.
I'm liking it because it's one less hotel room. Basically, if they had all the rounds either at Warden Law or here,
It'd be great,
it'd be
wouldn't it?
very, very economical for me.
I'm sorting my grid sheets out, Nick. Talk amongst yourselves.
You are.
Do you want
someone's off on the warm-up lap.
Have you
never...
checked the grid?
No.
Have a look. Read the grid.
Oh, sorry, I thought I should do something special on it. Okay, so in pole for the top 4 go through. It's Billy Voigt. It's Callum Scrivens in pole. Billy Voigt is number 2. Alex Timmins is 3. Dina Mitchell starts in 4. Frank Ward 5. Alex Dole in 6. It's Ellie Anderson in 7th. Louis Rees in 8. It's Vlad Tomchuk. Fantastic name, Vlad.
It is.
In 9th. Jay Leverton in 10th. Luca Barbani in 11th. What's he doing in the B final? Jacob Bynum in 12th. James Kirkbride in 13th. Ellis Bullock in 14th. Rafi Salentano, not a bad weekend in 15th for him. James Bird in 16th, and it's Ewan Hughes who has been we've had his on board lap, so he shouldn't be absolutely dead last. I can only assume he had an absolutely rotten meeting.
Yeah, it's been a bit like that for some people, as is motorsport. Yeah, character building this year. Anyone who's been around motorsport for any even a short amount of time has enough character to last a lifetime.
I've had my character built many a times.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go then. The grid's formed. And it's in good formation there as we come through the final turn. Somebody trying to make up grid order there, and that's really a bit naughty at the final turn.
They're going to let them go. Interesting point there. The rain has picked back up again. So the rain is back up again to medium heavy from much lighter. So the precipitation is kicking in. The lurcher in front of us is very damp. We've got a very damp lurcher in front of us.
Big long-haired lurcher as well, he is. Yeah, we've got carts off in the mid-pack, but we're going to focus on that 4th place cart there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and about to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a spinner, cart in second, and a bit of a coming together. That's going to allow the first 4 to break away from everybody.
Is there a 40 cart?
Oh, we've got the 2nd place cart off.
Oh.
Number 18.
There's a cart.
Alex Timmins.
One of the lower number carts there. What I like was he not only did he shake himself to move the cart forward, he slapped the steering wheel as well, because that makes it go faster.
Yes.
So nice lead for the 133 of Callum Scrivens. Behind him, it's the 10, I think. No, there isn't a 10. It must be the 19.
Oh, and an off.
Who's gone? Backwards and off at the boot. 2 of them off at the boot.
Right then, who's our 4 qualifiers at
19,
this moment?
The 666 and the 18 and the 336.
So Callum Scrivens leads. Billy
Voigt,
Frank Ward on the 666.
Vlad Tomchuk's coming up. Come on, Vlad Tomchuk.
So look at the gap between 4th and 5th there. There it is. That's our final qualifier there. Just slithering to the outside. No, that's the number 18
that's
of
Alex
Timmins.
Well, Alex is fine. Alex won't fall off either.
Alex is the 4th place cart that we're focusing on because he is the final qualifier. Now then, can Vlad Tomanchuk and Jill Leverton, who is right with him, in fact, has Leverton made the move?
No, he's not. He's still behind.
Right, okay.
Leverton's still running in 6th. There's some equidistantness if you look between them. So I'll say now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all equidistant at the moment, with a bit of a gap between them all of about, I don't know, seconds, I would say, probably, perhaps just under a second.
Yeah, still all to play for.
There's plenty of time, and I think obviously every lap is a voyage of discovery. And at some point, someone goes, "Oh, I understand this now."
Let's see what the gap between Timmins and Tomanchuk is. It was 1.7, 1.1, I should say. It's still 1.1.
There's a lot of 1.5 second gaps.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds between 4th and 5th.
Then the gap between 4th and 5th is 1 year, absolutely. So that is your 4th place man who's just coming up the blue and the red, the 18 cart of Alex Timmins. Now, that's his pursuer, the 336. There's a 666 and a 336. So I'm not quite sure they have 3 numbers.
Yeah, it makes for a cluttered number board, doesn't it?
It does.
So Frank Ward, he's the number of the beast.
Wow.
666.
Just literally kind of hanging out the rear end there on the Timmins cart.
He is. He seems to be doing that a lot. And it doesn't seem to be affecting the gap, though. Back to Vlad Tomanchuk. Tomanchuk is pushing on, but Timmins is quite sort of. He's got the cart slightly. Look at that.
Again, yeah.
Just pitches it into the corner, sliding around. Look at his hands. His hands full broadside there.
I know.
Coming out the corner. Right, it was 1.1 seconds. Look at that. It's beautiful. Beautiful to watch, Alex. Right, let's see what the gap is. Here we go. Just waiting for it to update. Alex, come on. It's 1.1. It's exactly the same.
If only I was related to him by just knowing him. I was saying something about one of our people.
Right.
I was just saying I thought Arnold was a very good cameraman. That was it.
Who, sorry?
Yeah. The pictures are great. But, I mean, I must admit, I'm going to. You know how you shouldn't really shout. I'm going to shout out Ash and Harry.
Yeah.
For standing out in this weather, because they've only got like cagoules, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, but they love it. They love karting.
They love they love karting, and they love the check as well at the end.
All right, yes.
But yeah,
Massive
thanks guys, because basically it's miserable out there. At least it's not cold. That'll be November in Warden Law.
And we're seeing some great pictures. This one, particularly Alex Timmins, just showing you just how to drive a kart sideways in the wet here at Whilton Mill. And just, that kart is very, very, very rarely pointing in a straight line.
Yeah.
It's travelling in a straight line, but it's not pointing necessarily where it's travelling.
You need to feel where you're at it.
He's even on the straight, he's sideways, man. Look at
this.
Look
at that. Straight there.
Under 3.5 minutes left in this B final, and
we've not got a battle, have we?
Dare I say it?
There's no battle.
No, dare I say it? The first four are pretty nailed on at the moment. However, you can't really be that nailed on in these conditions, because all it takes is to miss your breaking point by a metre or two, and you are sailing off.
I think Alex has got confused and does think he's at the Drift Championship.
He's great. He's great. I'm loving this.
He's throwing the whole tail out all the way through the exit curbs of Ashby there, and I think. I'm not sure it's the fastest way around, but it's fast enough. So junior Rotax, these guys will be under 16, won't they?
Yes. Yes, these are just young boys and girls.
They've all got their lovely overcoats, haven't they?
Absolutely blow me away.
Overcoats.
Yeah, their wetsuits. They absolutely blow me away with their skills.
Do you remember when I was karting? Those heli visors you used to have.
Yes, whirly visors.
Whirly visors. What's happened to them? They were great. They're probably banned for being unsafe, I expect. Or perhaps Rain-X on the...
yeah, maybe.
But they were great. I had a whirly visor. You had one.
I had a whirly visor.
Brilliant.
Everybody had to have a whirly visor. I don't know why people in car racing didn't use whirly visors.
So kids, if you don't know what a whirly visor is, that's a Wikipedia search for you later.
Yeah.
You look like a complete idiot, but it did work really well.
You had a helicopter on your helmet, didn't you?
Spinning off the water. Scriven's doing a great job here, 3 seconds ahead, and then Frank Ward on the 666, he's doing well as well. And in fairness, Timmins, whilst he's 7 seconds behind, is giving us a slidey masterclass.
Alex Timmins is going to love this heat.
Yes,
it's like we just followed Alex.
It's like having a show reel, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Let's have a little bit of a look at Vlad. Let's have a look at Vlad Tomanchuk, because if it's going to change, it's because Vlad's going to change for it. So our 5th place man again. Where is he? Coming into frame now. There you go, Vlad. With the 336, black helmet.
His OMP wetsuit. Just turns the kart in, tries to...
He's also not straight on the straight, isn't he?
No, they're not. I mean, these youngsters are just throwing these karts around and just...
balancing on their talent.
Yeah. Look at that, sideways. Turn in. Sideways. He's much smoother. He's about to start coming under pressure from Jay Leverton. Now, Jay Leverton, the second kart in that.
Vlad on camera as well.
Vlad. I'm sorry, Vlad.
That's the curse of the commentator.
We hexed you there, my son.
He was trying a bit too much. Yeah. That was too much. That was too much steering angle.
I was about to say Jay Leverton coming up on his rear. He's been Jay Leverton on the number 44. He's just come back from a broken arm.
Oh, poor lad.
Yeah, he broke his arm playing football. I mean, they say motorsport's dangerous. But Jay...
The amount of people who motorsport professionals, who've injured themselves to the extent they can't go to races, not at race meetings.
Yeah, I know.
And I'd like to cite Mr. J.P. Montoya, who apparently hurt his arm playing tennis on a motocross bike.
Yes.
You know, and there's many more examples of people who, I've hurt, like, you know, the number of them who hurt themselves in bicycle accidents. Like, that was Lance Stroll in a bicycle accident.
Yeah.
Two of the, he's slid off.
Oh, Jay, what happened there? Just slid to a halt.
Yeah.
I was about to say, Jay's being mentored by and run by Paul Ozan
Oh, yeah.
with the Gold Cart team.
Well, it's a good learning experience today, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, we did an interview at round one, if you remember, and
yes,
he was
and
telling
all
us about being mentored by
And
Paul.
all our paddock shows are available on the kartinglive.tv, Karting Live TV, actually, no, Karting Live TV YouTube page.
This is Jamie Kirkbride, who is on Orlando Norris.
So basically, we've managed to destroy 3 fifth places already, but
Yes.
you do get yourself a bit of TV time by being in 5th.
Yes.
And that's the end of the race.
Last lap board is out.
Oh, it's last lap. Sorry, it's not, there's one more lap to go. I saw 8:32. I thought it finished because it's a minute a lap, isn't it?
So let's have a look at Callum Scrivens, who really has...
Let's find our leader, who's done a great job. Where's our leader?
Number 133.
Who's that not on the car? Who's fallen off there? Who's that?
Who's that, Harry? Get back to him. It's the
1-1-14.
number 114. No,
Who's a lap behind?
down
That's
the
you and Hughes. Okay, let's get to the leader. Thanks, Harry. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Harry, you're going to need a wipe soon, my friend.
Well, you know, it's very exciting.
There he is, Callum Scrivens on the Lando Norris kart, who has commanded this B final and will qualify through to the A final, along with Frank Ward, Alex Timmins, and Billy Vogt.
I have another karting question for you.
Go ahead,
Go
Colin.
back. Scrivens is about to take it over the line. Great result. Lando Norris karts, are they unique or just badge engineered something else?
Yes.
Well, tell me, it's not a secret.
They're made by, I think they're made by OTK.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Want to know?
Yeah.
Sure.
And they're just badged as a Lando Norris. In fact, it's the same kart that was badged as an Alonso, I believe. I might be wrong on that.
And Leclerc.
Tell me if I'm wrong. What sort of kart is a Lando Norris
There's
kart?
every
I have
F1
been
driver's
told
kart being the same kart.
I can get the answer to that. Yes. Yes.
Is the Daniel Ricciardo kart
Yes.
also the same thing?
Yes. You haven't got Daniel Ricciardo in a workshop at home brazing up tube frame.
Well, he had 6 months off to do it.
Well, he did.
Well, I realised he didn't make it. I just wondered whether they actually made a unique thing for the actual, kart thing. Wrong word there, kart thing. Joe's gone off. I had to the toilet to find some information. He's asking someone. So, our next race, having enjoyed that one, is going to be the Rotax 177, the heavy B final. Big grid for this. So, several of them were towards the front, actually, of the single wet race we had. And it's actually in pole. Oh, do you have the information for me? You're shouting at people.
I was right.
It's OTK.
OTK.
It's everyone's an OTK.
OTK made the Alonso, and when Alonso kind of became disinterested and Lando Norris came to the fore, they branded it as a Lando Norris.
But who's the Leclerc?
The dealer.
Who's the Leclerc one?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be OTK as well.
It's a good model, isn't it? It's a good business model.
Yeah, it is.
And it means that the Formula 1 drivers get...
Dan Holland Racing is the dealer.
And the Formula 1 drivers are
Lando.
obviously very short of money. They need that extra bit of cash for the licensing, don't they?
Yes. Where are we?
We're about to have the heavy... No, you've gone one too many.
I have.
I'd already moved your sheet in
Oh, you really, really messed with me, didn't you?
No, because I was going to read out the grid and you came back with your news.
Oh, really?
Yes. Honestly.
Don't do that again.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry.
Yes, Paul? All right, okay.
Just look at what's going on. It's a kart meeting.
You don't tell from just there, metre away. Right then, what's next?
Okay.
Last of our B finals.
The Rotax?
I keep saying this, the final B final.
B final,
No,
final.
it's the last of the B finals. It's the Rotax 177s, though, out next. And qualifying for the B final, or not qualifying for the A final, is how I should say that. So Matt Ogden and Stephen Horner are on the front row. Charlie Jowers and Adrian Smith are on row 2. Steve Stewart and Aidan Hammond are on row 3. Alistair Cunningham and Chris Sivia are on row 4. Then we've got Brian McCready, Thomas Childs, Keith Mason, Tyler Fossey, Will Milner, Billy Clark, Brendan Smith, Neil Hemming, Colin Campbell, Alfie Williams, Simon Wheeler, Aaron Knight, Stephen Logan and David Nolan. Row 12 is Lee Todd and Mike Edwards. Paul Moran and Mark Gilly are on row 13. Why is Paul Moran all the way down there? He must have had a bit of a nightmare as well. So, Helen, he'll really need his Sunday dinner when he gets home.
Absolutely. And one that's been homemade.
Yes, not one from the pub in a box.
Yeah, exactly.
So Alan Cook's alongside, Mark Gillies alongside Paul Moran. Row 14 is Paul Horton and Alan Cook. And then rounding off this 30-cart
B final. So there's 58 entries.
It's Darren Edwards and Ben Johnson. So
why they held it? Do we know what the problem is?
So, not sure. Not sure at all. We're not transitioning to dries for sure, are we?
No, it's still raining.
Yeah. So not sure. We're just getting people. In fact, it looks to me, Nick, if we show the collecting area from Ash.
It's what it's yes, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's
I can't see any rescuing of carts going on, so I was wondering why there's a delay.
Yeah, there's Chris Cox. Is Chris the clerk of the course as well as the series organiser?
I don't know. He's probably very important. We've got a green flag on the track now.
Yeah, he's very important. We know that.
What's going on here? Has there been a delay? Has there been a confusion because there's people still arriving?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know why we've still got people coming on.
A long time since the last Rotax Heat, so it's not like they haven't had enough time to do what they want to do.
Yes. So there's the back of Louis Large in the ORG Motorsport jacket. There's KF Sport.
There's a lot of pointing.
Who we need to find out more about. So Louis there, who came second in the championship last year in this class, the 177s. He's running Stephen Horner, who's on the front row, and he's also running Keith Mason, who's down in 11th. So he'll be wanting one or even two. Right, okay. And a grid shuffle. Right, so there's somebody who there's been a no-show on the grid, so they've basically chose to go home, and that means we have to reshuffle the grid. So that isn't the work of a moment, but it is a very efficient work by our grid marshals and officials. So Louis, as I was saying, who is the vice champion in this class from 2022, who stepped down from driving and created LRG Motorsport and became a customer kart racing team, which he loves. Absolutely loves it.
And what karts does he run?
Or whatever anyone wants to run. So there's a variation. You bring
one, and then you get a sticker kit.
Yeah. Majority of his customers are run by HRS, run with HRS
Another
engines.
karting question for you.
Go ahead, Cole.
So I buy a chassis, be it Tony Sport or an OTK. Does any bodywork fit in it, or do I need to buy the bodywork specific for that kart?
I think so, yeah.
You need to know the answer to these questions I have.
They are ridiculous.
You are the kart expert.
They're ridiculous, futile, irrelevant questions. They absolutely are.
Hang on. There is a subsidiary to this. Because if the bodywork...
Yeah, as long as the bodywork matches the bars and the bumper.
Yes, but I'm saying, hang on a
which
second.
they tend to do because they're generic.
You had to have... Well, that's what I'm saying. If the bodywork is interchangeable between kart chassis, then you would actually specify your team had the same bodywork, so the sticker kit would work for all of them.
Well, the sticker kits tend to... Well, that's probably what they do, because the sticker kits pretty much...
I was going somewhere with it.
Well, if you look at the nose cones there, they're all the same, aren't they?
No.
Yes, they are.
Well,
that's the same as that.
They have very different...
No. That's the nose cone. That's the front fairing.
Front fairing is very different.
Different design,
and you'd have different sticker kits. So I'm saying, if your team is running different karts with different bodywork, your sticker kit's not going to fit.
Well, you get a sticker kit to fit the fairing that you're running.
Extra expensive sticker kits.
You get the sticker kit to run the fairing that you're running. So different size sticker kits.
But then you have to make more sticker kits, and it's extra expense.
Well, you don't make the sticker kits. You get somebody to make them at the same cost.
Just saying.
Again, futile and irrelevant question.
I think if you think that's a futile, irrelevant question,
I tell you what, people would love you walking into a car shop because they could basically sell you everything.
Have you seen my garage? It's got everything in it.
You haven't got any money left as well.
No. That's very true. No, that's a serious
point. It's a beautiful TR4, though.
It is a lovely TR4. It is the greyest and most lustrous TR4 ever.
Yes.
I spent £19 on painting the one bit that's not painted, which is the hood. I've got some black for the hood.
You mean? What do you mean? The bonnet?
No, the hood. Not American.
Right, yeah. Well,
what are you on about? Not American.
Sorry. You mean the actual sort of vinyl hood?
Yes, the hood.
Is it leather?
No.
What's it made of? Vinyl?
Vinyl, yeah. No, it's a canvas.
And you painted it?
I will paint it. You've got to prepare it first, and you put leather, then you put hood colorant on it, so it goes super black.
I see.
It's colours in the sun.
Yeah, they do. And have you done that yet?
No, I bought the piece of paper.
Oh, that'll look
Sorry,
great.
I bought the bottles. No, that's a kind of a winter. I've got a few winter projects.
That'll look great. We are just getting towards...
And then I have to buy some new door cards, because my door cards I ruined them many years ago.
Oh, have they?
By doing some very bad amateur
So it's
painting.
not quite finished?
Well,
Even after that massive invoice?
Let's not talk about that, but you know the massive invoice, which I don't want to talk about?
Yes.
The amount to finish it is less than a 50th of the invoice.
It's still a lot of money.
It's not. It's not for anyone listening. It's no money at all.
No, Rachel, it isn't a lot of money at all.
Yes. We all know about not telling Rachel things, don't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, Ash. Trip to Paris is off, mate. So I actually can't see out that window for the rain, so I'm going to step back and have a look out the main door. Knocking the fire extinguisher off the wall as we do. I actually can't see what the problem is there, Nick.
No, it's a reshuffle. I think perhaps it's a bit more than a reshuffle.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is. Sarah Darlow, our grid official, is making her way very sort of confidently down the middle of the grid.
It's a weird way to lose 10 minutes of time, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So Zach Bolton qualified for the A Final.
I assume so. I don't remember hearing his name in the book.
And he had that nightmare of a... I talk about Zach Bolton. We're in the 177's B final about to take place here. And he's standing there on the balcony. And he's qualified. He's qualified 22nd.
Yeah. Despite being on the grass.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. So Stephen Horner is standing there, and he should be on the grid.
Right. Is that the problem?
He's one of the problems. He's one of the causes.
Isn't Stephen Louis' driver? Uh-oh.
So Stephen Horner is standing on the balcony, and he hasn't got his race suit on.
Yes.
Has he?
Is it underneath his plastic, isn't it?
Oh, he's in the blue jacket.
Oh, he's the blue jacket, okay.
Yeah, that's Zach.
Oh, Zach's going, what's going on? Oh, hang on. That's
Junior
the
Rotax A Final.
Well, we're starting, so something's going to happen anyway.
He's what?
That's him. Zach's 22nd A Final. You got the wrong button.
No, you are. You're 22nd. Stephen's...
It's now... Joe's now been given advice to people on the balcony, which really hasn't gone very well, to put it mildly. That he's confused the wrong person.
I've confused Zach.
Yeah, you've confused people by trying to help.
So Zach thought
Never try and help. Never try and help.
Zach thought I was talking about him being out there.
No.
When I was talking about the bloke standing next to him.
Yes.
The good news is, Nick...
Oh, that's good news.
We've got carts on track.
Excellent. That is good news. That will save a lot of the issues.
We are just underneath the balcony from the very nice cafe restaurant upstairs, and it's got a license.
That's it.
So at the end of the day, everybody can sort of convene there and have a couple of beers and stuff. It's very pleasant.
Yes, okay.
Very, very pleasant. Right, that's Sarah shouting in the background. She doesn't need a radio.
Yeah, it doesn't always get picked up. I think, yeah. I mean,
she just shouts from the grid.
It's important. There's three that couldn't start.
Yes,
so we've got a thinner field than we were expecting.
Yes, we have. So it's Matt Ogden and Charlie Jowers who led the field out. We are very spread out. So we are not going to get this underway first time round.
We're trying, but they've now been told they've got a full start already.
So the number 31, Charlie Jowers, is on the pole. The number 164, Matt Ogden. Sorry, Matt Ogden's on the pole. Charlie Jowers has now moved up one to move alongside. Then we've got Adrian Smith, Steve Stewart, Aidan Hammond. So we're going to be looking at Adrian Smith, Steve Stewart in third and fourth, Aidan Hammond and Alasdair Cunningham in fifth and sixth. That's the key area around that fourth place.
Well, Mark Gilly in the 118, his engine isn't running properly. It sounds wrong when he's looking at it, so I don't think he's going to be bumping up.
All right. Okay, that's a shame. So 22
The
carts.
leader is going off a bit quickly, really, to help to let everyone catch up.
Yeah, yeah.
So Matt needs to just rein it right back in, otherwise they're going to end up not being in a position to get this one started either. He needs to be given a massive slowdown.
Yeah, he needs to look across to his left and see the stragglers need to catch up quite a distance. So hopefully we'll get this thing
slower and slower and slower.
Hopefully we'll get this thing finally underway after the short delay for a reshuffle on the grid. They're speeding up again. You really need to slow down, lads. We really do. That's it. Keep it slow. Stragglers not quite with you yet.
No, they've
Still
really,
not with you
yeah,
yet.
they'll get there because they've literally stopped it to nothing. There we go.
Right, here we go. Let's get this thing going. The B final in. It's all about that 4th place. That's the final qualifying position to put you on the back of the grid for the A final and get you all those the more championship points. It also gets you by winning this, gets you the accolade of having your picture on our Karting Live website.
Very good point. Matt Ogden got a great start there. He put the power down and it actually happened. Now we're going to get through Oblivion without someone spearing off for the first time in the wet. Yes, we are.
Definitely wetter out there, isn't it, Nick? It's definitely wetter.
The lying puddle. Is it actually raining still? Is it eased back a bit?
Yeah, it's eased back
medium.
a bit.
It's medium. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
incident.
0.2 of the
that's
3.
That's Aidan Hammond off and pointing in the wrong direction. He had the whole field bearing down on him. Aidan Hammond there, spinning off at Christmas corner. The leader has gone. Big tank slapper there. The leader has gone. The battle for 4th is indeed a battle for 4th. And it's about to change. It's the number, is it that the 37 of Adrian Smith? That's hanging onto it, being challenged down the inside. We'll confirm everything when they come back round. But that's the 53 of Chris Sivia. And the 155, is it? The 155 of Steve Stewart. Let's see if that is indeed our 4th place carts as the leader comes through already across the line. Matt Ogden, Alistair Cunningham, Chris Sivia, Steve Stewart, Keith Mason. Great drive from Keith Mason, who has gotten himself up the order from quite a way down, 11th. And Keith is in 5th place. 1.2 seconds the gap to 4th. So all eyes on the number 12. As Matt Ogden, Alistair Cunningham, Chris Sivia, Steve Stewart head off into the distance. That's the number 12 there with the white helmet, the black suit, and the red and white. If we just drop back another one, Harry, that's the cart there.
There we go. Oh,
white helmet.
5th fell off.
Yeah, we've got a spinner
That's
there.
31. That is Charlie Jowers, I think, falling off.
Yeah, Charlie Jowers does indeed fall off.
Who had actually got past Keith Mason and then fell off.
Right, so Keith Mason, who finds himself in the B final, is one of the LRG Motorsport team, but he looks like he's got a pretty solid gap between himself, and as I say that gap just disappears to the 62 of Thomas Childs.
So he needs to pick up.
Yeah. We're
good.
good. No. Let's keep with Keith Mason because he's closing the gap. The gap is huge. The gap is 1.4 seconds.
Yeah. So he needs. Well, I think the problem is he's got the attention to Thomas Childs first to get rid of.
Yes. That's not getting any less, is it?
And being able to move forward kind of needs you to concentrate on what's going ahead of you.
Oh, there's a spinner
behind.
Not sure if that was a contender for the first 4 places.
I don't think so. The first. I don't know, actually. There's a big lead for Matt Ogden. So Ogden's miles ahead. Then you've got a run of 3 who are quite close, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And then you've got, as you can see, they go to the corner. Then you've got 4, 5 and 6 just going through Chapman now.
Oh, and it's Keith Mason who's coming under a massive amount of pressure from that number 62, Thomas Childs, down the inside.
Just classic overtaking. We've just got so much better drive.
So
it's not all over yet, though, because Mason's trying to get up the inside.
Oh, he does. He does indeed. Or does he? It's going to be very, very close. And they dive into oblivion. I think it's going to be the 62 that takes it. Oh, Keith just understeered. The kart just wouldn't turn for him. Charles is through into 5th, but he's got a couple. It was 2.2 seconds without this argument to make up. It's Alfie Williams there on the 96, who is now battling. And you know what? As much as these... and he's gone. Yeah. Trying hard. So Thomas Childs spins out of contention. Again. He's just trying to get the drive, trying to be in the right place. It's a bit of curb, isn't it?
And I think he tried to tighten his line to get over the curb, and then rear end said, "Nah, I'm not doing that."
Yeah. So
he's gone.
So it's Alfie Williams now. Alfie Williams has now been given the mission of catching Steve Stewart. So there he is on the 96, and it's the gap has gone out, way gone out. Let's see if it's reduced. It was 2.1 seconds actually. Let's see what it was between 4th and 5th now. 1.3.
Oh, and two of them
who's
gone off.
that?
That was two of the top went off. 30. I think it's Chris Scrivier and somebody else. Somebody else has gone off and out of the shot.
Yeah, I think it's Alistair Cunningham.
So two of them have gone. We'll see this again, but someone actually dives out of shot. So I think it's no one hit. They both spun on their own.
It's Alistair Cunningham.
But Scrivier spun because he hit the brakes, seeing the accident in front of him.
So if they all can stay on the track,
so hang on a second. Who's where now?
If they all can stay on the track, I'll be able to fathom out who is where and who's qualifying the last.
There's the leader.
Right, there's the
miles
leader.
ahead.
He's not important. He's just leading. Matt Ogden, that is. Let him. He's just checked out. 8-second gap now to the leader.
155 in second, 96 in third, 12 in fourth,
That's
and
Keith Mason.
45 is in fifth.
Right, so Keith Mason is the final qualifier
And
here.
Simon Wheeler is your chaser-upperer in the 45 on screen now.
Right, well picked out. Right, he's the 5th place kart, and he has got to catch the number 12 ahead of him.
That's right.
2.5 minutes remaining. The gap between Mason and Wheeler, 0.7 of a second. So there's Keith Mason with the red and white LRG livery, and there is Simon Wheeler just behind him on the Cosmic. Looks like a Cosmic. It's got the purple and white livery.
It said Cosmic on the side.
Oh, well, it's a Cosmic then. Made by OTK, I believe.
Really? Like everything else.
Yeah. Here we go then.
My last
2
sandwich
minutes.
is made by OTK, you know.
2 minutes remaining. So Keith Mason's teammate, Stephen Horner, did qualify second for this B final. And he'll be probably kicking himself, or he may have had enough. He may have had enough of the... Oh, there's the chaser.
And the new chaser is the 62, and it's now Thomas Charles' attempt to try and go back into fourth again.
So Simon Wheeler has a spin. Now we've got Thomas Childs hanging on with all he knows on the curbing there on the exit of the pits bend.
Charles 2.7 seconds behind Mason. So that's a long way to make up. But as we've seen, you don't appear to actually have to overtake anybody in this particular race. Just wait for them to fall off.
You know, you know what? We take for granted that these drivers in these conditions are just going to go round and round, and it's not. You know,
no, it's unbelievably difficult.
It is.
Every corner is an adventure.
Every corner.
There's no criticism implied by any of the all they've fallen off business.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I mean, you know, we wouldn't be anywhere near these boys, I tell you.
I'd be right at the back. I wouldn't have fallen off, but I wouldn't have gone faster than 7 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got to go pretty quick to fall off.
You have to go fast enough to fall off in the first place.
Interesting that he's got his radiator flap down as well. Somebody else is off there. Not sure who that is. But Thomas Childs, his radiator flap down.
It's one of the red and white carts.
I know. We're going to see.
I'll see what
so
it
Matt
is.
Ogden through, Alfie Williams through, Steve Stewart through. Oh, it was Keith Mason.
Mason's gone.
It was Keith Mason. He spun it off. Oh my goodness! The final qualifier has lost out with less than 10 seconds to go.
Oh, and he's gone as well. 62's gone. Charles was the last qualifier, and he's gone now.
Lee Todd becomes the final qualifier. So Thomas Childs up to Christmas corner,
on his own,
turns in
on his own, no pressure.
Hit the curb, put him into a spin.
Oh, and Matt, lucky enough to get collected by those two.
Lee Todd has gone through.
No, there's a battle here.
I know, 53. Chris Sivia coming back.
Don't forget, Chris Sivia was facing the wrong direction earlier.
Chris Sivia was third and spun it off out of sympathy for Alistair, who spun off in front of him.
He's going to get back up in the position again.
Is he? Last lap board is out for the leaders.
So you've got one more after this.
Yeah, this is a great battle for fourth. This is what we've got. We're in the entertainment business, and this is what we love.
The 36 of Lee Todd's got one lap to hold back Chris Scrivier. Scrivier has had the bump up position. He's lost the bump position, and he's now been given a chance by multiple accidents by other people. But Todd leads. Scrivier hunting him down up towards Christmas corner.
That could change at any moment, Nick.
For
could
any
change
reason.
at any moment. As he comes out of Christmas corner, mullers the curb at Inkerman.
Oh, yep, up the inside.
Down the inside at Ashby, off camber.
Block pass, beautiful.
Oh, he has indeed. He's pulled it off. Oh, he's going to come back at him. Down the inside at Parker, maybe. No. Oh, he is. Oh, no, just a touch.
Tap.
Yeah.
The Belgians were given a 5-second penalty for that.
No harm, no foul. Oh, Matt Ogden takes the win then. Alfie Williams, the second qualifier. Steve Stewart is the third qualifier. And who out of these two is going to be the fourth? It's Chris Sivia who regains that qualifying place that he lost earlier on. And he will be the final qualifier for the Rotax 177s. He will start the A Final on the back of the grid. So action-packed, isn't it? Now then, this is the interesting bit, because now it's all about a trophy, isn't it?
It's all about a final, all about a trophy. It's all about winning. It's all about not falling off. Look at the rain coming down harder again, by the way.
Yes. Yes. You know what?
I'm disappointed about this. I did think it was going to stop at some point.
Well, if you're racing, Nick, you really kind of want it to maintain and be consistently wet. The last thing you want is a transitioning track from wet to dry.
Did you get that?
Did I get what? Oh. So yeah, transitioning track is not what you want. You either want fully dry or fully wet. Right now we've got a fully wet.
It's certainly fully wet.
And even there, you've got levels of wetness, haven't you? So right now, going into our A Finals, this is round 4. Round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC at Whilton Mill. 2 more rounds coming up. 9th and 10th of September, we go to Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. And then we round off the championship on the 21st and 22nd of October at Clay Pigeon. And there's a bit of an interlude in August the 18th to the 20th. 3-day meeting, 2 days of live stream action.
Live.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's not. No. Quite used to you talking over me, Nick. Don't worry.
I intend to talk over you the whole time.
Yeah. Well, you do. You
never shut up.
You are consistent. That's my job.
You never leave a breath. You need a space. You need a breath.
Have I turned into Haven?
Yes. Have I turned into Haven? I'm putting that on our thing. Joe, have I turned into Haven?
Have I? Anyway, can I finish? It's the all plate. We've mentioned it. We're going to keep mentioning it.
It's coming up.
Mentioning it.
You can still enter it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Standard.
And Karting Live's, I suppose, 2023 season will end with our 2-day race meeting at Wardenlow in November.
Once Matt confirms he wants us, yes.
Well, he's confirmed it. Yeah. I'm putting it down now. I'm seeing it on live TV.
Okay, fantastic.
So you can't go back.
And he's confirmed the cost, has he, as well?
Whatever you said.
Oh, okay. Terrific. This is like £2,000 million I've charged. Yes. You suddenly got a lot more when my car changed colour.
Right then, we've got the Minimax runners out for their A Final, and you think we've had intense and exciting racing. Well, just step back, because we're going to see something now, because this is what it's all about. It's that trophy, it's that step onto the podium. This is where it becomes serious. Ben Adrian, who seems to me to be a bit of a local expert here at Whilton Mill, he's going to start on the pole position. Kazauri Vicerek, who had an absolutely outstanding wet third and final heat, he starts alongside. Second row is Leo Basterfield and Eddie Stewart. Riley Thatcher and Seb Corky are on row 3. And then we've got Sonny Morgan, championship leader, on row 4 with Daniel Haynes. Lucy Lovell and Ayrton Wright are on row 5. And then we've got Jensen Cox. Great to see Jensen out for the final. He starts as the 11th and final qualifier.
It's exciting. We've got a race against time for Ash to get back from the toilet for the start of the race.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
There he goes.
He's not going to make it, is he?
He's not. We'll have to start on the other camera, because he's
locked
off.
He's
locked off. We can go at the other camera. So he's got half a lap to get this on.
Well, here we go, Nick. We're about to go racing. 12 minutes and 1 lap, remember, for these A Finals.
The 48's not started.
Oh, no way. That's Ben Adrian.
Oh, the thing's just died.
Oh, my goodness. Water in the carburetor is that is absolutely tragic for the youngster.
And nothing happened.
That is absolutely tragic for the youngster. Over no fault of his own, an engine malady there maybe it was water in the electrics, water in the carburetor. It shouldn't be in the carburetor. They have pretty substantial air boxes. It's Vicerek who goes off into the lead, and it's the number 119 of Leo Basterfield who is right with him. Eddie Stewart taking a bit of a watching brief there in third. They're all slipping and sliding around. Sonny Morgan's already gotten ahead of Seb Corking. In fact, he was ahead just at the start, actually.
Adrian's got the cart running, so
he has.
Lost a bit of his man to get the thing running.
Massive amount of ground lost.
But into the lead, and happily, the man who won easily the wet heat we had at the Minimax team, and that is a race which was Kazimir Vizicek. He's got out in the front again. Not been let go last time. Last time he got a big gap, and the others were all arguing. But coming round in second place, it is going to be Leo Basterfield, and then you got the 45 cart of Eddie Stewart as they come into the very, very wet Oblivion section.
So behind Stewart, Riley Thatcher in fourth, Seb Corking back ahead of Sonny Morgan by quite a considerable margin there as they head up towards Christmas. Then Sonny Morgan sixth, Daniel Haynes behind them. But look at these two at the front, Vicerek with Leo Basterfield. Right, he's glued, isn't he? He's glued. He's given. Yeah, I can feel you. I can feel you there. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the little bit of extra push out of the corner.
Now, Sonny Morgan didn't enjoy the wet heat earlier.
No, he didn't.
Whether he's now worked out what to do and he can put it a bit forward, but he doesn't seem to be having that same sort of action. Oh, and it was an in and over, but it ended up with the same result, first and second unchanged.
That's Seb Corking being... Who is that in front of Seb there? He was being held up a little bit there through the corner. Yeah, I think it is Riley Thatcher on the 83. Seb Corking trying all he can there. But meanwhile, at the front of this field, Vicerek just takes a check on over his shoulders to see where Basterfield is. Eddie Stewart, you can't discount young Eddie. He's there, and they had that cart really, really sorted, didn't they, in the third heat? He came from the back of the field and came through and back up to second. So they really know how to set that cart up in the wet.
Yeah, I mean, it was a late decision to go into wet for these guys. So they've had a chance, an hour and a half or so, to think about settings. So everyone should be at least onto whatever their wet settings are.
Yeah, you would think.
Give them a chance.
Yeah,
I mean, Sonny Morgan, who was 2.5 seconds a lap slower in the last heat, is actually now just a little bit off the pace, not a lot off the pace. So they've obviously managed to dial the kart in more to Sonny's liking. Sebastian Corking really needs to I think, pass Thatcher.
He's been held up, isn't he? There's no doubt he's been stifled. Seb Corking being stifled. Oh, and Eddie Stewart just swaps ends there. I'm not really quite sure what on earth happened as Seb Corking goes round the outside. We'll have a quick look at Eddie. And he just got caught out by Basterfield going on the brakes, so he kind of braked a little bit harder. That's we've all done it. We've all done it.
Now, what has happened there is that's kind of opened it up for.
I'll tell you what's happened there, mate. Seb Corking went round the outside of Riley Thatcher while we were looking at that replay. He's now into a clear third.
Sonny Morgan's in fourth.
And chasing after Basterfield, Riley Thatcher has now lost that fourth place to Sonny Morgan, who has come through. Eddie Stewart will recover and try to regain those places. He's proved earlier on that he can do that and come from the back. But he's got it all to do again. Heavens.
Well, Kazari is very, very relaxed in these wet conditions. He led the entirety of the Minimax Heat 3 in the damp, and he's been leading this one since 3 corners in.
Right, we've had 4 minutes, right? We've had the additional 4 minutes of a final. Now we're into heat distance. 8 minutes. We're just inside of 8 minutes now. So they've all done this before. Let's see if they can all do it again. It's very, very treacherous out there for all of these drivers.
No, Basterfield dropped 0.3 that lap. Corking and Morgan are 1.4 and 1.2 apart in respectively. Eddie Stewart only 4.5 seconds off the lead at the moment.
1.3 Basterfield to Corking. And Corking is the fastest man on the track at the moment, 64.7. He's the only driver to have gone into the fours. The only other driver is Eddie Stewart on a 64.9.
He's only 4/10 faster than Kazari, so he's going to need to find a bit more than that if he's going to get to the front. He's got cars to get past as well, and that'll take time.
Cars?
Carts. I say cars and carts. Interchangeable.
No.
Those are bikes, which is a good start, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Because that can go very wrong. Vehicles. Can't go wrong with vehicles. You're absolutely safe on that one.
The Viserek coming out of the boot. Basterfield not really gaining any ground, is Leo. Just nice and smooth from both of these karts in the lead. And then Seb Corking, let's see what the gap is. Oh, it's down to 0.9. He's gaining ground on Basterfield ahead of him. Now, these were the two competitors that came together in a very nasty way at Mansell. I'm pretty sure they've both learned a big lesson from that as Corking comes right onto the bumper of Basterfield. And in these very, very treacherous conditions, it's one thing catching the kart in front. It's a completely different art form getting by. And we'll just see what happens here as Viserek. He hasn't pulled away like he did in the heat, has he, Nick? He's, we've got Basterfield keeping him honest. And Corking likewise keeping Basterfield honest. This is a great race from the Minimax lot as ever. We're just inside of 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Casri was miles ahead in the heat, but I think possibly because he may have just guessed the got to quicker. I think
plus we had the other carts behind him were tripping each other over, weren't they?
Now everyone has the wet setup. He's still showing that mastery of the conditions, but other drivers are able to get a little bit closer. Basterfield's a bit ebbing and flowing, isn't he? He's having good laps, bad laps. He's now right on the tail of Casri, going 3/10 there after losing a second over the previous 2 laps.
Well,
the rain's consistent. It's not drying out. It's staying as it is.
Viserek has just lost that gap. He's lost the cushion. He's now got not just Basterfield, but Corking's in contention now. So if Viserek puts a wheel wrong, if he gets a little bit too sideways, a little bit anxious on the throttle and starts spinning the wheels up, he will have his. He's going to find himself very busy.
Who's that?
That's 33.
Viserek gone.
Viserek has gone. He spun off.
See that we got that one. Maybe just missed it in the excitement. Did we get it? It was too far away.
It was too far away for us to see. Now we've got the 2 protagonists that came together at the front of the field last time at Mansell. They were battling for 2nd and 3rd place. Now they're battling for 1st and 2nd. It was intense at Mansell. It's even more intense here at Whilton Mill. Basterfield seems to be able to hold that pace really, really well. 65.2, 65 dead for Corking. Corking's got the run.
Very different lines.
Yes, very different. And Corking's got momentum, but then they equal out by the time they get midway up the straight. It's a kind of a variation on an opinion on what line to take, isn't it, from these 2 youngsters?
There's a great belief that as much curb as possible is the right thing to do at Whilton Mill. But beyond that, everyone's going to make it up as they go along.
They're very, very close, aren't they, towards Parker.
Corking is actually adding an extra half horsepower to Basterfield most of the time by tapping him on. He's bump drafting almost.
He's helping, isn't he? He is helping. There's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds or so to go. So still plenty of racing left in this final.
Yep. Kazari Viserek back intense. He'll be hitting him, really sorry for himself for that one.
And the thing is, Nick, the drivers know that because they see the timing board there, 3 minutes 17. They all can see it. So, yeah, they're just, let's just continue round. Let's just continue to follow one another round. Here's Corking. He's going to have a go down the inside on the brakes. Corking moves to the inside. And Basterfield makes room for him this time.
I think Basterfield's looking for an over and under.
Yeah, Basterfield. You know what? Basterfield looks like he knows where the grip is, doesn't he? He's coming back at Corking into Ashby. The downhill right-hander. Lots of understeer from Corking there. He's got the traction using all of the curb.
But who's right behind them and gaining?
Eddie Stewart. He's coming. The comeback kid, Eddie Stewart.
That was 4.5 seconds to the hit between him and the leader, and now it's 1.7.
Wow. If anything, Eddie Stewart's got enough time to get up back on terms. These two still together.
Was the fastest lap by anyone in the race, 104.5. And now these two are slowing each other up. But Eddie Stewart is the coming lad, not the coming man, and old not becoming men, they're coming lads.
Well, let's see where it is, Nick. As they cross the line, it was 1.4 seconds. It's still 1.4. Sorry. It was 1.4. It's 1 second.
Yep.
It's come down from 4 seconds. So Corking pulling a bit of a cushion away and sort of eking out that cushion from Basterfield. And very soon, Basterfield is going to have to deal with Eddie Stewart.
Yeah, I think Stewart's got the pace on Basterfield. I
He
think
has.
Corning might be able to stay ahead. Unless obviously something goes horribly wrong like that, where you just drift slowly onto the excess curbing there outside Ashby. But
I think Seb Corking has proved in the past he's got a very cool head in whatever conditions. Let's hope I haven't hexed that, Seb. Come on. As well as Leo Basterfield, who seemed to know where the grip was, and he was able to maintain that pace over the lap.
But interestingly, Stewart's not made a huge gain this lap.
Basterfield, look, you know what?
Fighting.
Basterfield went really wide at the boot and put his left-hand rear wheel off the track. He knew what he'd done, and he was just checking where Eddie was. Eddie's down to 7/10 gap now. We're soon not going to need to stop much.
Yeah, Eddie lost time on our leader, Sebastian Corking, but gained time on Leo Basterfield. So Corking, as you say, and this is quite a big question, if he can keep it on the island, which is quite a big if these days, then he should be okay. There'll be this lap and possibly 2 more, actually.
Yeah, that's right. We're already... So 2 more laps, we estimate.
I think 2.5 more, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Stewart. Stewart now right on the bumper of Basterfield. Out of Ashby, heading towards the left-hander at Parker. Both drivers using the inside line there. They use all of the track and more around the outside of Chapman, though. And then that short blast down. It's a very fast section of track here. Down towards the braking area for the boot. And this is where we slip and slide. Leo Basterfield, again, using all of the track. Coming out of the boot and through the final turn to complete what will be 11 laps now.
Just made it by 1 second.
Wow, incredible.
1.5 seconds they've made, so they've got 2 laps to go.
Incredible. 2 more laps to go. Corking is checked out. Corking is gap out to a second. That's night and day in comparison to what we've seen. And Eddie Stewart now looking very racy indeed. Right on the bumper of Basterfield, down the hill to Ashby's, and down the inside. He's gone for the challenge. They're side by side, using all the curb. And Eddie Stewart, he's moved ahead of Basterfield. And great driving from both of these drivers. They could have easily have gotten too anxious and too intense, but they didn't. I don't think they even touched in any way, shape or form there.
Very clean pass
So very,
by Stewart. The question really is
textbook.
whether Basterfield's going to accept this or now going to try and see being the hunter is easier than being the hunted. There is one more lap, and this long, the corner which seems so easy in the dry, and they whip round in the wet. It's like a 17,000 steering wheel input corner. Coming out into oblivion. Final lap.
Yeah,
Corking leading by 1.6.
Corking, the winner of round 1 at Three Sisters, on his way to win his second final of the season. It's treacherous out there, though, so I'm not going to say too much about that. Eddie Stewart, once again, the comeback kid. That's what we're going to call Eddie, because he spun out in the third heat and made his way back through to second, and he spun out in the final, and he's made his way back again through the field and is currently second, and if anything, closing the gap. However, Seb Corking, he's the fastest driver on the track at the moment with a 64.2. Eddie Stewart's last lap, 64.3.
Corking
as the leader. Let's pick up the leader as we go into the boot. There's Corking. No, that's not Corking. That's a back marker. Corking will be coming through behind him. There's Seb, the 52, who crosses the line and acknowledges the checkered flag in fine style. So that's going to put him back ahead of Sonny Morgan, I would say, in the championship.
Yeah, Morgan's battled back to fourth, Joe, but the big loser out of that one is obviously Kasper Vidicek, who was leading and then just lost it. And he'll be the one who'll be having a difficult night's sleep as he runs over that corner, braking again and again and again. But that's racing for you. Some days in weather like this, when it seems like it's all going to go right, it suddenly goes all wrong. So that was the Minimax final. Next will be I'm playing with Joe's paperwork here. I've been in terrible trouble. It's senior TKM next. Well, the TKM final. There's no senior, there's no junior TKM. Senior TKM will be off and away next. Obviously, it might be an idea at some point in the near future if we clear that screen, but it's quite atmospheric having the water droplets. The TKM guys doing a bit of revving. Almost stopped is the weather report from Paul. The almost stopped weather report. So who is on the grid and in what order for the senior TKM final? I hear you ask me. No, I don't. Okay. So in pole, it's Mitchell Ball. No surprise there. Some great results. In second, it's Joseph Booth. Third, Matt Cardwell. That's interesting. Interestingly, the top three all had the same number of points. And the division and the deciding factor, they all had 136 points off their 3 heats. The deciding factor was fastest race. And the fastest lap was Mitchell Ball at 47.359. And a 47.412 for Joseph Booth and a 47.706. So that's why they are separated by the fastest lap of their day. So Ball 1, Booth 2, Caldwell 3, Ben Watson in 4th, Charlie King in 5th, James Hull in 6th, Louis Bevan down in 7th, Cal Lamont in 8th, Matthew Lawson in 9th, Joseph in 10th, and it's Leo Crabtree, Matthew Temple Purcell, he's 12th. Gordon Smith, Alexander Lehman, Ryan Leighton, Will Creggian, Matt Slight, Chris Whiteside, Jason Lovett, Monica Biles, Adam Cross-Davis, James King, Daniel Hemmings and Steve King. And that's the way it goes. So we have a grid that is the same as Jerez in 97. Because 3 of them are the exactly same number of points and they've been decided by, well, been decided by, it's quite different there, decided by fastest lap.
Good analogy there, good comparison, I mean.
You know me.
Yes.
There's one a week and then there's 17 rubbish ones.
Wow, there's nothing in it, is there? That's fantastic.
But Bevan, down in 7th after the problems in the last race.
I'm so pleased with how those Minimax drivers conducting themselves there. You know, they haven't always been conducted themselves in that way, and I think a round of applause, you know, they really were some great driving there from pretty much everybody in the field, and it was, you know, very, very difficult conditions. We're going to see an absolute fist fight, metaphorically, I might add.
Well, even possibly
in this senior TKM final. We are about to go racing with Mitchell Ball on the pole position. That's him there on the number 2. Alongside him is the 45 of Joseph Booth. We know how quick these two can be. And here we go. That pole of 2-stroke.
Great start from Ball.
That pole of 2-stroke once again in the air. And Mitchell Ball goes through into the lead. We use all of the track and more. Still a very, very wet track, isn't it?
All through, though, which is the key point. We have had official news from Paul, the weatherman, that it is stopped. I'm not sure it had stopped, but it's slowed right down. So the track may well begin to dry out because 30 carts, or 22 carts, sorry, are going to dry the track more than the rain will come in. But there's still plenty of spray as they drive down towards Aspin. It's a great start for Mitchell Ball to take the lead. And
yeah, I think you're right, Nick, because the sky is a lighter shade of grey rather than a darker shade of grey, which is always a good sign for changeable weather. So we might be seeing the track conditions start to transition as we get through our A finals. But right now it's all about Mitchell Ball in the senior TKM final. Joseph Booth second, Matt Cardwell, I think, is that Matt Cardwell in third? The 63?
63, yeah.
Yeah, the 45, 63.
Some of these numbers would be clearer for old eyes, don't they? 83,
yeah, I know. They shouldn't be allowed.
First and second.
And then we've got Charlie King there, just ahead of his teammate Ben Watson, I think. The 44 is up there, Leo Crabtree. Let's have a look as they cross the line.
In fourth.
Who's that?
Louis Bevan's in fourth.
Wow, where did he come from?
Got Crabtree. I think he may have. No, I thought he could drop to fifth. He hasn't. He's in fourth. So that red-nosed cart, that is Louis Bevan, the number 1. The number 2, Mitchell Ball, has the lead at the moment from the 45 of Joseph Booth. Booth benefited from everyone else's stupidity. Well, errors in the previous year to win. Yeah, no, it's stupidity. It's fine. Here they go. Easily done. Out of Ashby's then. Mitchell Ball, Joseph Booth. Not getting away, looking very, very sort of all in control. It's that part of this 12-minute final, still a long way to go. And as I say that, Joseph Booth closes right up onto the rear bumper of Mitchell Ball. They accelerate out of what is the left-hander at Chapman's and already into the boot. Just confused there. Yeah, just look at that. Look at the way they're sawing. And look at this. Now, using a lot of curb there. They're both in the air at that point. Position lost by Bevan, down to 5th during that lap.
All of the curb at Oblivion.
6th, actually. Bevan's lost 2 positions.
All of the curb at Crook. All of the exit curb out of Crook. And this is where Mitchell Ball pulls out a little bit of a gap. All hell breaking loose. 3 wide for 5th place there.
Yeah, Lamont's coming through.
And there's a change for lead.
Yeah, Ball lost it. Just didn't get the drive. Is he going to get back? Is it going to be the shortest lived lead? Is he going to get up the inside? No. So Booth there.
Yeah.
As you're absolutely right. Didn't seem to be anything on. I can only assume that Ball asked for acceleration and none was coming.
I think Ball found himself on a part of the exit of Christmas Corner that had no traction whatsoever, whereas Joseph Booth found himself pretty much like we're seeing now, actually.
Under and over.
Through Chapman, yeah. He lost the lead momentarily, quite literally, in the correct use of the term, momentarily, rather than the American use.
Let's not have a grammar Nazi on
Yes,
this, please.
okay. 45. And look at this. 2-cart battle beginning to develop into a 4-cart battle with Leo Crabtree and Matt Cardwell. Owen Callan, Lamont and Louis Bevan. They're not far behind, are they?
No, Lamont is putting in a good run. I mean, he was part of the fun in the final heat as well, wasn't he? When they were having a bit of an argument between himself and Mitchell Ball, but he actually hit Mitchell Ball, but that's because Mitchell would have spun in front of him, and then Ball was going, "How could you hit me?" But at the moment,
yes.
Ball is keeping it pointing roughly. Ball has no drive out of Christmas Corner. He's going to lose another place.
He really doesn't, does he? He's. I'm not sure where he's positioning his car, because he's positioning his car exactly where other people are. Change for third as Callan Lamont moves through in the 23. He's just gone down the inside of Leo Crabtree at the Ashby right-hander. Now we're going to see these two coming together. Oh, look at that, Mitchell Ball down the inside. But look at the different line.
Yeah, he takes the lead for about, half a second or a second?
Yeah, Joseph Booth on the outside of Chapman, then fires off with better traction. Callan Lamont all over the back of Mitchell Ball.
What happened last time? Ball was not happy about that. And Booth, but now, Callan is defending from the 44 of Leo Crabtree, who he took earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, right together now. Bevan being a little bit into no man's land, isn't he? Being dropped off for these.
I'm not quite sure what's happening with our timing.
Timing's got slightly wrong. Don't worry about it. It's wet. It's water in the timing. It'll get sorted out. Don't worry. Next time round, you can see the order.
Actually, it's been fed. That's been fed from Alpha.
Oh, yeah, there's water in timing.
Yeah, water in the timing. All right. Yeah. I tell you what, though, it's not over, is it?
No, because there's a change for third as Crabtree gets back past Lamont, and and Lamont gets back past Crabtree again. This is the point where you actually need like 7 different pairs of eyes looking 7 different, because it's just changing.
And there's a change for lead.
They tried it again.
And they've come together.
They've come together, and that's going to cost Booth so many places because they've come together.
No, it's going to cost. It cost Mitchell Ball. Several places. Yes, it was Mitchell Ball. It went down his usual inside,
Booth, and then he got tipped.
You know what? He's done that every lap, and it hasn't worked because Booth has come back at him out of the acceleration.
And the winner now, Bevan was almost second, but he's not. It's now Lamont who's second. Bevan fighting for third. Booth has kept the lead. The Booth and Ball thing is going to be Mitchell Ball now trying to get up the inside of Bevan. So that's Ball in the yellow at the back of these 5 carts. The red fronted cart, that's Bevan. Then you've got leading Booth, second Lamont, apparently.
Yes.
Lamont, I think, has got a transponder issue. He's now being dropped from the timing entirely. So Callan Lamont, we'll have to manually see where he is. I think he's got a transponder problem.
That's Callan Lamont in second, is it?
Yeah. But he has an issue with his transponder. It's got wet, obviously.
Right. So with 6 minutes, we're already at half distance. Can we cope? Can my voice hang out?
Can someone actually make a decent run? Now, on the back straight now.
No, they can't. This is the problem.
From Lamont. Bevan now in third, and he's not really shown the pace to be in third so far, but it's an evolving track, it's evolving tyres, it's evolving as a sensibility, but certainly he now appears to be corking the bottle of the 44 cart.
How many times have we seen Louis Bevan just sort of stealth-like come through the field and then pounce when he needs to?
Oh.
See, you kind of look like, oh my goodness, he's offline there, but he's not. That's where the grip is.
Yep, Lamont now. Looking for a slipstream, looking for a slightly wider line. Very defensive from Booth. That's going to help the carts in third, fourth and fifth, isn't it? That's going to really concentrate everyone up. He's gone for, I'm going to stay in the lead by taking lines which are safe, but very slow. And the rain's now coming back down harder again.
Right, so that light grey sky has turned to a different shade of dark grey, as I said that. And that's going to make the track even wetter. And that might affect people with very different tyre pressures and the way that their wet tyres are working, as
Mitchell Ball was trying to make up a couple places.
Yeah, he was.
Again.
He was trying to get by Louis Bevan there. Callan Lamont
Ball's actually got past the 44 of Crabtree.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
In this, Joseph Booth is actually winning, but in second place it's Lamont who we think's got a transponder issue.
That's right. So Callum Lamont, we're not picking
Bevan's
up.
now in third.
Yeah. So that's the 45 in the lead. The 23 is the card behind.
Yeah. So
Louis Bevan is actually in third.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there it is. First, second, and third. There. The yellow cart in second now with Louis Bevan up the inside and outbreaks him.
And
Callum Lamont round the outside didn't work though. Bevan's through.
Well, obviously you've got a hot wire to Bevan, and you've told me he has to stealth his way through. Otherwise,
he's done it so many times this season. Well, last season as well.
Don't forget, Booth was the winner of the one wet heat we had about an hour and a half ago. But now Bevan looking almost like in his black race oversuit, looking absolutely prepared for major business. Take that wide line that gives you the slingshot of acceleration down. Will he be able to carry enough speed? No, he kind of backed out. Now he's going to go on the outside, taking the outside line for the first corner of the booth. Nope, he's got to wobble in, so he won't be able to get cut back for the inside. And for another lap around the booth, Booth is safe. But it was more a case there.
Booth has a lot of grip in that boot section. You can see he can put the cart anywhere really, and it just seems to work there. And I'm not quite sure why there should be any difference between that cart in the lead and Louis Bevan's Birrell. It really shouldn't be. This is the Birrell of Louis Bevan, and certainly his motor and the way that he comes off Crook Corner. Bevan absolutely fires up the straight, and there's a spinner.
Is that Mitchell Ball again?
That's Mitchell Ball who spun. So the number 2, Mitchell Ball, spins at Christmas Corner. First place, Joseph Booth. Second place, Louis Bevan. And then we've got, that's Callum Lamont. Leo Crabtree now in what will be 5th place. Charlie King, championship leader. He's currently 6th. Not being able to get on terms with the cart ahead of him, it seems. So Charlie King, he took a very sensible approach to this weekend. Maintaining his championship lead is his objective. Here's a challenge from Lamont.
On Bevan.
Yeah.
Bevan's dropped off a bit from Booth. It was 4/10 last time, about the same this time, I think.
Through Oblivion into Crook, and Callum Lamont coming back at Bevan. They've got the race down to Christmas Corner, and Booth taking the centre of the track. That's where the grip is rather than the conventional line. Now Callum Lamont is now all over the back of Bevan's cart. The number 1 of Louis Bevan there in that second cart, in that sequence, or in that picture I should say, seems to have be losing a bit of grip. It's perhaps as the rain continues to come down, the track's getting wetter, and Bevan's performance in that cart has kind of slipped back. And look at Booth. Booth's cart seems to work better as the wetter it gets.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there was a period where it was getting particularly dry, drier. Now we've got quite a lot of precipitation, though. At this point, Bevan seems to have found another wind. Yeah. I think it's corner by corner. I think it's corner by corner.
Yeah,
I think someone finds a bit of extra grip. Lamont now is third. They're not being scored. They've got a transponder, as we said. So it's important to remember he's actually in third. But there's 1, 2, and 3 together. They've dropped fourth, and obviously we lost the 2 cart of Mitchell Ball to a spin. I mean, he is running again at 8th. Bevan now looking to the wide left-hand side of as he sees it.
Now these drivers can see how much time is left. So that's why we're seeing Joseph Booth drive a little bit more defensively. He was more towards the inside of the turn there, not to the middle of the track.
It's less than 2 more though, Joe. It's a long way to go.
Well, it's a minute. So maybe 2 or 3 laps, yes. But, he knows that there's a chance that they can slip through, and then slipping and sliding your way back through and regaining the place is very, very tricky indeed. Joseph Booth just fires out of that corner, doesn't he? On that back straight towards the boot. Bevan head down, turns his arm, turns that cart, just doesn't respond like it maybe does in the dry, I should say. Great shot there.
Now he's right on his tail.
He is, isn't he?
He's got the inside of Oblivion. He has.
Side by side.
Run side by side.
Side by side. It's who's got the
drive.
traction.
Look at that. Bevan. Now, it's about how he sets the line. There is one more lap after this. This isn't the last time up. This is the penultimate time up to Christmas Corner. Oh.
It's like
fighting.
It's like he's played a waiting game. It's like, I mean, look, he's pulled out a bit of a gap. He's got 2 or 3 carts lengths. And he's like, okay, we're coming into the penultimate lap. This is where I'm making it. And as I say that, look at that. He's going to end up going wide. They're going to have to compromise one another. Great driving from both Joseph Booth and Louis Bevan. Callan Lamont still there. And you know what? Wouldn't discount Callan Lamont because he's just waiting for these two to maybe just push each other wide. And Lamont will be through. He's got the traction. We're 3 wide almost into the boot. And back in front has gone Joseph Booth.
That's some great driving. And Booth has been thinking this one through. There's now 3 together. I think Bevan made an error really coming into
again.
Ashby. He should have gone a bit wider. The leader's changes. Another leader.
Again, it was at that first turn. And
up the inside.
Has gone Booth. Booth has gone up the inside, and Bevan was left to drive with no traction.
Drive. And he got a very useful nudge there from Lamont to give him a bit of extra speed. May have cost Lamont his nose, actually.
That would be a shame because these 3 have been driving. I don't think it has, but these 3 have been driving absolutely
all right because
splendidly.
they're more than 5 seconds ahead of 4th place anyway.
All right.
But Lamont obviously not being scored at the moment because of a transponder issue. But 1, 2 and 3, and suddenly Booth, who coming out of the Oblivion complex, just managed to rob Bevan of all his drive, is looking pretty good. Now his last run, he goes sharp. Bevan goes really wide, and he's going to absolutely cane this back straight, hoping to get close enough to get up the inside of the boot. That's not happening. What can Bevan do? Does he have to settle for second place, Joe?
I'm not sure Louis Bevan settles for second place at any time, and neither does Callan Lamont. But Joseph Booth, what a drive. He lost the lead, didn't he? But then he calmly took it back. He found the grip where he needed to find the grip, and he gives it that one finger. I've took the win. In very, very fine style. Joseph Booth, wet weather expert here at Whilton Mill. Louis Bevan second. Callan Lamont in third. Gordon Smith takes 4th place at the very last lap in the number 15. Where has he been? Leo Crabtree 5th. Mitchell Ball 6th. Charlie King 7th. Matt Cardwell 8th. 9th is Matthew Horton. James Hull 10th. Ryan Layton 11th. Matthew Temple Purcell 12th. Ben Watson 13th. 14th is Alexander Lehman. Matt Slate is 15th. 16th is James King. And as the rest of the field come through, Molly Nicholas Biles just coming through there in 16th. 13 laps completed. I tell you what, that we saw some pretty high level, high class racing there from those TKM drivers.
Absolutely, some great driving, lots of action, swapping about. Booth proving to be a bit of a wet weather meister, but Bevan coming back from what looked like a difficult position, and then suddenly finding himself in the lead for a few corners here and there. I think he's going to rue that entry into Ashby when he just got in the lead. He just seemed to suddenly decide to take a different line, and Booth went, "Thank you very much, I'll take the inside and block past on the way back." So, these things happen. Ralph Rage gave us a "Let's Go Charlie King," who was, of course, our points leader. And Charlie ended up with a 6th. I don't think he was that chuffed with the wet weather, so 6th of the points. A 7th, thank you, Callum, is pretty good. So, he did go. Driver X says, watching this makes me regret quitting all those years ago. No, because it was stopping. But remember driving against the likes of Bent Viscal, Max Tubin and such.
Well, get the cart out the back of the garage or get yourself down to your dealer. Get yourself back into it. Yeah. House of 100.
The only problem with that is that you might be like
our age.
And it's like,
yes.
I've gone karting 9 months ago.
Become a kart commentator and stay involved.
You almost did stay in the dry, didn't you?
Yeah, stay in the dry.
You nearly
as
said
well.
Stay in the dry to annoy our poor lovely game. I'd like to say, once again, thanks to Ash and Harry, because the weather is not getting any better and they are not getting any drier.
They do love it though, Nick.
Again.
Yeah, they do love it.
Right. I do remember when we did the first competitive meeting back at Warden Law in February, next to the North
February
Sea.
of 2020.
Next to the North Sea. I got a little call from Frank after I paid him going, "Don't we get danger money?
Yeah,
I had frostbite."
Right, let's move swiftly on then. Our A Final coming up for the senior Rotax. This is the 162 kilogram, 162 kilogram category. Ollie Goodyear on the pole position on 140 points. Jensen Watts on 137. On the second row, Bobby Rosier and Philip Howarth. They're both on 135. Ollie Varney and Kyle Dunford share row 3, both on 134. And then we've got Kieran Gifford and Archie Elliott on row 4. Ashton French, Nathan Schaefer are on row 5. Row 6, Charlie Walsh with the old master Paul Ozan alongside him in 12th. Row 7. Row 7 is Reece Pope and Adam Rogers. Nick's just fallen off his chair. Row 8 is Ryan Mills and Ben Harper, with Luke Evans and Archie Lyons in row 9. Row 10 is Matthew Lambert and Josh Morris. And then we've got row 11, Pedro Oliveira, Christopher Harris, Jake Davis and Braden Hill are on row 12. Lewis Ball and Alex Warnaby on row 13. James Wood and George Sanders are on row 14. Finley Watson and Harry Barker on row 15. And then the qualifiers from the B final, John Hobbs and Sam Elliott, and then Sam Wyatt and Hayden Phillips. What happened there, Nick? Are you all right?
Yeah, I trotted myself.
All right.
The length of the wire for our headset, which is useful for looking out the window and also seeing if it's raining or not, is also exactly the right length for me when I'm standing up for it to fall under my foot. And then I'll try and do so and pull away, and I'm standing on it, and I'll pull it out of my head. And I'm surprised I haven't given myself a crick neck on several occasions. That's the chaos that's going on in the booth. Outside the booth.
Yeah, not as bad as the chaos going on out there. It really is absolutely treacherous.
They're going to get everyone together for just one, or they need another one?
I think we'll be okay by the time we get.
Someone's taking a shortcut, which is quite intelligent, driving there by the 74 cart. That is one of the guys towards the back, I think. So no, 74 is Jake Davis, who's going to be out of position because he's not started well. There we are, 93 choking the engine, cooling the warming it up with the radiator. Away they go, all got their oversuits on. It's soaking wet, and they stream into oblivion for the first time, and most of them come out again.
Let's see who indeed does come out of Crook Corner and head up that straight towards Christmas. Is that the 73 of Ollie Goodyear? Yeah, Ollie Goodyear. And then we've got Bobby Rosier slotting in second. And that's Philip Howarth, the current 177 champion from 2022, in third, about to go into second. And down the inside of Bobby Rosier goes Phil Howarth on the 101. Oh, and Rosier down to fourth. Who's that? That slipped in behind Howarth. And Rosier comes back at him.
Nose are taken off there.
Oh, different variation on where the grip is. Philip Howarth down the inside, all over the curb. And Philip Howarth makes it happen with a tin opener there at Chapman, and then alongside him, they're together. They've come together.
Oh, just fenced him off the track, basically. The 73 of Goodyear.
Ollie Goodyear, side by side, banging as they did. Absolutely very, very forceful and aggressive driving from these two at the front.
Howarth always there. I mean, I've mentioned him all day. I think he must have won the heat yesterday evening. And then in the two heats day, he's been nowhere. Started near the front, made his move, running into second. And there's a Goodyear squirrels out of grip at the rear, but keeps it pointing in the right direction. Third place, the 49 of Rosie, and then it's Jensen Watts, who's been doing particularly well recently.
Yeah, I think we had a bit of an incident in the midfield through Crook Corner there. A couple of carts
yellows down at the Oblivion.
Yeah, so yellow flags fly at Oblivion, but back at the front of the field, it's the number 73 of Ollie Goodyear. Philip Howarth now having to settle for that second place with Bobby Rosier, though. Bobby Rosier and Jensen Watts are not happy with the fact that they have to sit behind Phil Howarth and are very much in contention. If anything, Jensen Watts there all over the back bumper of Bobby Rosier. Here they come then. It'll be 2 laps completed as they go through Pitts Bend. And just look at those carts sliding. So it's Goodyear, Howarth, Rosier, Watts, Ollie Varney in 5th, Kyle Dunford it is in 6th place, Kieran Gifford, Nathan Schaefer, Matthew Lambert it is in 8th, I should say, Paul Ozan up to 9th, Archie Elliott 10th. Schaefer, there's the battle for the lead, 4 carts, Nick.
So Schaefer, Harris and Phillips were obviously involved in that incident at the Oblivion a lap ago. That's now been heard, it's been cleared on the radios, and there's a challenge for the lead by Howard. And he's knocked him off. He's nudged him into the corner. That's not very pleasant at all. So Ollie Goodyear, that was payback, wasn't it? That was absolute payback for the previous.
Let's just see what happens here. Howarth comes down, he's inside. Yeah. Both carts sliding wide on the curb.
And nudges him off.
And, I'm not sure there was a nudge there.
He nudged him off. There was I know you love him, but there was an absolute that. 100%. In fact, so show it again.
Let's see that. All right, let's see where the hands are.
So he comes in, he gets side by side, and they're coming in, and then look at the nudge. Here comes the nudge now.
Yeah, because he's sideways.
He's nudged him off.
He's got oversteer. What do you think? He was oversteer.
The Belgian stewards are putting a 5-second penalty.
Oh yeah, we're not in Belgium though. Anyways, that's not our job.
He's not leading anyway, so
it's not our job to analyse that. But we have got.
It is our job to analyse that.
Yes, maybe, but certainly not to judge it. That we leave that to the judges.
So Howarth leads.
Yes.
We've been perfect. We have two completely different opinions, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Howarth, Rosier, Watts, Varney last time by. Howarth now in the lead. We're coming up to the 8-minute mark, which is basically the length of a heat. And whether or not Bobby Rosier can get on terms. Now then, where is Ollie Goodyear? My voice is going. I knew it wouldn't last.
Goodyear's running in 6th.
Right.
And probably has a red mist, I would think. So the 49, that's the green, red and blue kind of splash paintwork of Bobby Rosier now has the Jensen Watt, who of course was the big winner points-wise last time out, down in deepest, darkest Devon at the Mansell Raceway. Paul Ozan's had a problem in dropping out of contention, so it happens to the best.
Paul Ozan dropping down, yeah. He's finally appeared in 16th.
Braden Hill, Finley Watson, Luke Evans have also had issues as well, so there's been some kerfuffling again at the back of the field. Problem is, if one person has an accident, it can actually involve several people who are trying to avoid it or spin in sympathy or get blocked. But Howarth now pulling away.
No, so there's a potential of Jensen Watts challenging Bobby Rosier for that second place. As I say that, down the inside.
Necessarily got his head, but then it's about this drive now, he's put his cart in the right place. Great placing.
That's what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted.
You weren't. You were talked over. It's completely different.
I was.
What happened was I was in my dynamic voice mode like this, and I wasn't stopping. So tough.
It was a bit like Phil Howarth there going down the inside. Payback time.
I just nudged you off the commentary.
Payback time for what happened at the booth for a few laps prior. We've got a warning flag for number 3. Where's number 3? He's way down. Luke Evans, 27th place. So the officials seeing everything, it seems, out there. Doing a good job, as ever, in very, very difficult circumstances, because the circumstances are changing literally by the second. Philip Howarth has checked out. Jensen Watts, now having got by Bobby Rosier, has pulled away from Bobby Rosier, and if anything, gaining on Phil Howarth. Let's see.
He lost the 10th last lap, but he was overtaking during that lap. This is his first lap in clear air.
Right.
And
wet air.
Yes. Those who weren't watching Mansell Raceway didn't see Jensen just arrive with a bang, literally, in the championship by winning the round. And of course, there's no advantage being a late arrival now. Everyone's on brand new wet tyres, or as new as they like wet tyres. They're going to change them. We haven't had much running before. And the gap this time round, it was 1.4 seconds, and it is now 1.6. So Howarth doing the Howarth thing.
He didn't just
away.
He didn't just land with a bang at Mansell, did he? He had a third, a first, and a first in the final.
There we are. You see.
Yeah. He certainly.
Let's drop back to 4th and 5th. I think that's more likely to produce some action for the next couple of minutes. And there we are. It's the 30 and it's Ollie Varney and Carl Dunford in 4th and 5th. Now, I'm not sure where Ollie Goodyear is. He's down in 7th. I think he's not quite got the momentum back from previously, because he has dropped a position. So that's 4, 5, 6 and 7. 6th being Matthew Lambert, the 95. So the orange cart, that's Dunford, the 66.
5 minutes of this final remaining. So the way things have gone in previous finals this afternoon, anything can happen. And there's a challenge there from the 66 of Carl Dunford.
Varney saying no.
In that orange cart, the number 30, Roalf Racing.
Prizing apart. He prized them apart.
Yeah, he did.
Prizing apart.
He did. I see what you're saying. Right, okay. The 95 of Matthew Lambert, he was all over that curbing on the exit, but Dunford ahead of Varney now, and Dunford is pulling away, isn't he?
Yeah.
So the Roalf Racing driver having to settle for what is now 5th spot, and comes back at him actually. So great driving from Varney, not out of it yet.
It's just where they can find the drive, isn't it? And what corner they've particularly found the bit which is gripping up, and then of course with the constant difference in the rain, we've now got light rain from the previous medium to heavy rain and previous no rain. The track is getting wetter at different points, and of course when 34 carts with wet tyres go over it, they effectively dry it in certain areas. As the 66 of Carl Dunford is now under threat. He's fallen behind the 30 and the 95.
Yeah.
So that's 73, but it's the other orange car. That's why it's 73 Ollie Goodyear.
Yeah, Ollie Goodyear. Remember, Ollie Goodyear
is red and orange.
Remember, Ollie Goodyear started on the pole position, and he was the driver that went wheel to wheel with Philip Howarth. With
negative results.
Well, yes, certainly for Ollie. But that he'll be wanting to regain some sort of composure and position in the race.
Watts closed down Howarth last time. There's still a second and a half. Rosier back another 1.7 seconds. Dunford, who we can see at the front of these four, is 3 seconds further back from there. So the question really is, can this very slight regain by Watts continue at the front?
Yeah, we'll keep a wary eye on that. They've still got 1.4 seconds, the gap that Jensen Watts is trying to close down. Meanwhile, just behind them is this battle here for the number 30, Royal Racing Ollie Varney. He's had a bit of pressure, hasn't he, from the carts behind him. The first one in the queue behind him is Matthew Lambert. Then we've got Ollie Goodyear recovering back up the field. Not quite able to, it seems, catch the number 95 though. And Ollie Goodyear just keeping ahead of Kieran Gifford as well. Oh, and there's a challenge. That's Matthew Lambert ahead of Ollie Varney. I can only presume we just missed it there, that Ollie Varney went wide at Crook Corner.
There's different levels of drive coming out of the Oblivion and the Crook
Yeah,
Corner,
there is.
and sometimes you just get the wrong bit of drive. That's it. You're sitting duck, someone going straight past. It happened to Bevan like halfway through the previous final. The
Yeah.
distance came down by a tenth of a second that time. It's 1.357 seconds between Howarth and Watts. It's closer now. Let's move to first and second because it's much closer now. They're going round the boot at the moment, so first and second. And Howarth, his lead has been really into in this lap.
It really has, hasn't it? Just under 2 minutes then. And the question is, can that number 93 of Jensen Watts, that's been really driven vigorously, 61.6 seconds.
7/10 that time.
Halved, basically, Nick. He's halved the gap since we last checked. And we said we'd keep a wary eye on it. Well, let's get back on it, because now we do not need to wait to see what the gap is. We can see it. It's literally down to nothing. All of that curb used at Inkerman's and more on the inside. Philip Howarth slithers his way through Ashby's, as does Jensen Watts. So Watts, as I said, Mansell, he kind of got shares in the company after the performance he had at Mansell Raceway with a first, and then took first in the final. He was certainly relatively unbeatable in this class there a month ago.
He's close up.
And
He's
he
close
is.
to Howarth, but I mean, obviously catching is one thing, passing is another. But Philip,
Howarth has proved he's pretty cool under pressure, hasn't he? He pretty much went the whole of 2022
So-
in the 177 class under pressure.
this one and two more. So we've got 2 and 3/4 laps to go. The gap came down by 2/10, so it's not really enough, because there's an element here where you need to start putting pressure on Howarth. A little bit squirrely under braking.
Well, it's going to be one lap to go after this one.
Yeah.
So they're on the penultimate lap. So
No.
Phil Howarth, they're both very experienced drivers here. So
Yeah.
we really are going to see a masterclass in karting here in the wet of Whilton Mill. So getting towards that checkered flag ever more, seconds ticking away. And it's all about finding grip now. That track is very,
and
very
up
wet.
the inside. Jensen's going to make
He's
go
done it.
for it. He's just
He's
eased
done
him
it.
out. Now, the drive tends to be better from where Howarth is, but that's fantastic.
Jensen Watts put
Jensen
himself in front of Howarth and didn't allow Howarth onto the line where he maybe could have gotten traction. So as they come through the final turn to get what will be the final lap
Here he
board.
goes, look at that. Up the inside, and Howarth sat there going, yeah, that's not one I can get back.
Yeah.
Watts really has been the class of the field for 2 events now, hasn't he? So where are the leaders? There they are.
Oh, he's pulled out. Phil needs to get a lot closer before he can challenge. Before he can even throw it down the inside, he's got to be a lot closer than that.
He's going to try
He's
it.
going to
He's
try
gonna
though,
try
hasn't
it.
he? Yes.
He's going
And
to
here
try
he
and run him
goes
out.
into Ashby. Understeers wide. He keeps that cart in the lead.
Watts there.
Oh,
That
and
was
Watts just
superb
powered off the
driving,
corner.
'cause he basically, Watts saw him coming, braked, turned tight, and got the drive back out again. That is incredibly great driving. I think Philip's gone too wide there in trying to get the slingshot. It's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, he couldn't get it turned in, basically. He was understeering there at
Now-
Chapman.
Going through the boot.
It's not over yet. There's got 2 corners. He's coming back at him. He hasn't quite got the traction, though, to make it stick. And across the curbing there on the inside, they both slip and slide. and using all the curb and more. Philip Howarth tried everything he could, but what a race indeed.
Well done,
Jensen
indeed.
Watts.
This is the Ashby thing. Look, he dived up the inside, but Jensen there stopped, turned sharper and got the drive and just didn't let him come back at him.
He was able to get the cart turned and start pointing and moving that traction forward, and that's how he was able to out-drag Phil Howarth there.
Yeah.
Let's have a rundown of the result then, as Jensen Watts takes another round of the Junction 6 NKC in very fine style, just under 0.2 of a second. The gap at the line certainly didn't look that much. Philip Howarth second. Bobby Rosier takes the third and final step of the podium there. Matthew Lambert in fourth. Cal Dunford fifth. Ollie Goodyear finally finishes in sixth. Then we've got Ollie Varney in seventh. Alex Wannabe eighth. Ninth is Archie Elliott. Harry Barker finishes in 10th. And then finishing Adam Rogers, Archie Lyons, George Sanders, Nathan Schaefer, Paul Lazan, Charlie Walsh, Sam Elliott, Sam Wyatt, Braden Hill, John Hobbs finishes in 20th. Kieran Gifford, Ryan Mills, Finley Watson, Jake Davis, Luke Evans, Josh Morris, 27th James Wood, Ashton French, Ben Harper 29th, Reece Pope 30th. Lewis Paul was the final runner, finishing in 31st. We lost Pedro Oliveira on the second lap. Christopher Harris and Hayden Phillips we lost on one lap. On lap one, I should say. So certainly the Junction 6 NKC 2023 continues to do exactly what it says on the tin. Two more finals to go in today's coverage. Two more finals to conclude round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. Whilton Mill is where we're at. 2 more rounds to go. Fullbeck in September, Clay Pigeon in October. But let's not forget, and must remind you again, that we're back here at Whilton Mill for a 2-day event. 2 days of live streaming and live broadcasting from here at Whilton Mill, bringing you the NKC O-Plate meeting. And if you think today's racing is intense, it's just for championship points, but it's going to be all about the day. It's all about who finishes first. It's pointless finishing second in an O-Plate meeting because it's all about finishing first and taking the accolade of that O-Plate. So, Nick, we've got 2 more heats remaining, and perhaps you know what, you give me this job of picking the race of the day, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
And it's getting harder and harder to do that.
Well,
I've got to say.
I need to give you a role of some sort.
You need to pay me more.
Yeah. Anyway, so Chris Middleton did say, I'm looking forward to a good race here. That was the previous race, and you did get a good race. Luke Evans and Jensen Watts, I'm cheering along, so he's very happy because Jensen Watts won it. Amazing, fantastic race, Jensen. Where are we on with the... he's gone off again to get coffee. Right, so coming up, Senior Rotax A Final. Is it? No, it's not. Coming up is the Junior Rotax A Final. Sorry, we had the Senior Rotax. We've got the Junior again. But the Junior Rotax A Final is on next. They're just waiting to collect the various waifs and strays from the last race. You can see a couple of them coming back on cart carriers now. People looking at the carts going, yeah, it didn't go very well. We're struggling with that interface between tarmac and grass to my left. So 2 more races to go. Don't forget you've got to name your driver of the day as well.
Yes. How are we going to do that?
Well, you know, you just tell me who it is. Because I wrote down someone last time, you didn't use them, so. I cried for a fortnight. For a fortnight.
How petulant are you?
7.
Do you want to choose the driver of the day today?
No, because you know more about it than me. So I'm not going to even pretend I am. So yeah, I will choose it.
It's not always my decision, you know.
Well, I think it's very important for everyone to know you are the most important person.
I have considerations. Have you done the grid?
I thought you'd done it.
Oh no, I haven't done it.
Oh, you didn't.
All right then. Archie Buttle, would you believe, on the pole position then in the Junior Rotax A Final. Levi Earl in second row of the grid. Mason Perrin, Jaden Hewitt, Mitchell Mulvey and Joshua Whitcomb are on row 3. We've then got Tom Holden and Jasmine Taylor on row 4. Row 5 is Freddie Wellock and Finley Underwood. Adam Catling and Presley Walker on row 6. Row 7 is Lewis Llewellyn and Nicholas Ellis. We then got James Rigby, Freddie Moore on row 8. Alex Fraser, Will Swales on row 9, Joel Bowden and Ollie Morris are on row 10, Rhys Green and Archie Hardiman are on row 11. Then we've got Taylor Dixon, Luke Sawyers, Maxim Smith, Ethan Wyatt, Melissa Adrian, Levi Goodyear, George Kay and Freddie Theobald were the last qualifiers for the A Final, but qualifying through from the B Final, Callum Scrivens, Frank Ward, Billy Vogt and Jamie Kirkbride. You can speak if you want, Nick.
I don't know, 'cause I got told off last time.
All right then, leave it with me. Here we go. We're about to go racing.
No, hang on a second.
We've got,
you had a go with it.
No, we've got the grid. We've got the grid. We've got the grid. Here we go. We are about to go racing. 12 minutes and 1 lap. I don't know what you're seeing more for.
The number 9 just dived. James Rigby dived all across the centre of the track from left to right, looking for a gap that wasn't there and could have caused a major kerfuffle, but seems we got away with it. Oh no, we got the 102 facing the wrong way. Not happy about that.
Jimmy Kirkbride.
And off goes one of our leaders.
Oh, what number is that?
That's
22.
Archie Buttle. Archie Buttle's gone off.
Pole position off at Christmas. Christmas corner, that is, not the point in the year.
That's the world's worst Christmas number 1. Pole position off.
Archie. You know what, Nick? That just emphasises just how tricky these conditions are. It stopped raining, but the track remains very, very wet indeed. And the rest of the field make their way through. Jaden Hewitt there, just behind.
It's Mason Perrin from 4th who leads.
It is. Oh, man, Mason Perrin. What a year he's having. Mason Perrin is having an outstanding 2023 in the Junction 6 NKC.
Hayden second. 3rd place is the 10 of Levi Earl, and it looked quite uncomfortable for him as he bounced over the tarmac there.
Mason Perrin leads. He won round 1 at Three Sisters. He won round 2 at Rowra, and he was second at round 3 at Mansell Raceway. He currently leads the championship, and right now, I know there's a long way to go, 10.5 minutes to be exact.
He's gapping though.
But there is something about Mason Perrin this season. That bright red cart has featured heavily on our winning picks that you'll see on our Facebook and other social media pages.
Oh, and Hewitt's gone off.
And there's Hewitt.
That's Jaden Hewitt going off. So
again, so easy, isn't it?
Just turned in, it just drifted wide, and that was it.
There's a very, very calm looking young man. Just look how little, look at that, understeer. But look how little oversteer he's getting. He's got that cart pointing in the right direction, and he's losing very little time with sliding sideways with oversteer. That's got to be done. Mitchell Mulvey is the fastest cart on the track at the moment with a 63.6. Mitchell currently in 3rd. That's the yellow and blue cart there, just in 3rd in the picture.
Looking to get up past, or at least towards, the number 10 of Levi Earl. Earl very quickly, Mulvey very quickly has closed down that gap, and he's going to look up the inside of Ashby. He's thinking about it, decided against it, thought about it again. I think Earl didn't quite go as he thought he was going to. And then at the end of the day, the over and under hasn't quite worked, and Earl's going back again. But it's interesting because he wasn't going to go, and then he was. It's like two minds up. He was going to dive at the inside of Ashby, but the net result is they're in the same position they were as they started. But I think Mason Perrin's further ahead.
Yeah, if these two keep doing that, that's going to play very much into the hands of Mason Perrin, who's going to extend his lead. It was 1.3 seconds last time by. These two continue to circulate together, and a variation on an opinion of line there, as we've seen constantly. No real difference in performance. The gap's 1.6, so Perrin has extended that lead slightly. 1.6 seconds, the gap between first and second. Levi Earl, Mitch and Mulvey, second and third. Got Joshua Whitcomb there in fourth. Tom Holden fifth. Nicholas Ellis in sixth. Then we've got Finlay Underwood, Jasmine Taylor eighth. Lewis Llewellyn ninth. And Archie Buttle now recovering and back up to 10th now.
Yeah, bad lap there for Freddie Verloc. He dropped down about 15 places. Had an instant, and then just ran out of room there at the front. So Levi Earl kind of cut off the nose of Mitchell Mulvaney as he was trying to get through. So Mulvey.
Yeah, Mulvey. He had to try, didn't he? He did have momentum out of Ingerman's, That carried him down into the braking area for that very tricky Ashby. I mean, it's downhill.
Yeah.
It's off camber.
It's wet.
And it's wet. It's, you know, you're just going to slide to the outside. Here they come again then to complete what will be 4 laps. Mason Perrin crosses the line ahead of them. Let's see what the gap is. It was 1.3. It's 2.1, Nick. Mason Perrin has been the class of this junior Rotax field.
I'll also say something. The rain's coming down a bit harder again, looking at the puddles on our fixed camera.
I did see that.
It's a wet, wet day, and following someone's not pleasant. You're getting the spray chucked in your face at 40, 50 miles an hour. Joshua Withcombe, who has had some good results today, he's just pulled off, unfortunately, with a problem just coming into the boot. So that's going to reduce the chance of overtaking, because that entry to the boot is a no overtaking area now. Yellow flag showing at Marshall Point 8, and four-wheel drifting for both the karts there, both the second and third of Earl and Mulvey, but they no way you can get past anyone. Now it's wave yellow, but that'll be going in a second. So next lap round, they probably will be allowed to overtake once again through the boot. But your leader, Mason Perrin, and I think he's further ahead than he was. It was 2.1, and my guess is going to be a lot further at the end of this lap.
It's we've got a bit of a processional race, as we sometimes do in these very wet conditions. There's Mason Perrin, our leader. They're second and third now. Levi Earl, Mitchell Mulvey. Let's wait. Let's watch this battle for a little while, Nick.
Drop 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, and 6 battle. Yeah, let's have a look at that one.
Yeah, Nicholas Ellis, Tom Holden, Finley Underwood, and Archie Buttle.
Whoa!
And that's Archie Buttle at the back of this lot, trying to recover.
Lots of nudgery going on there. There's obviously a story about the front Nassau panel of the 227, because the rest of his cart's painted up beautifully. That's just black.
72.
So I think Nicholas Ellis has had some sort of coming together with the front of something, because he had to put a new Nassau on this one. No stick it on that one. Where's Buttle?
Yeah, that I saw Buttle just nudge 72. He's got a bumper penalty now as the 22.
He is through both places. He's moved up 2 slots, and he's lost one again. But I think the drive will see that slingshot drive.
Doesn't rain, but it pours for Archie Buttle today. He started on the pole position for the A Final. He had a spin off, and now he's dropped his bumper.
In fairness, that spin. That could be more drop if it tried, could it? Yeah. So in fairness, though, that spin, we didn't see all of it. I assume it was unassisted. It was just choosing a braking point wrong on the first full-speed lap on a completely different level of dampened grip than it was the last time you were out. But Buttle is running 5th. We know he'll be dropped back because of the bumper.
Yeah, it's easy to. I mean, I saw him just nudge the back end of. I think it was at Ashby. Just nudged the back end of the number 12 Finley Underwood, and I think that's what did Archie's bumper. And it's very, very difficult and very easy to hit the kart in front of you on the brakes in the wet, because if his brakes were better than yours, you're just kind of sliding a little bit and just gathering the momentum. These four are having a cracking little battle, aren't they?
Buttle's just taken Holden, so he's now clear, and he can now try and put down some speed to see how many cars he can virtually cover. Now there's a big gap between 7th and 8th of about 3.3 seconds, so there's a good chance at the worst he can finish his 8th with his 5-second penalty, which he will be getting. I think he will be getting, and that's what we expect him to get.
Yeah, he's already pulling away, isn't he?
There's a chance if he can put a couple of seconds around, he might be able to make it a better situation, but behind him, Finley Underwood is the meat in a Holden and Ellis sandwich. At the front, Perrin still leading by 2.2, that's not changed. Earl, however, has broken the back of Mulvey, and Mulvey now is 2 seconds off Earl, so Mulvey no longer in contention for second place. And this is the closest battle on the field, and this is the battle for 5, 6 and 7.
It's going to come as no consolation, but on the 5th lap of the race, Archie Buttle put in a 62.2, which has remained the fastest lap of the race so far. There's a move down the inside at the left-hander of Parker.
Underwood,
that's the number 12 again. Yeah. They've been swapping places backwards and forwards. The 3 and 4 of these.
Yeah, the Underwood in the yellow and black, and the mostly red is Holden, and they go up through the first half of the boot. Now is Holden going to try and get the second part? He is. He's going to force Underwood out, and that chunky there. But look up the inside, sneaking there. Trying the double under was Nicholas Ellis, didn't quite work. So they actually finished lap in the same order they started it. They've been in very different positions during it.
This is what they've been doing pretty much the whole race, swapping backwards and forwards. So Tom Holden, Finley Underwood, Nicholas Ellis, That's how they crossed the line this time. Whether they cross the line in that order next time remains to be seen.
Well, interestingly, what has happened is that Archie Bottle now has a 2.7 second lead over this group.
Yeah.
And don't forget, 5 seconds is the magic number, because we believe he's got a nose penalty, so to hold on to his fourth, he needs to keep that.
Down the
2
inside
O's,
of
let's
two.
pause it, Joe.
Nicholas Ellis.
Oh!
3 wide into Chapman, into Parker, I should say. And then on to Chapman. Not quite 3 wide,
Ellis.
2 and 1.
So Ellis is now ahead of these three. The head of these three, sorry.
Still a lot of water on the track. Look at the spray that they're kicking up. And these three now into the boot. The concertina back up. 227 is now at the front of this lot.
Nicholas
It's
Ellis.
in completely reverse order than the last time they went through. Number 12 slides wide, and number 87 comes through. And it'll be Nicholas Ellis ahead of Finlay Underwood and Tom Holden for 5th, 6th and 7th place.
And Archie Butler's 4.1 seconds ahead of Nicholas Ellis. So he may get a 5-second gap on this scrapping field as Ellis goes on a very, very wide line.
Yeah, comes back. He had the traction, didn't he? Again, remains to be seen. We're inside of 2 minutes, though. We're inside of the final 2 minutes of the Junior Rotax round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC for sure. So once again, 3 wide into Parker. Nobody and everybody comes through unscathed. And there's the 87 of Tom Holden down the inside of Finlay Underwood. And then Finlay Underwood gets on the power and comes back at him. Into the boot for the 10th time. Mason Perrin's already gone through in the lead. 1.5 seconds to Levi Earl in second. There goes Mitchell Mulvey. Archie Buttle through. And there's that battle we're looking at now. Nicholas Ellis, Finlay Underwood, Tom Holden.
And Buttle is 6 seconds ahead of these guys, so he's burnt that penalty. Levi Earl gained about 0.4 of a second on Perrin that time round. So whilst you talk about these guys, I'm just keeping a watchful eye on our top two.
Yeah, keep an eye out on that, because this battle, Ellis, Underwood and Holden, it's not over yet. And as the number 12 comes side by side into Parker, Underwood challenging Nicholas Ellis, and he does again, this time at Chapman, and I think he's made it happen. Accelerate, bit of a drag race down towards the boot. Number 12 just takes the inside line for the left hand bit. Now they're on the right, slides a bit wide. Ellis coming back on the inside on the exit of the boot, and will show having not lost a position at all there, even though I think he did twice there. It will be the last lap board next time by for our leader, Mason Perrin.
Yep, last time round he was, I think, about 15 thousandths of a second faster than Levi Earl, so he actually slightly eked out the lead as these guys battle again, and once more the 12 Underwood tries to get past Ellis. So they have kind of dropped Holden, and here it goes. Ooh, Underwood thinking about it. Doing the wide line to get a drive in the short straight before Parker, and he's got it. He's up the inside. Ellis going to kind of slip across his bows.
Oh, side by side. More traction on the outside, clearly. More traction on the outside, all the way around the outside of Chapman for sure. Mason Perrin just gone through to take the last lap board. He's on to his final lap of round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC then.
Gained 0.1 of a second, so he's now not got a challenge effectively from Earl, but he is obviously wanting to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake. Perrin will keep that lead.
Shall we pick him up, Nick?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's pick up our leader, who's just coming through.
Ashby now.
Into
Ashby now. Perrin in the all orange cart with the orange helmet. That's your leader.
That's the one. Levi Earl has not let him get too far away, has he?
Yeah, he's closing down a tad. And if they'd gone much longer, they would start to have lapping issues. So I'm sure that Mason Perrin is quite chuffed about that. He hasn't got that one. Deep red, light orange. Here he goes.
He's been absolutely unbeatable in this year's series, and he's going to put another A Final win on his CV as he takes the round here at Whilton Mill in once again very fine style in very, very difficult conditions. Levi Earl kept his foot into the very end, takes second place And it'll be Mitchell Mulvey who takes the third and final step of the podium. Oh, it's not.
No, but there's a 5-second penalty.
What for? Right. Yes,
Russell.
it will be, because Archie Butler, even though Archie Butler got through, Archie Butler has a drop down and will take a 5-second penalty, which will then put Mitchell Mulvey back into that third place. So for now, Archie Butler finishes third on the road. Mitchell Mulvey finishes fourth. Finlay Underwood finally took that fifth place from Tom Holden and Jaden Hewitt. Nicholas Ellis dropped back down to 8th, would you believe, on that final lap.
Oh.
Lewis Llewellyn, 9th, Reece Green 10th, Jasmine Taylor 11th, and then we've got Adam Catling, James Rigby, Callum Scrivens, Freddie Moore, Ethan Wyatt, Levi Goodyear, Jamie Kirkbride, 19th was Luke Sawyers, 20th Joel Bowden, Melissa Adrian 21st, Will Swills, Archie Hardiman, Billy Vogt, Maxim Smith, George Kay, and then we've got the rest coming through. Presley Walker finishes 27th, Frank Ward 28th, and Taylor Dixon will be our last finisher there in 29th. We lost Alex Fraser on lap 6, Freddie Worlock on lap 6 also, Joshua Withcombe on lap 3, and then Freddie Theobald and Ollie Morris went out on lap 1.
Grace Earl will be chuffed because she wanted Levi Earl to do well, unsurprisingly. Well done, Levi. Awesome drive all weekend, I think. I think Levi did very well this weekend
he did
in very difficult conditions.
He did well to chase him down, didn't he?
Only half a second behind in the end. And we come to the last race of the day.
Yeah.
And that last race of the day is our Rotax Heavy, I always like to call it. It was actually 177, but I think Heavy's more accurate. The race that we all believe we belong in. Hello, are you heavy? Yes, I am. So let's have a look and see what is the grid now. It's Jamie Dyser. Jamie Dyser is on pole with 145 out of possible 150 points. Then it's Harrison Cook in 2, Scott Smith in 3, Ryan Taylor Truman in 4, Ben Hitch first the Masters in 5, Alex Thomas in 6, Oliver Smith the Master in 7, Josh Golin is starting 8th, Scott Clee starts 9th, Richard Evans starts 10th, then it's Ian Banfield, Oliver Moss, Carl Bryant, Jake Lewis, Alex Jones, Carl Edwards, James Yap, Nick Skelton, Dan Fleckney, Reese Lowen is 20th, then it's Harry Wainwright, Zach Bolton, George Merrison, Joshua Pickford, Tim Darlow, Gary Cox, Ollie Hancock, Tom Austin, James Frost, Michael Mallet, Matt Ogden, Alfie Williams, Chris Scavier and Steve Stewart. Steve, Alfie, Matt and Chris bumped up.
So, the Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted to have Zach Bolton in this.
In the final, yes.
A final, 22nd. Hello to Matt Hunter, who's listening and watching at home.
Matt.
Hello, Matt. This is the series we need at Warden Law, my friend. Working on it. And we're looking forward for Karting Live TV to return to Warden Law in November.
Yes.
For our
Just send me an email.
For our autumn series, for our autumn festival. Summer festival in 2 weeks. Our clubby, get your entries in for that if you're watching and you want to race at the UK's premier track. You love me saying that.
UK's premier circuit.
It's worth the drive, if you're wanting to know. It's very much worth the drive.
Let's be honest, it's not as far as Mansell.
No.
And I live in the middle of the country.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Right then.
Final race.
The final of the day.
Final.
Yeah.
31 races today. This is the final one.
Jamie Zyra on the Lando Norris kart is on the pole position, and Jamie is a newcomer to the series, and as Chris was telling us, he has registered. So Dan Holland overalls, not familiar with who Zyra is, but we're about to get underway. The final 12 minutes of round 4 of the NKC gets underway.
Scott Smith was aggressive, and I think he may have got second place because of that. Coming in from the third position. And they all sweep through, and now it's up the hill, and you've got 31 big angry Hornets.
Great driving. Everybody made it through Oblivion and through Crook, and already now onto the infield through Inkermans. Zyra looks absolutely race ready, doesn't he? Into Ashby. Little bit of, and I say that he slides wide, but he will have the traction out the corner. He really did slide wide there. He just could not get the car to turn. And I think he's got good local knowledge here as well. He knew he got that one wrong because he looked back to see where everybody was.
Ooh.
And everybody comes back at him, but he fires out of a cannon there onto the back straight towards the boot section.
So it's Ryan Taylor Truman who's third, isn't it? So the 1, 2, 3 is Dyer, Smith and Taylor Truman.
Scott Smith looks very, very determined, let's say, as he turned the wheel there through Pit Bend into Crook. Then it's not over, is it? Smith's coming back at him. He's the plain white cart in second place. He's not wearing a sticker kit because he's going to save at least a half a kilogram, and it's all very, very important in this, the heavier class, the 177 kilogram category. These are the big lads, and weight will matter if you're over that limit, that minimum weight of 177 kilograms. And if anything, Scott Smith alongside, side by side, out of Ashby towards Parker, but Zyra gets it all under control. Now into Chapman, both carts understeering massively there, scrabbling for traction coming out of that blast towards the boot.
4, 5 and 6 also changing rapidly in every corner. Joe, it's the number 9 at the moment, Oliver Smith, who was running in fourth, but I don't think he'll cross the line in fourth because there's three ride one the boot. So these top three are together, and the next three are also having a massive scrap. So we'll have to see their order when they come over the line. And it's 13, 9 and 4 is how it's going to be. So it's Bryant, Smith and Evans, I think it's the same order, but they had gone through in 17 different orders prior to that. First and second right together.
Yeah, challenging. Zyra has to defend, and already defending with about 10 minutes remaining. Update on Harry Wainwright, who's had to swap chassis because of a damage yesterday. Championship leader, currently 14th is Harry. But we go back to the front of this field, and this is where the battle's at, isn't it? Jamie Zyra leading Scott Smith, and these two still scrabbling. Is it still raining, Nick?
Yeah, there's still precipitation. It's light. I'll tell you, it's not. It's heavier again. It's come down a bit more.
I just thought that because there was more spray coming off the cart's tyres. This is going to be a battle to the flag, isn't it? It's going to come down to who can keep their nerve. Who can keep their nerve and not make a mistake, and it's very, very easy to make a mistake in these conditions. Just a little bit more pressure on the brake pedal can cause you to have a catastrophic effect. I saw that.
Yeah, the background.
Just in the background.
He might have gathered it up again.
He might have, or he might be. He might be on his way to Daventry.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
95 and 38. This is the battle. Zyra and Smith.
Smith wants to get past, doesn't he?
He does.
He doesn't want to wait.
The inside. These Ashby moves are very, very 50-50. He's got the inside now. Is Zyra
He's made it stick.
No, is he going to move the drive though? No. He's the man in white and black. Gets through.
Yeah, he made it stick, didn't he? Dove down the inside. He had enough traction as well to continue it. So Scott Smith fires out to Chapman, as does Zyra, and into the boot section. Oh, it's Scott Smith already creating a bit of a cushion.
Come on, Zach, says Mel Bolton, by the way. Where is Zach at the
sorry,
moment?
Zach's down to 30th. I'm not sure. He's having a bit of a nightmare. He's dropped down the order from 22nd from 30th. I think he was involved in that first lap issue. Into Christmas then. Scott Smith now in control of the lead, and he can kind of control the pace to some degree, as Jamie Zyra gets back onto his rear bumper. Ryan Taylor Truman in third there, just down the inside. Zyra. I don't know what happened there.
Lock charts. Let's see that one again. I think we've got.
He's come back though, Scott
let's see
Smith.
what happened in the first place.
Oh, he was about to take it back.
Well, you can't. You've got to do what you can do. So he comes from the outside. I just basically took his chance, didn't he? Sorry, I'll have that one.
Yeah, he did. But he's Scott Smith snatched it back on the overlap, and by the time they got to Parker, it was all back the way it was.
The same order as they were as they come around the boot. But it's catching up. It's Ryan Taylor Thomas. Ryan Taylor Thomas. Oh, again, Zyra. He's taking any chance he can get. Dive at the inside.
That's intense, isn't it? Every chance. They're aware that there's 6.5 minutes almost on the clock. They're aware they're not even at half distance, and yet they're willing to race like this and not just bide their time. They're wanting the lead, and they want to clear off. And Zyra wants to lead, and he wants to win this from the front. Not willing to wait. And Scott Smith, the same mindset, really. Ryan Taylor Truman is he's not that far behind. All it takes is for these two to slide into one another, and Ryder Taylor Truman will be there to pick up the spoils.
I think Taylor Truman's got the definition of a watching brief there, hasn't he, really?
Yeah, he really has.
He's sitting there about three-quarter second behind you two, and I'll just sit here and see what's going on.
He's got the
Who
voodoo
knows?
doll out on his lap.
Oh, and that was the drive suddenly there from Smith, and Zyra went, no, you're not going past me there, I'll just move across. And a little bit of a touch yet. And now looking to get up the inside of the second part of the boot, but no. Now, no, he couldn't do the dive, but he just hasn't got the front end grip, hasn't he? Just isn't the front end at that point. But closer again is Taylor Truman.
We've just ticked by half distance here.
Good luck for Zyra, I think the last one.
Yeah, on the run up the hill now. And Zyra's pulled out a cushion. He doesn't even have to. Well, he's defending, but he didn't really have to. But then again, that's where the grip is on the inside, isn't it? So he's probably got more grip there on the inside of the corner. It's completely throw the conventional textbook out the line, throw the racing line textbook out the window.
Out the window. Anywhere you want to, just throw something somewhere.
Yeah, because it's just completely different.
And Zyra has suddenly, Joe, got to hurry up, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
He's gapping, and whether Scott's not feeling quite. And Scott's falling into clutches the following two, which is Taylor Truman and Richard Evans.
Scott Smith seems to be understeering a lot more. He just can't get the car to turn. Here we go, into the boot. He's got full left lock on there. Tries to get the car. See that? He's just, that looked pretty neutral, to be honest.
It's here where it goes.
There he is, yeah.
Nothing.
4.5 minutes. Coming up to the 4.5 minute mark. Behind them, Ryan Taylor Truman now coming under pressure from Richard Evans as Jamie Zyra has checked out. He's
third and fourth is where it's at the moment as they come around Christmas corner. Bumping and boring all a bit wide from the 65 of Taylor Truman up the inside and around. Oh, and that's through. The 4 of Richard Evans there making the most of Taylor Truman, not quite getting Christmas corner correct.
It's been coming that. Richard Evans just slowly getting towards the rear bumper of Ryan Taylor Truman, and having done that, he continues that momentum with that pace and pulls away. Behind them, all sorts of stuff kicking off. Carl Bryant, Oliver Smith and Ian Branfield coming together there for that 5th, 6th and 7th, just behind this battle for 60.
Drop back one to the next battle, Ash. It's 5, 6 and 7 is where it needs to be at the moment. These are settling down. That's multicoloured, colourful. Let's get up the inside and get some points. The 13 there cuts off the nose. That's Carl Bryant. I think Ian Branfield, who's now, they've changed around. It is Oliver Smith who's in this pass lap, got that place back. But it's all coming along. We have a come on Jamie Zyra from Emerson MU number 33. So he's got his support on the Karting Live TV YouTube page.
Great stuff. Keep the positive energy going for him. He's currently leading by about half a second, which is the biggest gap we've seen since this race went green. Somebody just pulling off there, I noticed. I'm not sure who that was.
I think that may have been Ryan Taylor Truman. I don't know if I'm correct about that.
We'll soon see when they come back towards us on the infield. I think you were right, Nick.
Yes. It happens every now and again.
We've lost Ryan Taylor Truman. It's very rare that Nick gets anything right, but he's got that one right.
That's stuck Evans into free air now in second place. And this is the battle on the... I'm just watching you first and second because they've got closer over the last couple of laps. Scott Smith took a bit of a breather. What was half a second isn't half a second anymore.
So leaders just going through the first turn there at Oblivion and into Crook, the right-hander. They'll be out onto the main straight towards Christmas. Here they come. That's the lead. 2.5 minutes remaining. So with the checkered flag looming large, we've got Scott Smith, who has come back towards the rear bumper of Zyra. The gap down to 4/10. It was about 5/10 just a minute ago.
Yeah.
It's now coming back together. Like
Zyra actually got a second ahead almost, just about a couple of hundreds. And he got pulled back. Now I don't know whether Scott was... I think you're right that Smith's kart started handling slightly differently. He had to think about some new lines. I think he lost the front end. Perhaps his tyre pressure. He's got too much heat in them.
So he's worked it out, hasn't he? He's worked out where am I losing time? What's this car? How has this kart evolved? And he's got his head round it. Maybe just adjusting his position on the track. Because right now, Nick, that isn't 4/10 at all.
No.
That's absolutely nothing. Another stopwatch will prove me wrong, but that is absolutely together, bumper to bumper. 90 seconds remaining.
1/10. So they're going to get 3 laps, aren't they?
They are indeed, and that's plenty time for Scott Smith to have another go at Jamie Zyra, who has to defend.
Whoa.
That's where the grip is on the inside, so it's proving local knowledge once again from Jamie Zyra on the 95. The Lando Norris kart driver, the Dan Holland Racing overalls. He's obviously, he races with Dan Holland, or has done. Into Parker.
Ooh.
Sliding very wide, using all the track and more.
Scott Smith wasn't 100% in control there, but
No.
I needed them at any point when you're pushing hard in wet weather. Good lap for Zyra this one, I think. I think he was nose to tail. He went round start finish time. There's now a reasonable gap. Now, I think that's running through this second part of the boot is where we've seen Smith having a little bit more momentum. And he picks it up. He can't really use much because he can't really overtake it into the oblivion. But they're right together again. So that's stretched out. Went 100th of a second gain there actually for Zyra, so well done.
Two more laps, Nick. Two more.
There's two more, and now right there, Smith's really got to make a move. He's going wide. Zyra's going to take a different line and get different drive. Smith coming through the kinky Inkermans, and now
they both want that same piece of track. They both know that's where the grip is, and they both want to put their karts there. But of course, you can't when there's a kart already there.
Yeah, Smith now has to rework out when he can get around, because Zyra running the lines now, and they know what the lines are, as you say, Joe. It's a chance here at this point that he's got to try to find a way around. Now, they're both taking the medium line against super wide line, so there's suddenly this big gap opens up, but then the acceleration and the grip that the white kart gets, he catapults it towards Zyra, but there's no way to kind of like just get your nose in and start nudging the old 95 out the way.
He's not going to do that. He's absolutely not going to do that. It's one lap to go board, understeer abound there as they go through the final turn. All of the curb. Interesting, Scott Smith didn't need to slide that kart as wide as Zyra in the lead. Into the right-hander onto the back straight. It's side by side all the way to Christmas. But no, Scott Smith has to slot in behind. And it's all about defensive driving now for Jamie Zyra as this lap unfolds to the checkered flag through Inkermans, using all the curb and down the inside. Is he going to have a go at Ashby's? No, he slots back in. Who's this coming into the frame? It's Richard Evans. Richard Evans in third, coming into the frame. Hang on, boys, I want to be part of this party. They're already into Chapman. Zyra driving very defensive. This is where he loses traction if he's not on the right line. As they accelerate now towards the boot. And Evans coming in, and Scott Smith's got to be wary of that one as well. Down the inside line. They slide wide into the pit bend for the final time. It's going to be Jamie Zyra, though, unless he really gets it wrong. And it's going to be side by side. Who's it going to be?
It's Zyra by 2 hundredths of a second.
27 thousandths to be exact. What a finish. And it was all about this final turn. And Zyra sliding wide. He had to keep the foot in. He backs off the throttle, but then squeezes that throttle back in, scrabbling for traction. And Richard Evans right there at the end as well, almost 3 wide across the line, wasn't it? Great racing as ever in the 177 category. And as the rest of the field come through, Jamie Zyra takes the win, Scott Smith second, Richard Evans the third and final step of the podium. It's Oliver Smith in fourth, Ian Brandfield finishes fifth, Carl Bryan sixth, then we've got Nick Skelton, Joshua Gollin, Harrison Crook, Ben Hitch rounds off the top 10. Current championship leader Harry Wainwright, and current second in the championship Scott Clee, they finish at 11th and 12th. It's Rhys Llewellyn, Oliver Moss, Alfie Williams, Matt Ogden, James Frost, Tommy Austin, Jake Lewis, George Merrison, Michael Mallett, Steve Stewart, Alex Jones, Alex Thomas, Dan Fleckney, James Yap, Zach Bolton finishes 27th. Cole Edwards went out on lap 10. We lost Ryan Taylor Truman on lap 8. Good spot there from Nick. Joshua Pickford on lap 8 also. Then we lost Gary Cox on lap 6. Tim Darlow and Chris Sivia went out on lap 5. Well, everybody, that wraps up the fourth round of the Junction 6 NKC here at Whilton Mill. We just finished with another replay of that outstanding grandstand finish to the final race of the afternoon.
And there's only one more thing to do.
And what is that, Nick?
Well, we have to, at the end of every fantastic NKC event, we have to name the driver of the day, the Alfano driver of the day.
I've been handed the Alfano driver of the day details,
What,
and it goes to TKM driver Kart 44, Leo Crabtree.
Oh, well done, Leo.
He's the driver of the day because he's kind of reacted to adversity with some really fantastic recovery drives, and then a really great finish in the TKM final. So TKM driver 44, Leah Crabtree, is our all final driver of the day for this one.
Well, it just remains to say thank you all for watching. Thank you to Joe, my co-commentator. Thank you to Paul, who's been pressing the buttons in the dry. But mostly and genuinely, thank you to Harry and Ash, because this has not been fun this afternoon. Well, unless you're a penguin. Very damp, but thanks, guys. Fantastic shots. And you all will get a free...
burger on the wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah, certainly we'll get burger for Ash, because he's in the same car as me, and Harry, you can have a burger as well. Anyway, thank you all, guys. We'll see you in just 3 weeks' time. In fact, 2 weeks, 6 days.
I'm
for
just
the
gonna...
O-Plate on Saturday. We're not leaving. We're staying here.
No, we're just going to stop here.
And we will catch you for the NKC O-Plate coming up in 3 weeks' time. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you very soon.